We are back. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw the thumbnail, you saw the title, so you know what we are about to do. Good morning to everybody out there. I have absolutely, unequivocally no expectations for today. I'm going to keep all of my expectations in the basement in a box. I'm not expecting a thing to happen during this trial, except some people are going to be in court, some things are going to be said. That's all I got. That's all I got. But what do you got? Thank you so much for hanging out with us this morning. Yesterday was pretty wild. I think it's fair to say that yesterday ended on probably one of those like 1980s style cliffhangers almost, where literally the good guy falls off a cliff, but he's hanging on by a root of a tree, and the root of the tree is getting eaten by a squirrel or something. This is craziness. If you're not familiar, yesterday at the end of trial, at the very end of trial, Brian Steele and all of his Brian Steele-ness, by the way, I think shout out to Brian Steele. Brian Steele pointed out that they just got information from the state about a particular shooting that is key to this entire case. And apparently, DA Love just kind of let it slide that they've been sitting on this evidence for almost 6 months or 7 months. Please forgive me, 7 months. I don't even know what to do anymore. I have no idea. This is craziness. Now, granted, Brian Steele also filed a motion to disqualify Love and Hilton, as well as there was other little shenanigans. Oh, by the way, Woody came in yesterday. All of that stuff. There was a lot that happened yesterday. But I think the end of it was probably, again, the 1980 style, 86 style cliffhanger. Like, dun, dun, dun. What will happen? Stay tuned next week. I have no idea what to expect. And I personally believe, again, I'm Team Whitaker because my last name is Whitaker. So I am like literally Team Whitaker. I believe Judge Whitaker was thrown back. I really think she was kind of like, what the? If she could, she was clutching her pearls. Okay. I think she was really thrown back like, hold on, wait. Because she almost said it yesterday. If you go back and watch the clip, I put a clip up of it. It's called Brady. And she's almost saying it like, dude, I would love to be a fly on the wall. That's all I can say. When she gets in her car, when she goes to her chambers, when she gets home, I would love to hear what she says. Because I guarantee you there was probably some bless your heart, I would say, said yesterday. Because she basically said, like, wait, hold on. You're keeping information? This case is crazy. I'm sorry. They're going to still be, I know people disagree with me. They're going to be writing books about how crazy this case is because it's so out of pocket. I now feel very comfortable that we're not going to see the jury next week. Because, I mean, again, I have a little bit of my expectations. I keep them low. But this is wild. Absolutely wild. But what do y'all think about it? We got a few minutes, and at the current moment, Law and Crime is not up. So I appreciate all of y'all jumping up in this chat. We got 400 of y'all up in here, and I appreciate you early this morning. I got Jane up in the house. Good to see you, Jane. So glad I found your channel. I've needed a commentary on this trial, the persecution. The prosecution seems so disorganized at the very least. I mean, somebody said it in a comment. I wrote it down. You're guilty. Let me go find the proof. That's the prosecution. You're guilty. Let me go find the proof. That's them. That's them. And I'm sorry. Can't wait to watch. Thank you so much, nerds. Thank you so much. Barbara, good to see you. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. I'm her. Well, I'm glad that you're her. I'm going to throw this up on the side just so we can be ready. Also, pull this in right here. That way we're ready to go once it goes live. We won't be surprised. Good morning, Neuro. Thank you so much for stopping by. Serrano in the building. Donna's here. Good to see you. My Mark from the Harrisburg campus. Good to see you, sir. Good morning to you, Shanna. Shanna, thank you so much. Philadelphia's in the building. My in-laws are from Philly. What's going on, Jim Tussing? All right. I see you. The 69th like on this channel. I like it. Make sure you hit that like button. Help me out over there. Help me out. Good morning to you, Just Auntie. Good to see you. I have no idea. I mean, today's Wednesday. So Monday we had the the original, the prequel ex parte. Yesterday was Tuesday. We had, oh yeah, by the way, we've been sitting on some data, sitting on some information that might be important. Who knows today? I have no idea. We're gonna have tapes or something. Maybe Fonnie Willis will roll up in there. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just keeping my expectations low. But what I'm starting to understand now is don't tune off. Don't cut off the cameras. Don't log off. This case is crazy. I'm so embarrassed. By the way, I live here in Atlanta. I live about 40 minutes away from the Fulton County Courthouse. And let me tell you, I'm embarrassed. I'm having, what's it called? Second, I'm having cringe moments thinking about just how inept these people are. I promise you, Judge Whitaker went home and said, I cannot believe these people. I can't believe them. What do you think about it, Chicky Brewer? I think so too. From down under. Ebo is down under. We got people, that's the thing. Like, this case is global. If there were Martians on Mars, they're probably looking at this laughing at how ridiculous our court system is. Like, you're literally keeping data. You're keeping information that is key in this case. Oh, he's keeping it. Yeah, it's over here. It's got it. That's crazy. That is embarrassing at such a level. What we got up in this building? Thank you so much to everybody stopped in early this morning. Y'all can tell my coffee is kicked in. It is super violent this morning. Look at this. Lady is over here in the UK. We got Australia. We got UK. Why don't y'all just go ahead and do it? Go ahead and put in where you're from down in the chat. I'd love to see where you all are popping in from and checking in from. Early this morning, we got Trice up in the building. Good morning, all at work popping in. I find your voice soothing. Needed that today. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. All right. Shauna Ray says, it's our corrupt system. Let me tell you about that thing right there. And again, like, yo, do y'all realize that this case would not have even hit the mainstream if Young Thug didn't have money, if he wasn't a person of notoriety? So how many people that don't have notoriety, that don't have money, that are not popular, are in Fulton County Jail right now? Man, that thing right there makes me weep. Like, y'all got to be playing. You guilty. Let me go find some evidence. I'm gonna have to get that on a t-shirt. Good morning, Tasha. Good to see you. Bruce is in the building. Thank you so much. Okay, so Bruce, real quick. Brady means that at the beginning or when the state, the prosecution gets evidence, they have to share it with the defense. They can't keep evidence and say, this is a secret trump card or this is my silver bullet. They got to keep it. Pun intended, if you follow that Alec Baldwin case. That was actually pretty funny, Jason. But they have to share it. So they can't say, oh, this is some evidence we got. It's not really important. That's what they did in the Alec Baldwin case. They said, we got some evidence. We don't think it's that important. And they never shared it with the defense. They have to share everything. Say, hey, this is some evidence we got. We don't like it. We don't think it's important, but we're sharing with it. Let you know about it. You have to let the defense know it exists and that you have it. Now, if evidence just materializes out of nowhere and nobody knew about it, that's not the same thing. But if I'm sitting on evidence and I'm not sharing it with Bruce, but then I pop up in the middle of court and say, Bruce, here's a, piece of evidence, that would have been a Brady violation. And you need to have time to defend yourself against certain things if I'm coming out of nowhere with them. So that's what it is. So that's why it's called, I think it's called Brady and Giglio. And I can't remember exactly how to define Giglio, but somebody, law student, will pop in before the day's over with. Good to see you, Q. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of my moderators who are already in the chat, making it work, making it look good. And at the current moment, Law and Crime has not started. Let me just double check. Because they like to. They got about 7 minutes, they say. 6.5 minutes. Good morning to all of you. Robin, always good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. David up in here. Thank you so very much. There we go. A new face. I see T Justice. Thank you very much for stopping through. All right, Jason, I always like your first name, sir. Mr. Hodges, thank you so much. Darkly in the house. What's going on? Good morning from Philly. Got my coffee like my prosecutor, black and bitter. That right there, Darkly, why are you like this? Darkly, I don't know, man. I'm gonna have to call my mom and say, Mom, do I have a sibling? Do I have another sibling? Because I feel separated at birth from you, my friend. That was actually very funny. And my in-laws live in Philly. So shout out to Philadelphia. Good morning, Paulette. Good to see you. Good morning. Are you ready for today's drama? That's the only thing you can promise. I'm sorry. That's something you can guarantee. There's going to be some drama. That's going to be it. Now that we do know. And look at Bot over there in Germany coming through. Good afternoon. This rascal said good afternoon. Well played. Well played. Good afternoon from Germany. Prayers that justice is done in this case today. Grace and peace. Grace and peace to you as well, friend. What's Brenda say? Brenda says, good morning, Jason. Are you not the only pre-K lawyer? There are several in Fulton County. Oh, I see what you did there. I was not even ready for that one, and that was hilarious. So, by the way, I'm a former classroom teacher. I'm a retired classroom teacher. I never been to law school. I kind of wanted to at one time, but that's about it. So I call myself a pre-K law student. I do not know anything. Check everything that I've said against what is true. So the joke is that I'm a pre-K law student, and Brenda here is maximizing the joke by saying I'm not the only pre-K law student. Clearly, there's some in the Fulton County DA's office. I see what you did there. We're going to call Fulton County DA. I call it study hall court because they're doing all their work in court. So it's called study hall court. Oh, man, that's great. Let the fireworks begin, Bob says. I hate to say it, but I don't know what kind of fireworks are going to be. So I'm just holding my expectations. Thank you so much, Erickson. Thank you so much. Yo, I look, this thing right here, Daisy Girl says, I'm surprised people in Atlanta are not protesting. Me too. I'm sorry, because this right here is pretty bad. And I'd really, you know what? I'm going to hold down. I'm going to tamper it down. But whatever happens today, prayerfully, Judge Whitaker will do the right thing today. But depending on where it goes today, I think prayerfully, if nothing else, there needs to be a total, complete cleaning of the Fulton County DA's office. This is a travesty. And when you think about, I'm telling you, whoever's running against Fonnie Willis, all they got to do is talk about how much money is being wasted right now. If they start talking about right now today, all the money that's wasted on this case alone, we're not talking about the Trump trial. We're not talking about not prosecuting certain crimes. We're not talking about any of that stuff. We're talking about just this case right here. Come on, come on, come on. Like there's no hope. There's no help. There's no hotline. There's nobody coming in there to help them at all. It is love floundering. It's Simone Hilton not even there today. It's Mute Man sitting there quiet, and they are getting their butts kicked. This is like some old school wrestling. Like this is like a tag team wrestling event, and the referee is distracted, and so the other team will come under and just mollywhopping them. They getting their butts stomped. And please understand, I don't think there's any way to fix this. I don't think there's even a way to rescue them. So I don't think Fonnie Willis, if Fonnie Willis came in there today, if she sent the whole DA's office, it don't matter. They're not prepared. They've been at this for better than a year. That's the part that should make people incensed. You should make you extremely upset. They've been in this case for better than a year. And this is how prepared they are. They're still over there filing and getting this, that, and the third. I'm not saying that I know exactly the ins and outs of every law case, but my goodness in the morning, can you tell me that you feel that these people are prepared to prosecute this trial? Like prepared. Again, former classroom teacher, there's zero way possible I can judge somebody because you don't know. Look, teaching is wild, okay? My classroom, my desk used to look crazy too. My principal used to be like, yo, what's going on this desk, my guy? Not a problem. I totally understand that. But one thing you can never say is when I stood in front of my class, you never said, Jason don't know what he's doing. Jason is not prepared on this subject matter. Jason does not know what the next step is going to be for little Johnny, little Sally, little Tommy, little Bobby. They always could say, at least the boy know what he's doing. The guy know what he's doing. Do I like what he's doing? Is he unorthodox? Is he kind of crazy? Maybe so. Is his coffee kicked in and his ADHD is on fleek? Absolutely, positively. But you're never going to say Jason didn't know how to teach. Nobody could ever say that. Nobody would look at me and say, man, you could get a dead squirrel to teach better than this guy. Nobody would say that. Now, y'all watch these people in this in study hall court, and you tell me that you feel comfortable that, oh, justice is being wrought. Justice is prevailing in this case. Miss me with that. Miss me with the whole thing. Okay? It's not happening. It's not. And so that's my point. That's my biggest, like, you got to be kidding me. Y'all stop playing. Y'all stop playing. And law and crime has not kicked in. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much. Come on now. Look at John Robert came in. Thank you so much for a $49 super chat. Thank you so much. Christ is King. God bless DWC. Thank you so very much for that very kind super chat, sir. Thank you very much. You're the stream sponsor. Congratulations. I'll be making that case very shortly. Yo, man, we got Texas, England, Oklahoma, Spain, not Spain, Alabama. We talking about on the other side of the pond. Spain, we got Lubbock, Texas. Texans always put where they're from. I think that's funny to me. Alabama, Ohio, Virginia up in the building. Guess what? Austin, Texas, Philly in the house. Good morning from Detroit. Thank you so much. Chicago, low. Fun fact, I'm actually originally from Aurora, Illinois. Don't tell anybody. Wait, I think I just did. Las Vegas in the building. Cincinnati, Ohio in the house. Have y'all thought out yet? Wait. Oh, from Zambia? Like, for real? Y'all, we on the continent of Africa. DWC is international, y'all. Come on. Come on, grace and peace. Thank you so much, TCZ. Thank you so much for stopping through this morning. Gigi in the building from Maryland. Gary, Indiana. Philly in the house. Shout out. Germany. Always loving Germany. Virginia. Western New York up in here. All the way from way down the street around the corner. Snellville, Georgia. I love it. I love it. Transplanted Texan. We know where Transplanted Texan is, and we know where they're from. Georgia MAGA. I love it. Good morning from Missouri, West Virginia, Denmark. I'm telling y'all, this thing, that's even more, first of all, that's humbling that y'all would come and watch me sitting in my office talking loud. I really do appreciate that. I'm not taking that for granted. But the fact that this case has hell bears attention way over there in Denmark, that is preposterous. By the way, Atlanta's not all like this, okay? Atlanta must be stopped, but we're not all like this. Thank you, Columbus. Georgia in the building. Kentucky up in here. We got you in Massachusetts. We see you, Paulette. Lisa's up in here. Good morning from Nashville. Miami. There we go. That's a little bit warmer than Ohio. I got you right there. Good to see you, Serrano. All right. East Metro, Atlanta, Georgia. There we go, Caustic. I see you. Good morning. Reading, Pennsylvania. Why art thou mother? This is my mom calling. Good morning, Mom. I'm on the phone. I'm on a live stream. How are you? Hi, Mom. My mom has hung up on me. I'll text her back in a second. Charlotte in the building. Zim is in the building. Man, we all over the place. We in South Africa, y'all. Y'all, this thing is now international, causing chaos all over the internet. I am checking. Yeah, law and crime is not kicked on, but let me just go ahead and bring it on just to make sure they don't trick me. And they're just waiting for it to get started. What do we have here? Thank you so much. Angie says, I'm so happy that I found you. Good morning from Vancouver Island, British Columbia. Thank you so much. West Virginia up in here. Slower, lower Delaware. Yo, come on, man. Thailand, y'all got your boy feeling really some kind of way, man. Thank you so much to have people all over the place. Now, Pat is way far away. Pat is in Mississippi. So we got people in Thailand. We in Mississippi. We all over the place. See, this is the question that they had your boy really sad last night. How many people are in Fulton County Jail because they don't have an attorney right now? There are a lot of people I've heard that are literally in jail, actually a part of this YSL trial, that don't have an attorney yet. Young Thug is in the midst of it. There are people who've been in jail for 2 years. They don't even have an attorney. This is very sad. I really hope, I don't know what the process is, but I really hope that they're able to sue for unlawful incarceration. This is ridiculous. Let me keep this going. Good morning, Jackie Jones. Good to see you. Steezy, good to see you, sir. Good to see you again. Scotch Plain, New Jersey up in the building by way of Cobb County, Georgia. Shout out to Cobb County, Georgia. Central Savannah. I love it. Near Augusta. Good to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Trump did. Trump gave Young Thug a shout out. That was wild. I'm telling you right now, man, this case has gone this case is gone beyond the actual case because at the end of the day, nobody actually knows what Young Thug is on trial for. They really don't. Everybody knows RICO, RICO, but they don't actually know what it actually is. I think that's hilarious. So the plot has been overshadowed by the subplots and sub narratives of this story. This case is crazy. Fulton County is corrupt from the UK. All right, let's see. All right. Sorry about that. My mom does not want to answer the phone, but she's picking up my second born from school for me today. Watching from Lake Ozarks, from the lakes, from Lake of the Ozarks. Got you. Well, thank you so much for finding me, Bob Brown. I'm glad you found me. All right, let's get this party rolling. I do not see what the UK, y'all. We are international. We're almost intergalactic up in this piece. All right, at the current second, law and oh, they're saying 9 o'clock. Yo, Judge Whitaker, how you gonna be late? You got us over here waiting, Judge Whitaker, but I appreciate y'all nonetheless. Thank you so much. Can y'all do me a real another favor? I know I keep asking for favors. Can y'all please tell John Robert, thank you so much for the very kind early morning super chat. We're gonna just let him be the stream sponsor today, but can y'all say thank you? Just put John Robert in the chat, please. Let him know we appreciate him. Cause yo, this is not all right. So apparently other cameras are working in the court, but not. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. All right, so we're a second behind. I don't know why Law and Crime was behind. Sorry about that, y'all. Drop a one in the chat so you can hear. No sound. Sorry about that. Let me redo this. I'm sorry, y'all, because I'm getting text messages from my team. Let's try it now. Drop a one in the chat that you can hear. Are you not able to hear now? No audio. Hold on one second. Ay, ay, ay. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's drop this again. So apparently when I switched over to a different feed because I was ready to watch it on Law and Crime. When I jumped over to a different feed, the audio did not transfer over. Let me try it again. I apologize. Rookie mistake early in the morning. All right. It looks right. So let me just real quick. You don't hear it? Hold on, hold on, hold on. You gotta be kidding me now. No hearing. I'm telling you, man, it's a conspiracy now. So my poor guy right there, man, he be struggling. All right. Can y'all real quick confirm that you can hear this? No sound. Okay, hold on one second. Dang it. I will back this up and we'll get it because they are definitely let's resolve this. I apologize. I have no clue why this audio is not playing because I can hear it perfectly on my end. But let me do this real quick. Yep, early morning shenanigans. Clearly, that early morning, man. Let's see what we got. Let's make this work. All right, last time. Sorry about this. And then if not, we'll just have to reset it. All right, can y'all real quick let me know that you can hear this? Drop a one in the chat. How are y'all not getting the audio? What's wrong? Why is it?
Can I give it a try? You mind?
Y'all, I do apologize. Real quick, I'm gonna reset this. I have no idea why you're not. Some of us are listening and some are not. Can hear and some cannot. Give me a second. I apologize for that. This is and darn, this is some
I'm
good
gonna
stuff.
share it on my end and see if they can hear, if you don't mind. Here.
Will the court
Share
permit
it
one
tab.
of our team members to step outside of the courtroom and make a phone call to expedite this obtaining?
Yeah, absolutely. Unless
Okay, can y'all hear that?
You are the one who needs to step out and you're the one in the midst of the argument.
Okay.
The rest of your team can do whatever they want to do. Okay?
Okay, I can just share it on my end if you're okay with that.
And Your Honor, just from memory,
Yeah.
I do know and believe that there's a reference to not his given name, not his formal name, but to a nickname. I'm getting that information.
In the wiretap?
Yes.
Okay, we lost Jason. He might be resetting. So what I'm going to do is back up a little bit and then we'll stream it on 1.25. Are you okay with that?
The contents of that phone number that shows contact through the wiretap. There was nothing linking that phone number to Mr. Boyer. I just want to make that clear.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
nothing that puts us on notice that Mr. Boyer is a person of interest or potentially at all involved or in contact with our clients in this case. And it was also, Mr. Harvey's also pointing out there was no raw data provided in the wiretap regarding the wiretap itself.
Okay, I guess when I said data, I meant the information from which they formed those conclusions.
I understand. We were aware of what numbers were calling what
You
numbers.
just
at
weren't
what time.
aware that whatever this number is
Right.
was connected. It's obviously somebody's, but y'all didn't know whose phone
Correct.
it was.
And I can state in my place as an officer of the court on information and belief that I've listened to pretty much all those calls. I don't recall in any calls in the wiretap where that number's involved, anyone ever saying any government name that would put us on notice and say, oh, that's DeMarco Boyer's number. So we've been pretty diligent.
Okay, so Ms. Love,
Yes.
what do you say about that?
I'm not refuting the name of the person's name. I'm talking about the phone number whose records we turned over being present and the content of his conversations and communication.
Okay, so do you have the affidavit available?
That's what I'm getting.
Potentially by the time of the affidavit, but certainly by the time the cell records were secured in the fall of 2023, you knew that phone number was connected to DeMarco Boyer, true?
That is true.
Okay, so is there a way that the defense was supposed to have also known that that phone number was connected to DeMarco Boyer?
Go
Go ahead.
No. Stop playing.
Will the court permit one of our team members to step outside of the courtroom and make a phone call to expedite this obtaining?
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you are the one who needs to step out and you're the one in the midst of the argument, the rest of your team can do whatever they want to do. Okay.
Why don't y'all have the affidavit? You know that she was going to ask that yesterday. Why did you not bring the affidavit? See, that's the unpreparedness. People's lives are in danger, and this person is playing games.
Your Honor, just from memory,
Yeah.
I do know and believe that there's a reference to not his given name, not his formal name, but to a nickname. I'm getting that information.
In the wiretap?
Yes.
This is wild. How is this? Dear Judge Whitaker, you're going to have to call this. This is completely and totally unacceptable. Because she knew yesterday that she was going to ask about time frame, so she should have brought everything related to time as regards to this. Why are we waiting? Because again, the state is unprepared. And people are going to go to jail, possibly, because of this inept, incompetent woman and DA office. Oh yeah, this is crazy. Unprepared. Can y'all real quick though, what we are prepared though? We got Mandy in the chat. Please put Mandy in the chat because she was a fantastic co-moderator to help me out with this while I was having my technical difficulties. Shout out to Mandy.
Okay.
Y'all do realize that this woman knew she was supposed to be in here ready to do this, right? This was not a pop quiz. This was not a surprise spelling test. She knew that she was going to have to answer about this in the morning. And right now, it's in the morning. And she came in, Your Honor, can I go make a phone call? Nothing should there should be no grace given. Listen to how she sounds. She sounds like she's perturbed. Like there should be no more grace given. Yes, yes. Slow roasted foolishness.
One other thing you were going to do, well, a couple of other things today. We discussed yesterday providing the exhibits to the extent they're currently ready with the rest of them. Has that been done?
Can I get that to you at lunch? She's still working on it.
Okay. Okay. And co-conspirator statements the same. Okay. All right. Any idea of timing on this?
So our legal assistant is working on getting the affidavit.
Okay.
The nickname listed in the. Okay, so the wiretap affidavit was served in discovery 2 on 8/22/2022.
Yeah.
So, we're just.
I'm not looking for the wiretap affidavit. I'm looking for the affidavit to get Mr. Boyer's cell records. I don't assume that was served in discovery, was it?
I'll check.
I-
The reason that the phone records weren't served was that they were considering arresting him.
So the answer is no on that one.
Correct.
Two things, Your Honor. First, yesterday we were told that it was, to my understanding, an inadvertent oversight by the state to hand over these records. Now we're being told it was a conscious decision not to hand over the records. Secondly, regarding the affidavit for the search warrant for Mr. Boyer's, presumably Mr. Boyer's phone records, I specifically requested that yesterday via email, and I haven't received it either.
And I reached out to the investigator who got that last night. That person, I can provide information to the court and Mr. Sharp as to what is happening to the lady that on their end.
Is there some reason that can't just be shared right here and now?
They're trying to thwart a murder.
They're trying to do what?
Thwart a murder that is underway or being.
Okay, then seems they should pass off the responsibility for getting the affidavit to someone else.
My legal assistant is looking for the affidavit.
Did you in any way respond to Mr. Sharp?
No, I didn't see the affidavit.
Come on,
email.
Whitaker, come
What
on.
we were trying to get last night was the information about the phone records. That's where I got part of what I provided to the court this morning. What I'm waiting on is my legal assistant, because the person we were able to communicate with at the door said, the lead investigator said that the affidavit was provided to us. So
The affidavit was provided to us as in, I don't know what.
Turns out, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, I mean, I would assume so.
So we have it, we should have it to give to Mr. Sharp and to the court. I'm awaiting that to provide it to the court, Mr. Sharp.
Okay, and so you didn't see the emailed request from Mr. Sharp last night that said, could we please have the affidavit in support of the cell record?
I did not, and the court is welcome, Mr. Sharp.
Oh, come on.
My,
The dog ate my
I'm sure you get a lot of
homework.
emails.
I did not see that. I don't even know what time he sent it, but I did not see it.
And I want to be very candid with the court. I sent this to Mr. Atkins because he was the one that sent
Oh,
the
okay.
information.
Well, that's why you didn't see it, Ms. Love, because it wasn't sent to you, it was sent to someone else.
Because he was the one that sent us the phone records. And I want to be clear, and I think it's clear what I wanted, but my email said that I wanted to see the search warrant, which we haven't received either. Obviously, I meant
Stop talking.
search warrant and affidavit, but I
Okay.
did put search warrant. But we haven't received either.
At what time did you send that? It was,
1:53 p.m.
so yesterday afternoon. Okay. Okay.
So he was able to get that while he's sitting at the booth, sitting there at the table.
Okay,
Just saying.
so
Come
I
on, Whit.
understand that well, let me, I can't remember who just stood up and raised it, but whomever said that yesterday you said it was inadvertent, and this morning you're saying there was a
Potential. decision
made not to share this information with the defense
Brady.
because Mr. Boyer had not yet been arrested and APD was contemplating whether to secure a warrant, and I didn't want to alert him. So which is it?
Thank you. They are both. I asked the court yesterday
Mhm.
to allow me the time to speak with team members.
Right.
And the information internally that I know is that when the phone records were initially secured,
In the fall of 2023.
yes,
Okay.
when they were initially secured, the thought process was, we're going to get this person arrested and indicted.
Okay.
As time went on, our team had the records, and as we advanced in trial.
Do you know when the decision, if there was one, was made? Okay, we're not going to get a warrant for him after all.
I don't think that decision was ever made, because talking with the lead investigator who got the records last night, there's still frustration because they get permission to get the warrant, and their efforts have not yet been responded to. So they're waiting. That person wants a warrant. So there's not, the decision to obtain the warrant has not been abandoned. The
Okay.
efforts to obtain it have not been abandoned, but we are at a place where, it occurred to, team members that, oh, wait, we have this, we need to give this over. And it wasn't time progressed. It was in our possession.
Mm-hmm.
It occurred to team members. This is something we can't wait for a warrant or arrest on. All of that is true. And I would have to consult with our team to see when they ask that those records be plotted, because at that point, I know that would be something that at least in our minds we're thinking, we could use this. So I can get that date as well, the date that they were sent over to be plotted.
Okay. Because, I mean, do you think that it's reasonable that at least by that point, you should have shared that information with the defense?
I think that when we're talking about realization and oversight, that at least at that point, if not sooner, at least at that point, that is when it was, oh shoot, I should have turned this over way earlier. At least, so initially there was this belief and understanding that there was this investigation that would lead to an imminent additional person charged. That has not occurred. And there was the realization that we have in our possession this data that we need to turn over.
Are there any outstanding warrants for any other things for Mr. Boyer?
Yes, I believe he has, not here, I believe he has, I think he is in jail for a murder, but I think he is in jail in another county, not here, but I think he's in jail.
For like a pending murder? Not a pending murder. The murder has already happened. The murder that is he charged or is he just?
Charged, I believe he's charged for a murder.
Okay.
I know details about that murder. I know details about that.
Okay, but he is in custody somewhere in Georgia facing charges.
Yes, the capital.
How many of those charges are trumped up like this foolishness? Yo, come on.
So does the state intend to try to talk to him?
We were not going to talk to him.
Okay. Does the state intend to use this plotted out, whatever y'all got about his cell phone location at different times?
Not unless, so no, not in my position.
All right. And all the information you have, the state have regarding Mr. Boyer is inculpatory of these 6 defendants, or not all 6 of them, whomever is charged in the Thomas murder?
In
Drinks. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
She just
Which is something that you're, other than your opening, which is an evidence. Have you gotten to that point in the evidence yet?
No, that would be likely the one of the last.
Okay. All right.
I feel like there was another question the court asked me that I did not answer.
I don't know what it was at this point. All right. So I will, whenever it's forthcoming sometime today, get and share if I assume Miss Love's going to share based on the request, the affidavit in support of and the
Somebody's buffering. I don't know what happened.
search warrant and with the defense and also with the court, right? Okay. So we will await that. And then if anybody wants to argue anything concerning it, I will listen. The fact that this has to do with the Drinks murder makes it a little less Well, strike that. If y'all want to say anything else after we get those, then I will entertain it. Okay. All right. So in the meantime, let's keep plodding through this set of statements of Mr. Zachary's.
Can I ask a date or a date certain for the court to inquire of a date certain on this issue before you?
On the debt, on the getting the affidavit and the search warrant?
No, on, I'm just, I'm sad saying it. I'm really hurt saying this, but this is not new. So a date when Ms. Love just said, oh, shoot, this is not a quote, but some effect of, oh, shoot, we must turn this over.
When was that?
That
Right.
was before giving it to Agent Bernie.
That's
So what
right.
happened on that date of the oh shoot to we get it yesterday, and we don't get it new. Like, oh, this is new stuff. Let's
Good
talk
question.
about it.
That was, so we are one team, but we have many members and parts, but I will get the date, but I can tell you that when I said that there was the realization that we do need to turn it over.
Yeah. When did that realization occur?
I will find out because it was not mine. It was not my realization.
Okay,
I'll find out. What I'm saying is
Who's in charge of the team?
I am. And so before
Okay.
it's mine, generally
Come on.
speaking.
Come on.
I'm saying that in terms of a date certain, there was communication internally. We looked at it. We were looking at everything we had to turn over, and we were looking at anything that we haven't turned over. Collectively, we realized, oh my goodness, this has not been done.
All right. And you don't know what date that happened?
No, that's what led to turning it over.
On Monday.
That's a lie.
Like, yes, this weekend we were talking about it and we turned
said
it
something
over.
different.
So sometime over the weekend is when the realization occurred. Oh my gosh, you knew you hadn't turned it over. Oh my gosh, we need to turn this over.
Oh my gosh, it has not been turned over and we need to turn it over.
Okay. And
That's not what she said
you're
yesterday.
getting us the information about when when we get the affidavit in support of the search warrant for the cell records, we'll know the date that occurred.
That is correct.
Uh-huh.
We're working on that.
And it did not occur to anybody at that point in time that this is information to be shared with the defense.
When the court says at that point in time, you mean with the affidavit for the search warrant? When the search warrant for the records were obtained?
Yes. Right? I mean, obviously not.
Let her talk.
No,
Let her
You
talk.
got them in the fall of 2023.
And because the information that the search warrant was based on had been provided. So
Well-
we weren't thinking along those lines then.
Okay, had you at any point provided information that the phone number that y'all all know about from the affidavit and the nickname, which I think that's what it was, you were going to tell me what the nickname was, is actually DeMarco Boyer. Did you ever before Monday share that information?
No,
Okay. All right, what was the nickname?
Unk is
Unk.
the name that's listed on, I think in the wiretap, I think it's
Okay.
Unk. That's
How's she texting people? New poll is up, everybody. This is crazy.
and I'm also seeing if there are any other nicknames associated with that number. There may be more than one. There,
It
That's
doesn't
not a-
matter.
so I'm gonna get all of them.
How are you checking your phone? Shout out to Judge Whitaker for letting DA Love just stand there and look ridiculous.
May I step to the door once more?
Yeah, and before you step to the door. Is there at this stage, which is mid-trial, anything else, whether Brady or not, that you think might be relevant to either the state or the defense in trying this case that you, the state, know of that the defense still does not know of?
Wow.
And you may want to huddle with whomever
What's that pause?
comprises your team, and y'all all put heads together and really, really, really think about that, and then get me an answer after lunch, okay?
No,
Can
no,
you
no,
do
no,
that?
no.
Okay.
After
Um,
breakfast.
Yeah.
It needs to be
just
now.
We'll recess in place until you come back from whatever you're going
Wow.
to find out at the door now.
Y'all go check on, somebody need to go check on Love. Love, look, Love should have brought you home last night, boo. This is ridiculous. If you're not understanding,
I'll just sit here.
Okay.
Love has come in here another day as unprepared as I am to be a scuba diver. She has nothing ready. The woman told her yesterday, we're going to talk about this cell phone information tomorrow morning. If court starts at 9 o'clock, then that means at 9 o'clock, 9:01, you need to be ready. 8:45, you should be ready to talk about this. She don't have the affidavit. She doesn't know how they got the information. She don't know the nicknames. Y'all, what in the world are we seeing? This is utterly ridiculous. And look, I got love for Judge Whitaker. I think she's doing her best, but my goodness, in the morning, this is showing the complete and utter incompetence of the Fulton County DA, and there's people's lives in danger because of this. And the fact that she can't say, no, we don't have any other information, should have shut the whole thing down. They should go ahead and shut the lights off, DJs start packing, bartenders put away everything. This party is over. How is it still going on? And if we don't understand it, come on, Grandma. How in the world do you expect the jury to understand what's going on, Judge Whitaker? Nobody understands it. Judge Whitaker is frustrated. You hear it. You hear it from defense. And this woman, this is amazing. This has got to be, I hope they write books, movies, screenplays, TikToks, everything about this, because this needs to never be off of the minds of America and humanity as a whole, that this is what incompetence looks like. Atlanta must be stopped. Oh, wait, I got my Atlanta must be stopped t-shirt on. Yo, this is embarrassing. There is zero. Please, I dropped the poll in the chat. Do you believe that DA Love is lying? Yes or no? Go ahead and put it. Yo, they're still waiting for her. Shout out to Judge Whitaker, because she's making her slow roast. She's making her answer. She's not talking over her today. She's not giving her a duck and cover. She's not any of that kind of stuff. She's letting her roast. Love is shot. Even Mute Man is gone. If you notice, the mute guy is gone. I'm not a fan of this screen of the angle, because I like to be able to see the full table, but it's more zoomed in, so it is what it is. But man, even in the midst of all of this, she's still holding on. And I love that Judge Whitaker said, who's in charge of this case? Who's running the and it's Adrian Love. Adrian Love is floundering here. Okay, that's how tight both of them have it pretty tight. angle today. She's literally just sitting there. She might be on Zappos. She might be on Temu right now. For all I know, this is crazy. I mean, and shout out, man. Shout out to Judge Whitaker's like, yo, we mid-trial. Is there anything else y'all got? Anything in your glove box? Anything under the seat next to the old petrified French fries? Anything in the trunk? Anything else that you know that you have not shared with the defense? Amazing. Amazing. Since she's not doing anything right here, we're going to kind of move it forward so we can be caught up a little bit. Make sure, because we had a little hiccup in the beginning. Yeah, we're going to move forward through the recess in place.
We're actually at real time.
Oh, we are in real time now. Thank you, Mandy. Yeah, this right here. And shout out to all the conversation in the chat.
Yeah,
Y'all have been crushing it. Thank you so much. I apologize for the early morning shenanigans. That's one of the hiccups when you got a live stream that starts so early in the morning, is you don't get a mic check. Sorry about that. I'm gonna have to come up with a way to, well, who knows? Who knows? I'm tampering all of my expectations. I still got the confetti. I still got the pyrotechnics ready, but I'm not going to get excited about anything until it is what it is. This is utterly crazy. We're watching this, and you do realize that we're waiting for Adrienne Love to get her stuff together. We're waiting for Adrienne Love. We're not waiting for Steele or Ponytail or Weinstein or Matthews. We're not waiting for them. We're waiting for the state, who's been at this case for almost 2 years. That's all. Okay. Just wanted you to know that. Thank you so much, Amy, for the super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate the support. Thank you, love. Somebody just said, I just saw it, the judge is setting up. Here we go, right here. The judge is setting Love up. If any more surprises come up, she won't have a reason not to give a mistrial. If this goes past today, if she doesn't declare a mistrial, it is what it is. After this, the amount of not being honest with just Judge Whitaker. We're not even talking about anything that happened with Glanville and the previous judge. Okay, here we go. Some movement. Oh, okay. I thought she was going to. This is craziness. I'm not talking about what happened with Glanville. Judge Whitaker's already told her that she's being deceptive. She already told her that she's lying to her. Okay, she already has said this. Now we're doing it again. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know how she's going to phrase this and repair this. This is unrepairable if it were ever repairable before. I just saw a comment from. Yeah, basically she said, is there any other Brady? Is there any other information in your trunk, down in the bottom of your purse? What about in your shoe closet? Is there anything else that you've not given us? Because we are in court study hall. We're in study hall court. That's what we're in right now. Because she's literally doing work while they're supposed to be prosecuting the trial. Wait, he should have. The only disagreement I have with you is he probably had it written last night. She served him up 2 or 3 motions last night alone. So hopefully, and oh, by the way, and he did file one while we were sitting in court yesterday. He filed one at like 2:30 yesterday, a motion for them. Maybe the deputy need to come in and arrest her. I don't know. Yeah, I'm waiting to see, who are you waiting for, Adrienne? No, now the camera, now you zooming in. Okay. Yo. Okay. Let me make that happen. Let me make that happen. Egregiously darkly. Let me make that happen. I think a Brady Bunch t-shirt is going to be in the happening. Don't you even worry about it. Don't you worry. I think there's going to be a Brady Bunch t-shirt. Don't be surprised.
I just checked it. It's copyrighted.
Darn it. We can't just do all three of them. And I mean, the 9 people and just put Brady in the middle with the,
Yeah, we can do that. Or got Brady or something like that.
yeah, we don't say Brady Bunch. We can say Brady, but, yeah, that's, y'all stay tuned. Yo, this is cuckoo bananas. The fact that they got this information in 2022, I think the deputy came over to Judge Whitaker and said, "Hey, do you want me to bring your car up to the front? Because I know y'all about to call this. Do you want me to bring your car up to the front or have them bring it up to the side?" I think that's what he's trying to ask. I mean, make sure you validate her parking, because I think you might not even need to validate it because they're going to be out of here in a minute. I mean, this is kindergarten. I am totally floored at how out of range this is. I'm also out of range, surprised and taken aback that there's 1,200 of y'all in here with us this morning. Thank you all to all 1,268 that are watching this with me live right now. If you could, do me a solid. It doesn't cost you anything, and it lets me know that you find value in this. Hit the like button if you could. Just hit that like button. If you don't like it and you don't like me, I'm too loud, you don't like my Atlanta Must Be Stopped t-shirt, you don't like it, then just hit the like button like 3 times. I mean, it's kind of like sort of the same thing. But please, thank you all so much. I really appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much. What an amazingly wild day this has already turned out to be, and it's not even 10 o'clock good yet. This is amazing. The understatement of the year is that this is amazing, to say the least. Wow. If you're just jumping in, Judge Whitaker has called a recess in place so Adrian Love can call a lifeline or something. I don't know what she called them. DoorDash, paralegal mates, Postmates. I don't know. She's trying to do something because she came in his court unprepared. That alone should have caused Judge Whitaker to shut this whole thing down. She told her yesterday, we are going to deal with this in the morning. And this is the morning. And a woman coming here talking about, can I get you this after lunch? Can I get you this on Friday? What are you talking about? No. You've had better than 2 years. And she's had the information for at least a year. This is embarrassing. Yeah. Dear Fulton County, y'all need to do better than this. Wait, the t-shirt, a shirt with Tom Brady hugging Miss Love. And we could call it Brady Love. That is so funny. I mean, people saying they don't come to the grocery store unprepared, but Love come to the biggest trial of her career as unprepared as I am to go scuba diving. Like, this is insane. Because we've been sitting here, Sue, for about 10 minutes already. That is crazy. Judge Whitaker is trying her best, but I'm going to tell you right now, so real quick, since we're just waiting here anyway, y'all know a lot of people ask, and I did want to make it a correction. So I do want to make sure I correct myself. A lot of people asking, where's Hilton? Where's Hilton been? Where's Hilton? Where's Hilton? And I was under the impression, and I thought I heard that Hilton was going to be away on a medical event, and that's why she wasn't here this week. But apparently I was wrong. I was searching and looking, scouring, and I could not find that clip of her saying it was a medical event. She was going to be on vacation. And so I want to make sure I didn't besmirch her or anything of that nature. I apologize for that. But where she is, shut up. Please take a picture. DearWokesee@gmail.com. She crying because she know Love should have brought her home last night. Why are you at the courthouse? Courtaholic, you didn't call me. We could have been there. I would have come today. Oh, she in there crying because she ain't got her work done. It's project day and she ain't got her project finished. Wow. Okay, so people did ask, well, where is Hilton as well? I do want to kind of share where Hilton is. So Hilton is actually up there in the great state of Boston with her. There's Hilton. She's on the National Black Prosecutors Association. She's the newest president of that organization. And she's there with good old Fonnie. That's how you know Fonnie is not coming to rescue Love. Love is by herself in this dumpster fire. So this is from Thugger Daily over there on the Twitter space. Please. Okay. For those asking why ADA Hilton hasn't been in court this week, she's in Boston with DA Fonnie Willis attending a conference for National Black Prosecutors Association. Crazy. Hilton is the president of the NBPA. Fonnie Willis was awarded the President's Award for Excellence. I don't even know what that means. Excellence at what? As we're watching this case implode, she is getting an award for excellence. I don't know if that word means exactly what everybody else thinks it means. I don't think it does. It can't be. All right, let's bring this back up on just in case. All right, thank you so much, Sonia. Sonia says, this is mad. Why is she even entertaining this? She knows that she is telling a bold-faced whopper. Come on. This is craziness. This is insanity of the highest order. Yes, and yes, and yes. I don't know. That's a great question. Is Fonnie getting the award? I don't think so. She can't. It's got to be because she was just elected. Simone Hilton was just elected as a president. So it might be the previous president is given the award. That's the only thing I can think of. I would hate to think that Simone Hilton, who's in her office, is giving her award. I'm hoping that's not the case, but it does sound like that. But again, great management, great trial management. Yeah, great grant management as well. Excellence in corruption. There's no crying in RICO cases, in RICO trials. This is crazy that we've been in recess for like 15 minutes almost. It can't be 15 minutes, Jason. You're making that up. We've been in recess for a minute. And Adrian Love is sitting there struggle busing. How long has it been? Yeah, it's been about 13 minutes. Yeah, I'm not crazy. My German brother, Alex Menga in Germany, and your system is so broken. Something like will never happen here in Germany. I pray it doesn't, man. I pray that we are the example to show y'all how to do better, man. Grace and peace. Thank you for stopping by from Germany. I love it, man. I love this thing is international. Free these guys. And yo, by the way, shout out to the people that have been commenting in the chat, commenting on my videos and the such of that nature. I am in no way saying that I think Young Thug is innocent. I don't know is what I'm saying. And I'm going to say that again just so we can get that, make sure we clip it. I don't know if Young Thug is guilty. Guess what? Neither do you. And guess why? Because the DA is completely incompetent. Clip that. Make sure that gets circulated. The reason we don't know is because of them. It's not because of the Steele and Shard and anybody else. It's because of ADA Love, ADA Hilton, Mute Man, and the Fulton County DA's office. They're completely and totally incompetent. Catch me outside. DearWokeC@gmail.com. Oh my gosh. Sis Wit is sending a wireless message to Fountain Pack whole office. She's telling them you are fired. This has got to be reality. Like this is insanity. Thank you so much, Amethyst Angel, for the super chat. Always appreciate your support. Thank you so much for being such an encouragement on this channel. Thank you so much. She up the creek without a paddle. Yeah, today, Wit does not, if you go back and listen to yesterday, Wit is still sorority girl, Kiki Ken, very, very upbeat. She's speaking very up and very, very nice and very kind and yada, yada, yada. Today, she's like, look, chick, what's going on? She's flat. She's dry, if you will. Yo, this thing is going to go left real quick. I'm pretty sure when this camera goes back on, it might be battle royal. They might have a cage set up and everything like that, and it's going to go on. Ladies and gentlemen. All right, real quick. The Hightower family just jumped in. Wait, sorry. Grace and peace. Good to see you, the Hightower family. What's going on today? So we're here in the Young Thug trial, and we have been watching this for quite a bit of time. We've been watching for a while. And today we're now finding out that the state has had information that they did not share with the defense, and they've had it for quite some time. I think we're about to go live. No, okay. They've had it for some time. And so this is what's potentially called a Brady violation. And Brady violation, basically, Brady is that the defense has to be shared. I'm sorry, the prosecution has to share all of its cards. All 52 cards have to be shared with the defense. Even if you don't think it's important, or as soon as you get it, you have to share it with the defense so they can build a proper case against whatever it is that you're going to be revealing. So if you keep something and then surprise them, that's what's called a Brady violation. And basically they did that. They gave them information, and they uploaded a thumb drive or uploaded a Dropbox. And in that Dropbox is information that they had never been given. And Judge Whitaker's trying her best, but I think this thing is now, the lower quarters of the ship have started to fill up. And I don't think there's any way to rescue this. I think she's trying to get the lifeboats into the water and get women and children to the boats as quick as possible, because this is a dumpster fire. That's a quick summation, Hightower family, but the rest of the chat, if you want to answer, just give them at the Hightower family so you can tell them what you're thinking. If I missed anything. So this is a good question. Sonia says, and again, thank you again, Sonia, for the very kind support of the channel. She says, the judge keeps trying to help them. Why? This is disgusting. I don't think she's trying to help them per se. I think she's trying to get this case to the finish line. I'm not saying that I don't think it's right to do it. I disagree with it. But I think rather than the case become a mistrial, or anything of that nature, I think she's trying to bring it across the finish line, just to say that you are done with it. So then we can say justice was done. If the men are set free or if they're found guilty, whatever, at least you can say at this level, it was done with. But it's so egregious. I think she's too optimistic. And I could be optimistic too, but I think she's too optimistic. Thank you. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you so very much. Thank you, love. Asking DWC, this is Dun Juan 4, asking, I think you mean DWC or the chat, if this case gets dismissed, will the feds pick it up or will the feds charge him for the guns and the drugs? That's an outstanding question. It's very possible. If the feds have the same information that I personally think everybody's going to try to wash their hands of this and nobody's going to want to touch it, in my opinion. But that doesn't mean, look, I could be wrong. This case is more likely going to get dismissed, probably with prejudice. They're probably right now working on that right now with prejudice. I think the feds could, sure, the feds could probably do that. I don't know if they would want to, because it would look like, y'all just keep, then it would look like now y'all are just trying to dogpile on this guy. You tried in Atlanta and it didn't work. Now the feds are going to try it. It's going to look real bad. So I don't think they will, but hey, I could be wrong. That's it. We just want a fair trial. That's it. At the current moment, there is no fair trial that's happening in Fulton County. Well, I can't say no fair trial. In front of Judge Witt right now, there's no fair trial happening. This is a clown show. This is a complete and utter travesty. I like that. Instead of Brady Bunch, just say Brady Much. I like it. I like that. I like that. I'm team on that. I'm on that team. Let me save that to our little folder. I like that. All right, so lots of good conversation. Man, y'all burning this chat up. Man, shout out to everybody in the chat. Again, we got about 1,400 people here, and we're waiting for Judge Whitaker, who's waiting for Adrian Love, who is the chief running the show as it relates to this trial. I just want to make sure that this is her trial. This is not defense's trial. This is her trial. I just want to make sure that sits in. And Karen, I just saw this right here. I just saw this right here, and this is like almost the gospel right here. What we need is an SNL skit. Yo, Saturday Night Live would be funny again if they started making skits of this trial. Literally, they could do this whole trial, and they would actually be funny again. There has been so much craziness that's happened, from lawyers getting arrested, deputies getting arrested, defendants getting stabbed, lawyers being thrown in jail. I mean, there's so much that has happened in this trial. Yo, look, Saturday Night Live would be funny again. I agree with you 100%. All right. So Eldon, thank you so much, man, for the super chat. He says the reason she's letting this happen is to see if she dismisses or dismiss with prejudice. If there's more evidence, it has to be with prejudice. Okay. I personally think there's been enough evidence in the last 72 hours, but if she needs more, hey, we're already here. We already got dressed. We're already at the courthouse. Let's keep it moving. I agree. If that's the case, then I'm fine with that. I can kind of. I'm sorry about that. All right, give me a second. Got that. And now. No, I can totally get with that. Elon, thank you again for that super chat. Thank you so much. And the wise words right there. Love appeared to be frozen in panic when asked if there was any additional Brady information that the state was in possession of. I can't say anything else. Like Netflix blockbuster. Yo, who should pick this up? Like, should it be like what struggling streaming service needs to pick up the Young Thug case and turn it into like a docuseries or a miniseries, like Max or what? Who needs to do it? Disney Plus. Who needs to pick this up? Roku. Who's struggling and they need to pick this up? Because I think Netflix. I don't think Netflix is struggling. I haven't been keeping them. I don't even know. I think I still have a Netflix account. Now I think about it. I need to ask my wife about that. All right. Who needs to pick it up? Yeah, but she really did freeze. Tubi. Tubi for sure. Oh, BET. BET now. That's probably what you didn't mean, but BET should definitely pick it up. Hulu for sure. Okay. MTV. Yeah, they haven't been doing. They could. Sebastian said Netflix. So that's what I have. There we go. Yo, Young Thug's next album is going to go crazy. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Yesterday, since we're still here, and I did go over it yesterday, but Brian Steele dropped another wonderful motion on yesterday. Let me find it real quick. He dropped a motion literally walking out the door, it seemed like. And what was that? It was a motion to disqualify Love and Hilton because of ethical reasons. And we went over that yesterday, but now I think since we're now being held up because of ethical reasons, it probably appropriate to go over what are some of those ethical reasons that Brian Steele brought up. All right, let me pull that up real quick. Let's make this look good. All right, so yesterday, good old Brian Steele, shout out to Brian Steele, filed a motion against them. And now they're still, if I'm not mistaken, if you're keeping count, this does not look large enough, Jason. If you're keeping count, I think there's been probably, there's like 3 motions that are still out that Judge Whitaker has not addressed. And let me remember if I'm correct, there's 2 motions for mistrial, now this motion, and whatever shenanigans are going to happen as the outset of keeping information from the defense. So I think it's fair to say that they're going to be busy. They're going to be really busy in their souls. And real quick, I forgot I have Thugger Daily gave me his Google Drive. Like that's where I got it from yesterday. The Google Drive. All right. That's better. There we go. All right. That should be it. It's still not populating because reasons, of course. All right. Let's see. Where is it? This one right here. All right. Good. Some reason or other they are sorted. They're not sorted correctly. And they're out of order for some reason. I had them in here correctly and they started, they're out of order. Oh, come on. Fucking damn, what we got? They're not out of order. Come on, Jason. We can do this. Yo, we are still looking. This is craziness. They are still. Yeah, they're still waiting for Adrian Love. So we're better than 25, maybe even 30 minutes in. It can't be that long. How long has it been? Wow, it might have been 30 minutes. We've been sitting here for 30 minutes. Yo, Grace Upshaw, thank you so much for joining and becoming a new member. Shout out to Grace. Thank you so much, Grace Upshaw. Thank you so much for becoming a member of Dear Woke Christian. I think I hit 100. You might be the 100th member. Shout out. Who called off the tech guy flying high? Fonnie and Hilton opened the escape door, about to crash without a parachute. I agree, Amethyst. Angel, thank you for the very kind super chat and the very key observation. Somebody, again, man, this is such a not good look for Fonnie Willis. This is such a horrible look for her. And they can claim, excellence till the cows come home. But if this is what you're doing and what you're claiming excellence at, ma'am, I think we might need to look at some redefinitions, because this is ridiculous. Like, we're literally waiting to see where this goes. Has Courtaholic replied yet? I don't see Courtaholic, because Courtaholic is actually at Fulton County Judicial Plaza today.
She said that Love was going back into the courthouse a few minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, his comments are out of control. Shout out to everybody in the comments section. Thank you so much. There goes my friend Chris K-Dub from All Things Theology. Fantastic content creator, sir. Thank you for stopping by this morning. I appreciate you. Okay, let me get this motion. Sorry about that. They're all out of order now. That is craziness. All right, that's a little better. Okay. There we go. Why is it that? Okay, we got some movement. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. She looks perturbed, y'all. She just said, bless your heart, a whole lot, y'all. I'm not even playing. She does not look happy. Oh, sticky notes. She does not look happy. What? Okay. And so we're probably still worrying about waiting for, forgive me, Adrian Love. Yeah, she looks mad. She looks big mad. Like, there's no way that you're going to convince me that this is going to be a fair and just trial. There's no way. She does not look happy. Yeah, that deep sigh was savage. That deep sigh was like, y'all got to be kidding me. She over here typing. Look at her look. I'm sorry, y'all. She is not happy. Anybody married and your wife look at you like that, you know what I'm talking about. Let's go.
Something else in the meantime.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
can I just add one thing to the previous discussion?
Sure.
A lot of the state's theory is that Mr. Williams is in charge of a gang and the gang does crime on his behalf. He asks for it and they do it. We deny that. I heard the court say, and I heard the prosecutor say that this is inculpatory, no exculpatory. Everything could be inculpatory or exculpatory.
Okay. Can I just,
Of course.
I didn't say it's inculpatory. I don't know. I said the state I mean, if I said that, I'm repeating the state's maintaining that it's only inculpatory.
Understood.
But, okay, go
And I
ahead.
appreciate it. And all I want to make the court aware as you go through decisions is if we knew about Mr. Boyer, then what I would have done is found out if he has a lawyer, because he's in custody, it sounds like, contact his lawyer, ask if I could go with the lawyer and Miss Adams, when I say me and Miss Adams, and an investigator, and interview him. And he may give information that's very hurtful to me. He may give information that is very beneficial to Mr. Boyer. I don't know. My point is, though, that the state has no ability to know what's helpful or hurtful to Mr. Williams, and we have a right to investigate. So I just wanted that on the record as well, in case this
Okay.
goes up. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Thank you.
I don't disagree.
All right, Ms. Lev, if you're at a stage where you can shed any further light on anything, great. If not, we'll take it up after lunch.
I'd like to take it up after lunch if the court
Okay.
allow me. And I wanted to make clear, I'm not refuting anything regarding the need to provide it to the defense and whether it's inculpatory or exculpatory. I just wanted to make clear and make sure that I told the court and the defense that we're not asking to use it. We just wanted to, out of an abundance of caution, in the event that it is in some way, in any way exculpatory, give it to the defense. We're not trying to use it.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, let's turn back to Mr. Zachary's statement that we were going through yesterday. And Ms. Love, you are going to take the overnight recess to try to determine if there are parts of the proposed redactions that you agree to.
So we was on pause for 30 minutes for that.
And Mr. Shard, I know that.
And now we're about to go back to
I don't
Mr.
know if it was
Zachary.
you or Mr. Atkins that shared the the 3 pages of the proposed redactions with regard to this interview that we're going through right now. And honestly, there's not a date on the binder that y'all gave me, so I don't know what date to reference. But you have proposed redactions for the other interview. Can you share those as well so I have something to go by?
I will. I'll send them over right now.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, just for the record, number 38, which is the next one, according to my records, I'm withdrawing my request on that one.
Okay,
We don't.
thank you. And what is the date of this interview?
This one is April 27, 2017.
April 27th, 2017. All right,
No,
thank you.
April 13, 2017.
13th, 2017. All right, thank you. Okay. So, Ms. Love, I know you're looking for them, but did you get an opportunity and are there redactions you agreed to?
There were not a lot. There was
Okay.
only one.
But you're going to find whatever that was and let
Right.
us know.
Right.
Okay.
And I marked them in the transcript.
All right.
Actually, the one that I thought that I did agree to, oh, okay, here it is. So number 76, again, the discussion about the injuries
All right.
a certain part of the body, and that would be page 259, line 20.
Yeah, so you agree that that should be redacted?
Yes.
And that's the only one between 39 and 75 that you agree to?
Yes, and the reason that that is the case, I'll just say that I went back and was listening to the context. So
Yes.
I did read Mr. Sharp's reasons for wanting to exclude it, but I wanted to just make sure that it wasn't necessary for a larger reason, and I'm prepared to express and explain why those are.
All right, well then let's just get back to it. We're on number 39.
So, Your Honor, number 39, I was shorthanding this when I wrote yak.
Sure.
When I wrote yak, that's Mr. Kendricks.
Okay.
So my understanding from my recollection is that Investigator Dennis has never spoken to Mr. Kendricks about the murder of Donovan Thomas. Okay, that's my understanding. But either way, whether he's spoken to him or not, I believe he's just using a technique to try to suggest that Mr. Kendricks has said things.
Right. Excuse me.
But to the extent, either way, he's putting words in Mr. Kendrick's mouth. Mr. Kendrick may not take the stand. That's up to him. But I don't think it's appropriate for Investigator Dennis to state on a out-of-court statement for the jury to hear what Mr. Kendrick supposedly told him about the events of January 10, 2000.
And Your Honor, that's at the bottom of.
Yeah.
And I can also provide the court the timestamp for it on the video that we just given, but it's at 16:32 in the video of this portion of the interview. And when the court is prepared for me to, I can respond.
I'm prepared for you.
Okay. So Judge, I hear and understand what Mr. Shard is saying. I disagree with it. When Investigator Dennis says that Yak says something different, and nowhere does he assert, hey, I did this. Everyone knows there's not a dispute, I think, that Mr. Kendrick made a statement and said something different. And when Investigator Dennis says that Yak says something different, just to give the court some context, the 2015 interview that this witness gave contained inculpatory information concerning Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, and others.
Okay.
By the time we reached 2017, it has been circulated that interviews have been conducted. Jail calls reveal that co-conspirators, at least alleged co-conspirators, people that we allege are co-conspirators, are aware of the content of some of these interviews. And at this point, Mr. Zachary is now saying he's backing away from it. He never denies that defendant Kendrick and defendant Stillwell said to him the things he said in the 2015 interview.
Right.
But now he's proffering theories about their actual involvement. He said, yes, they said that. They did say it. And when Detective Dennis says, after Mr. Zachary gives him a rendition of events, and Detective Dennis says, Yak says something different, there's nothing about him meeting, and the argument could be made by the defense. You heard Mr. Kendrick or whomever wants to make the argument, but that is a piece of evidence that will be put in at trial at the appropriate time. So
that piece of evidence being
Mr. Kendrick's
statement where he does in fact say something different.
Yes.
Is that what you're
about
saying?
himself, yes.
Okay.
So,
And he's already made whatever that statement is by the time of this 2017 interview with Mr. Zachary.
He has.
Okay, and so whether Investigator Dennis talked to Mr. Kendrick himself or not, Mr. Dennis is aware that in fact Yak did say something different.
Right. He's
Okay.
saying, right. He's,
And does
and it's a broad.
okay? Does Mr. Kendrick's interview, when we get to the top of page 116, Investigator Dennis is saying Yak said he was on his way to his girlfriend's house, I guess.
He does say that.
Okay. All right, and so
Your Honor, that
yeah.
I don't believe that's an accurate, I know why you're asking that question, and in the spirit that you're asking that question, I don't believe that's an accurate answer. Mr. Kendrick, first of all, a couple of things, and I think my understanding, Mr. Kendrick's statement has been suppressed.
Oh,
No,
I don't think it's coming in.
she says no.
Judge,
Y'all,
the portion of the statement that it contains what we're discussing was not. What was suppressed is a portion where another detective comes in and starts talking to Mr. Kendrick.
okay.
So there's a very long part of the interview.
Before the part that is
Yes.
suppressed, and it's in the unsuppressed part that the representations that you
Yes.
just made are contained.
I don't, Investigator Dennis on 116 line 8 says Yak said he was on his way to Bush's house.
Yeah.
And they saw Nut at the barber shop and they made the call. I don't know if Mr. Kendrick's saying that to any law enforcement.
Well, we ought to be able to check that. I mean, right? Like the statement is,
And the made the call portion, I'll agree. That part he didn't say, but the part about him being on the way to Bush's house, which is what I think is the most.
No, and he didn't say he saw Nut at the barber shop. My recollection of the statement, and Mr. Weinstein's most on top of what was said in that interview and what portions were suppressed, but he said, I did not have anything to do with this killing. I went to my girlfriend's house. That's my alibi. I don't know. So the state, yes, he said he was with Busha in a car with her going to her house. He never said seeing Nut at the barbershop and making a call. That was not stated. So that's a misrepresentation of Mr. Kendrick's statement, first of all. And secondly, I mean, it's just completely confusing to the jurors.
okay.
So, Your Honor, the state's response to that is when I stated there's information that Mr. Zachary and Detective Dennis exchanged before we reached the point where he says, that's not what Yak says.
Yeah.
And the reason that is important is that there's a compound sort of statement at the top of 116, and Mr. Sharp is correct regarding Mr. Kendrick not saying we made the call, but the part where he says he was on his way to Bush's house.
Right. That's not the part at issue. It's
Right.
and they saw Nut at the barbershop. Does Mr. Kendrick in his statement say anything about seeing Nut at the barbershop?
My memory is that he doesn't say they saw Nut at the barbershop.
Okay.
My memory is that he doesn't say that they saw Nut at the barbershop.
Okay.
Why are we
And
relying on your memory?
But
Then?
that he was on his way to, so I'm not
That-
disputing that
don't-
part.
Okay, so then that part needs, I would think, to be redacted out because it is confusing.
I have no problem with that. I just wanted the court to be aware of why, of the argument
We
that
don't
we were
care.
making.
Okay.
It's
So,
if the statement is going to be introduced as evidence, the reason that we were not conceding that part is that Detective Dennis's.
that part's fine. I understand everybody's arguments. So let's get to what we are redacting out.
Yes, Your Honor.
So page 116, line 9, and they saw Nut at the barbershop. Frankly, why don't you just also skip line 10 and line 11?
Okay.
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 Does that satisfy your objection, Mr.
Yes, Your
Short?
Honor.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea how we're now just moving past the fact that Judge Whitaker asked DA Love a question and DA Love never
Next one
answered
is
it.
on 117.
How are we moving past that?
Eight through 11 is out. That's what the court just went through. 8 through 11.
No, what I'm looking at is number 40, which is what, oh, yes, on the other one, no, 9. Going back to number 39. The Yak said he was on the way to Busha House is fine. So the part that says, and they saw Nut at the barber shop, that part of 9 and then all of 10 and 11. Okay.
And just to clarify, Detective Dennis was one of the 3 in that interview.
Okay. Thank you. All right, as to the next one, Mr. Sharp, your objection is to in the investigator's statement, right? Or also the answer?
It's the investigator's statement, and I don't necessarily have a problem with the extent that he's asking Mr. Zachary a question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's appropriate for him to say, see, that's I done sat through so many interviews, heard so many different stories, kind of pieced
Right.
together by time, dates.
In time frame. Okay, so
You said pokes holes in everybody's story.
So I would think maybe to avert that issue, can we consider a redaction from 117 lines 23 through 25 and then just start with 118 line 1, beginning with everything you just said pokes holes in everybody's story, because then Zachary says, yeah, you know, it does poke some holes, because you don't seem to be objecting to the answer.
I would suggest starting on 118 line 2.
Okay, that's fine. Well,
3 or 4 in the morning.
oh, like 3 or 4 or 5 is the answer.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought he was saying this is the number of holes it might poke. Okay, yeah, no, that makes more sense. Okay. So
We don't have any.
118, okay, so redact by agreement then 117 line 22 through 118 line 2, the word story, and just pick back up with because of Demikion. All right. Okay.
Counsel, could you please pull your mic back up? Thank you.
Closer to me or further from me? Yes, ma'am.
Closer so we can hear you. All right.
All right. As a person that likes to make people laugh, I think the defense should not make Judge Whitaker laugh. They should keep her as angry and as mad and as ticked off as she can. Because when she talks to Love, she's pissed. I'm just going to be honest. She's mad. They should not try to make her laugh. They should not try to get on her good side. No smiling, no let your little ear, none of that stuff. No, let her be mad. Let her stay mad all morning. All morning.
All right. Why do you? All right. So the objection as to the 41 is that it's speculation. Is that right?
It's a hypothetical if it did, I'm reading that as if they did it. I don't think Demekian had anything to do with it. Why he ain't take it like you said, look at me and like little brother. I think in context, what he's articulating is people look at him as a little brother. And I mean, he wasn't there. He's not offering firsthand knowledge. He's just giving his theory that I don't think Demekian would be involved with
Okay.
something like that if they did it. And I just think that's
Okay.
speculation.
Does the state want to respond?
In as much as this is something that is repeated throughout Mr. Zachary's interview, and in as much as there is information that Demekian gave to Mr. Zachary, similar to the way that he gave information to another witness in this case who's now on the stand. The reason that I believe that this should remain in is that Mr. Zachary, at one point, Mr. Garlington was charged, but not by the state. And Mr. Zachary was in a position, he was with Mr. Garlington, Mr. Kendrick, and Mr. Stillwell after the murder, following the murder. So in as much as he makes the assertion, he later says more stuff like, Demekian never told me that he did it. He talks about what each person said to him. But I'll defer to the court. It's just that's the reason that I wasn't asking or conceding immediately
right.
that come out.
I mean, that seems like a valid objection. So we're going to strike 118.24 through 119, line 5. I'm sorry, line 4. This one. Yeah, share. Share the thought. All right, and this is the witness, Zachary, relating what Demekian has told him, and the objection is hearsay. What's the state's response?
Oh, okay, I'm 121. Demekian's statements to Mr. Garlington, I'm sorry, to Mr. Zachary. Much like the statements that Mr. Garlington made to Mr. Copeland, are statements of a co-conspirator. Later in the interview, Mr. Zachary expressly says, essentially, it was a matter of keeping us all in the loop, the information that was exchanged. At one point, he's asked, why are you all talking for 30 minutes at the condo after the murder if nobody knows anything about it? And if not to that specific question, later on, Mr. Zachary says something to the effect of, we're just trying to keep each other in the loop so that we all know what's going on. In other words, from the way that I would argue it, Nut just got killed. Stuff, we have to keep ourselves.
Okay, so that would certainly make sense with regard to anything that got told to other alleged members of the gang right afterwards at the condo. As to this particular statement, Zachary actually gets asked, when did he tell you about that while y'all been locked down? And Zachary says, yeah, well, I've been locked up. So when was that? When did they get locked up?
So in the latter part of 2015,
Okay, and so if that is when this story gets shared.
So during that time, other evidence will show that as a result of the murder of Diamond Thomas, there were conflicts that existed both in to answer the court's, but I think the question is
Yeah.
how does it keep them safe? So the conspiracy that exists after Donovan Thomas is killed and before Donovan Thomas is killed doesn't stop when they get locked up. Inside the jail, there are conflicts as a result of the Donovan Thomas murder, and the knowledge or belief by members of IF gang that YSL is the entity responsible, or people within YSL are responsible. So the fact that Mr. Garlington is sharing with Mr. Zachary events that happened, I would argue still fall within the co-conspirator exception, or it still makes it admissible as a co-conspirator statement, but it's not something I'll hang a hat on, and if the court sees it differently, then just one second. It's not one that I'm going to strongly object to. So it is a co-conspirator statement. These statements within the rest of the interview that are very similar to this are all co-conspirator statements. And for that reason, we object to the co-conspirator statements coming out. I'll just leave it at that. And of course, it's not one that I'm going to, I'll defer to the court's decision, whatever it is. But I'd argue that it is a co-conspirator statement, but there are more statements similar to this made by Mr. Garlington to Mr. Zachary that he alludes to. So I'm going to be making a similar argument about other statements like this. And for that reason, I'm not going to object strenuously to this particular one coming out. Object strenuously.
All right, so late 2015, are there?
Can I give Your Honor a little context?
Yeah.
So Mr. Garlington and three other individuals, I believe it was three other individuals, including my client, Mr. Stillwell, warrants were taken out for them in around October of 2015, based on the testimony or the word of a gentleman named Nicholas Robinson, or Spencer Wright, depending on when you ask him. But he gave these statements to police. They went and Investigator Thorpe went and got warrants for these gentlemen. On subsequent review of the footage from the scene, Nicholas Robinson was not present where he claimed to be on the scene. So at the time of giving these statements, Mr. Garlington, and there's jail calls that I believe reflect this, Mr. Garlington is in extreme prove my innocence, shift blame mode. He's not in any sort of co-conspirator, we're in this together mode. And he is asserting to anyone and everyone that will listen is, I didn't have anything to do with this. I'm wrongfully arrested. He's asking people to get video from the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, video that we still don't have, that will show he's innocent.
Right.
And so these conversations that Quindarius Zachary is saying Mr. Garlington had with him are, from my perspective, for the purpose of asserting his innocence and shifting blame to others. So that would not fall under 801 D2E.
All right, and that's sort of what I'm trying to sort out is this a time that is, when this is shared in furtherance of the conspiracy, or is it not? And if there are, in fact, still beefs going on inside of the jail or outside, I mean, do they get released after late 2015?
No, it dies down a lot.
No, sorry. I just asked a compound question. So I am wondering about what is the state of the beef back and forth. And then I'm also wondering, do Zachary and Garlington get released after they're locked up in late 2015?
No, so
Okay.
they get released at some point later, much later. For instance, Zachary gets prison time, Garlington also.
Right. Okay. But not at a point in time when like they might be out in a week. And so they need to know what's going on the street. So they all need to.
Well, not on the streets.
Okay. So tell me, is there in the jails beefs back and forth where they all need to be on the same page about something? Tell me, how is this in furtherance of the conspiracy?
So while they are in the jail, and this is broadly speaking, and not to this, at this point in time, while they are in the jail, inclusive of this point in time, there are continued, there are statements made and conversations that are had about different YSL members getting beaten up by IF gang members. So there is evidence that we have to show of a continuing conflict within the jail and within.
Okay. How does Mr. Garlington telling Mr. Zachary I wasn't involved in furtherance of the conspiracy? Well, and the Woody picked me up after the shooting. I mean, because that's really the thing that he says. How does that further the conspiracy?
Our argument is that it fosters cohesiveness. It is information shared between two YSL members while they are in the same predicament of being confined among other persons who are members of an opposition.
All right. So, I mean, I think the fact that on at 122 page 122, lines 1 through 3, the answer being that Garlington said, no, he does not. He says that Woody picked him up after the shooting. That's not, hey, Betty, I've got absolutely zero to do with this. It is still something that could in some way be against his penal interest. So I am going to find that to meet that co-conspirator exception. So I'm going to overrule the objection on that one.
So it just for clarification, so we're playing from 1 to 3 on 8.2.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, meaning I understand the first rule.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. But yes, that's probably a good idea to clarify that for the record. All right. So moving to number 43, which starts at the beginning of page 124 and is most of that page. All right. What does the state say about this one?
So, Your Honor, in order for the argument is that it's hearsay about what Demetrius said, and
Is that the argument or is the argument here? I mean, at least what's on the, yeah, false hearsay, if you will.
I'm sorry, I was looking at 42, 43.
Yeah. Yeah.
Was my impression and really for my notes, the fact that whether it was truly what Demekian said or not truly what Demekian said, the falsity is irrelevant. I take exception to Investigator Dennis relaying in a statement that would be heard by the jury what Demekian Garlington supposedly said to him. Demekian Garlington is not going to take the stand, to my understanding, in this case.
All right. Is Demekian Garlington's statement going to come in?
No, his statement to law enforcement will not come in. And will
Okay.
not call it. And for that reason, I don't object to 1 through 4 on page 24, but when we get into, again, Zachary talking about what was shared to him by Mr. Garlington, we would object to that portion, but I don't have an objection to 1 through 4. The numbers 1 through 4, but the objection, the redaction requested is 1 through 22, so I'm prepared to argue the rest of it. So in as much as the argument made just now by Mr. Shard is his objection is to the fact that Dennis relaying what Garlington said, there's no objection to that portion.
Okay. Okay, so you're saying 5 through 22 is essentially just questioning. It's not any true or false assertion of what Garlington said. It's just him asking questions and Zachary answering them, right?
So it is sort of, it's him. So there was one thing, and I'm sorry, I apologize for doing this. It is much as Mr. Zachary acknowledges knowing that the police talked to Demekian Garlington. And in as much as that is contained within 1 through 3, I'd ask that the court keep that in and allow me to change that portion of my previous representation to the court.
Okay, is there gonna, well, what about, then what are we doing about line 4?
That's the part that I believe is not proper. I think that's a testimonial statement that
Okay, so then let me go back to Mr. Shart. If 4 is redacted out, then what is your objection to the rest of it?
I don't have an objection to 1 and 3. I do, so to the extent that these are being brought in for Quindarius Zachary's answers,
Yeah.
and this is gonna bleed into what I objected to in number 43 and then specifically in 44 as well.
Okay.
And my perspective on that, for the reasons that I've already shared, are different than Mr. Sharp's. And I would add to what I've already said, that in considering, if it even comes to playing it, in considering what Mr. Zachary is telling the police and making a determination about whether to take it as true or not, Mr. Zachary at line 23, when challenged, essentially Detective Dennis is challenging him about what he has said in line 13 through 16. He says,
Can you drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear right now? Can you drop a 1 in the chat? Was it? Darn it.
Arlington may want to get out of jail. I'm not understanding there to be any argument that Burlington is somehow an agent or another, just that Burlington wants to get out of jail. And
Longer saying anything he's saying about, here's what happened, Zachary. Hey, Zachary, here's what happened. Because you're my fellow gang member and you need to know this. He's saying, I am innocent of all of this, in the hope that either, I don't know whether he cares whether Zachary believes it or not, but in hopes that that gets out.
And my position is that would be an argument to be made. Obviously, the jury can take what they hear and do it.
Okay, but I have to make an evidentiary determination whether this is a statement made in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is what we're discussing.
And our position is that it is for the reasons that we've given to the court.
All right, I'm gonna allow it. And that would be what you cover in your item number 43. And then what I've looked at right now is the first part of your 44, which is through page 125, line 15. It looks like then there's a second set of facts. So I hadn't looked at that or made a ruling about that yet. So.
I understand.
Okay.
And we can get to that if Your Honor would like to, because number 45, I'm going to withdraw.
Okay.
So that puts us back at the second part of 44.
Okay. All right. So the second part of 44 is on page 126, well, all of 126, and then half of 127. So let me take a look at that real fast and then is it the same argument as to this also?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me just take a look at it.
Look, I still like Judge Whitaker, but I disagree. She should not be giving them this
All
time.
right, let me ask you, on page 126, lines 15 through 18, seems like there might be a separate objection to that little part. Or you had withdrawn the gun part anyway?
I understand, Your Honor. He says that's
I mean, if you don't care, I don't care
well, he says
either.
that's what I assume, and then he says that's what I heard. The source, I wasn't going.
So, I mean, yeah, if it
we
doesn't-
assume that the source of that's what I heard is Demekion Garlington, it would fall under the same.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
I'll just point out at the bottom of 126, I think Investigator Dennis agrees with my view on these statements. That it's people putting their own version of their defense to try to say that they weren't involved. And that's the point I guess I'm trying to make.
So I suspect we'll see that on a slide during your closing argument. All right, yeah, no, my ruling is the same with regard to item 46. So that is in. All right, that takes us to 47, which is on 129.
I still think we're in study hall court. I'm going to switch screens real quick. I just want to check this out real quick. Can you all, they're working. I'm a screens. Can you please let me know if you can hear this? Just drop a 1 in the chat if you can hear. You can hear me, of course, but let's see if you can hear Judge Whitaker and them when they start talking. They haven't said there's not going to be a mistrial as of yet, but I don't know why we're still here. At the current moment, they're not saying anything. But she's been referencing stuff all day. I mean, all trial. She's been making references to all kinds of stuff. So I agree with you, but I don't know if that's necessarily because she's been referencing the jury from the word go. But then she clearly has 3 motions, 2 motions for mistrial, 1 for recusal, and of course, any motions that are coming because of this possible Brady information. It's very possible, though. Don't get it twisted. It's very, very possible she has full intention of this thing riding all the way into the sunset. But I think being that she had Love and her team up against the ropes, defense had them up against the ropes. She was saved by the bell, allegedly, by saying, I'll give it to you at lunch. She shouldn't have been able to do that, in my opinion. And they've muted their mic, so that's why y'all don't hear anything yet. Why is Love's computer offline? The camera person is really doing something different today. Maybe he tightened it up. Oh, you know what he did? Okay, I think Love and Mute Guy moved all the way to the end of the table. That's what it is. That's why it looks so weird. Remember, there's usually 3 chairs. And so there was where Mute Guy is sitting right now, that's where Simone Hilton usually sits. So technically, Love is sitting in mute guy's chair, and then nobody's there. So they've actually tightened it up the angle so you can't see that empty chair. That's what it is. AI crashed. I think you're 100% correct. Oh, it's going to happen. Trust me. Brian Steele is probably writing it right now. If he's not, it's happening. I don't think Woody is going to be the bombshell that we expect him to be, in my opinion. Red carpet is crazy.
And is there your objection that the questions by the investigator are based on hearsay?
The questions are
Do y'all
based
hear
on
them? One in the
hearsay.
chat, please.
You know, he's declaring, Investigator Dennis, they're inviting responses, I guess, but they're kind of more statements. He's saying that basically my client is involved in a list of shootings, and then
Okay, perfect.
he
Thank you.
eventually lists them.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
One of them, I think we already discussed. Lucci's Mama House is the words he uses. We already discussed that. I believe we already discussed that was based on what Mr. Zachary told him, which was based on hearsay. He wasn't there, so it's just based on rumors. He's just recapping what Zachary said, and what Zachary said has already been ruled coming out, is my recollection. So Lucci's Mama House, he said he did the bus. We've already established that Mr. Zachary wasn't present at the shooting of the bus, so Mr. Zachary wasn't allowed to talk about, or we're not going to play what Mr. Zachary said regarding who did the shooting. But so I don't know why we would allow Investigator Dennis to repeat it. And then the murder, I mean, that's a question for the jury here. And I understand that there's certain things that are helpful. Mr. Zachary says, I don't think he did the murder. I would like that to come in, but not in the context of Investigator Dennis listing a bunch of other shootings that are on this indictment that he's concluded my client has done.
I got a buffering issue. I don't know what happened there. All right, I have no idea what happened there.
Right. So if we're talking about page 141, starting at line 11, from what I'm hearing, there is no objection to no, he does object to it. Okay, I see what he said. Your Honor, Mr. Zachary he's conveying something about Mr. Stilwell, at least his current iteration of events about Mr. Stilwell. He's saying he wasn't in a lot of shootings and stuff.
Right.
Dennis is saying essentially, what, really? And Zachary is reiterating the point. And then Dennis is asking for clarification. When Zachary says it's probably so many shootings, and then later on he says they go all the way back to 2014. He's clarifying information he's giving to Dennis, and he is giving information that we would argue he does have a basis for knowing. I don't have a problem taking out the he did the bust the murder. But the three biggest ones from line 6 through 7, we would argue that those are events or incidents which Mr. Garlington does have information about.
Okay, so I think that (141) lines 11 through 25 are okay.
Can I state my specific objection to that?
Yeah.
Okay, so my specific, on 11 to 25 on page 141, what I'm specifically objecting to is when Investigator Dennis says,
Can you pick up your mic? I'm sorry. I know that's kind of annoying, but
no, it's fine. He says, right, and he just basically was, from what I've gathered in basically interviewing people and him, again, I don't know when Investigator Dennis, to my information and belief, only spoke to Mr. Stillwell as a victim in a case where a young woman was killed back in 2015. So I don't know where in him comes from. He was quiet until it was time for some action, and then it was almost like sick him.
okay.
So he's like basically saying my client is, I mean, a leash pit bull.
Okay. All right. Okay. So then let's strike that question 11 through 14 because it's really not, it kind of interjects. And if you went straight from Zachary talking his answer from 7 to 10 and then pick up with what he continues to say 15 to 17, I mean, that works just as well. So, and you're nodding, Miss Love, you agree?
Yes.
Okay. So 11 through 14 are redacted by agreement on page 141. And then 15 through 25 of that page, I'm going to permit in. And then,
So
yeah.
my issue with 142 is Investigator Dennis says,
Yeah, no, I'm getting to
Okay.
that.
Okay,
getting
I'm
to that. And maybe you'll be satisfied.
all right,
I don't know, but whether you are or not, this is my thought at this point is 15 through 25 are in, and then redact on page 142, 1 through 8, and pick up with line 9. And that avoids all of the Dennis saying something about a shooting that okay. Does that work for you, Ms. Love?
Yeah.
So Ms. Love agrees to that. So Mr. Shart, I
That
want
works.
to make sure that, so that, you have any further commentary with regard after that ruling?
no, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me- All right, moving us to page 146.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in study hall court. I need somebody to put make a study hall court icon. That's what we need to put on here, because they're literally doing the work that they should have been doing during pretrial. This is what they're doing now in their mid-trial. Just want to remember that. And again, just in case you forgot, you might have already forgot, there are 6, maybe 7 men's freedom and, dare I say, lives that are hanging in the balance, that are being, hanging by a thread. And this woman in the red plaid jacket is basically the one that's holding the keys. Just want you to know that.
Judge, good morning. Keith Adams on
Good
behalf
morning.
of Mr. Williams. So this is number 50 on Mr. Shard's checklist.
Yep.
The entirety of this testimony and the context of it is that this is a conversation where Mr. Sprinkle's involved, the detectives are involved, and they're talking to Mr. Zachary about what they believe to be a beef, for lack of a better word, between Mr. Williams and DeQuantis Lamar, a gentleman known as Rich Homie Quan.
Rich Homie Quan.
In short, my objection for this entire segment of the conversation, starting at 146, line 20, going all the way to 149.3, is that it's speculation. If you read through it, Mr. Zachary is opining about the reason that, well, first he's opining that there's a beef, in fact, a beef between Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar. And he opines as to what the reasons are. The detectives are kind of interjecting their own take on what has happened and why they fell out. And if the most telling part is if you look at page 149, towards the end of that, and it really kind of starts at the end of 148, where Mr. Zachary's talking about how Mr. Lamar and Mr. Williams fell out, and Birdman, a Rich Homie, fell out for some reason. I don't know, he says, continues on to page 149, where the investigator asks him because he wouldn't sign. And then Mr. Zachary says, I don't know, I guess. That kind of encapsulates the fact that most of what he's talking about is what he's heard, what may be on the street. And there's no real basis where that speculation is coming from. So I'd ask that all of that be kept out because it's just speculative.
All right. Well, I think that you're right with regard to
Thank you for the very kind
the
super
very
chat.
end of
I agree with you,
148,
Amethyst.
top of 149.
I'm looking forward to it.
Birdman and Rich Homie having fallen out, and the reason that might have happened being speculation on the part of Zachary. But that's kind of a separate topic from everything that they're talking about before.
Well, if you look at the entire, even starting back at 146 and going through, there are portions, for example, let's look at 148. The top of 148, line 1, where Mr. Zachary says something to the effect of, and Rich Homie knew that they were shooting, that they had done shot up thug. There's no way that he would know what's in Mr. Lamar's mind, what he knew. There's nothing to indicate the basis of that knowledge. And I will say that Mr. Lamar is a state's witness. He's on the witness list. We've been noticed that he's potentially going to be called. Birdman is on the state's witness list, Mr. Brian Williams. We've been noticed that he may potentially be called. And so these are witnesses that if the state intends to prove their theory, I'm going to say it's their theory, that there was this beef between Mr. Williams and Mr. Lamar, and that's relevant in some form or fashion, they have witnesses that they can call to do that.
All right. But, they can corroborate their own witness testimony with something else if they got something else. So that's not an evidentiary objection. That may just be wishful thinking.
Well, yeah, I don't know if they're going to call those witnesses.
I don't either.
And if they want to corroborate, if they call them and they want to corroborate it, then they can say perhaps that Mrs. Zachary knew this in some form or fashion, heard it from those witnesses, but there's no indication that this is anything other than speculation on the part of Mr. Zachary.
All right. Ms. Love.
So, Your Honor, I think some context is necessary here. There have been repeated attempts by Mr. Williams to rebut evidence the state believes has shown that Mr. Lamar and he fell out after Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay.
Donovan Thomas's father was one of our witnesses, and some of the questions on cross-examination involved Defendant Williams showing photographs of Mr. Lamar and Mr. Williams together at times that were after, I believe after the shooting, if I'm remembering the exhibits correctly.
Let it go.
There were Instagram posts and things of that nature, a video of Mr. Lamar and Mr. Williams, a music video of them that they both appeared in.
Yeah.
And that was after specific questions regarding Mr. Lamar's continued association with Mr. Williams after Mr. Thomas's death.
Okay.
When ADA Sprinkle asks in line 18 through 19 of page 146, so what happened? Why weren't they working together anymore? The answer Mr. Zachary gives, his basis for knowing that information, or at least broadly that information, is contained within the statements that he gives just prior to that, when he's talking about having been on tour, being on tour with Defendant Williams during this long period of time. So in line 9, when ADA Sprinkle asks, you know about Young Thug getting up on stage in March of 2015, calling Rich Homie Quan, bitch Homie Quan.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa,
And
shots
Mr.
fired.
Zachary says, I was with him, yeah. And then ADA Sprinkle says, you weren't there? And Zachary says, I was with him when he said that.
Yeah.
So these statements provide a basis for Mr. Zachary's knowledge of whether or not Defendant Williams and Mr. Lamar continued to work together.
Okay. And I mean, I notice on page 147, line 19, no, line 20, I mean, Mr. Zachary's saying, like, basically, I stay at the same place as Thug does in that apartment building too. So he's got a basis for knowing what he is saying on 146 and 147 and 148. Now, I agree that 149 starting at 23 is kind of a different topic and speculation. So I'm going to strike that, and the objection went through. 149 line 3, that I'm going to strike, but
And-
just that, the rest of it.
Judge, I just wanted to make one correction regarding line 20 of page 147. So
Yeah.
it wasn't that reference was meant for Mr. Lamar, not, even though it says you have to listen to it. I think it
We
was
don't wanna
he,
listen to it.
I think.
Oh, okay.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
That's correct. What
Appreciate
you're
it.
saying is that Rich Homie Quan
Okay.
stayed in the same
Well, it
building.
says we, but I guess that's either a typo or a mistranscription. Okay. All right. So then, what
But
is his basis then for knowing all of this?
I was about to say, but even with that, he's describing he's describing later on how much time he spends in the condo. And I believe at one point he even talks about the fact that he went down on one occasion and let somebody in.
Okay.
When asked, how do people get in? They were trying to ask him about a call box, but he's saying, I went and let them in. No. So he spends and talks about the amount of time he spends, a lot of time with Mr. Williams in that condo. So my argument is that he, throughout the interview, he gives a basis for that knowledge.
Okay.
The only thing that I'd follow up with on that, Judge, is that
All right.
that's a different point, right? The fact that he knows Rich Homie Quan, the fact that he knows Jeffrey Williams, the fact that he knows where someone lives, the fact that he went and let someone in does not give him the basis of knowledge of what is in someone's mind or why someone fell out. That's what the conversation
Okay.
is about.
All right. So, Ms. Love, what's your response to that?
So I would argue
Nothing.
that his proximity with Mr. Williams and his association and relationship with Mr. Williams, as reflected in the fact that he's always at the condo, even on occasions when Mr. Williams is not there, is the basis for a knowledge of why they don't work together and a basis for his knowledge of what happened.
Okay. And you have evidence that establishes their close relationship at this period in time.
Yes, his
Okay.
words, Mr.
Okay.
Zachary's words throughout the interview
All right.
are
Then-
reflective of that.
Okay. Then I will stand on my prior ruling.
So just to be clear, Judge, what is the court saying will be kept out?
Uh, 148, line 23 through 149, line 3. All right, we're at the bottom of 152 now.
Hey, everybody, a new poll is up. Please make sure you answer the new poll.
All right, Miss Love, why would this be in?
So we have already introduced the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting. That's what this information is, starting at page 152, line 24. We have already introduced evidence that DK or Walter Murphy and Nard or Demise McMullen were the persons who committed the shooting that led to the victim's head being blown off, half of it. Mr. Zachary's assertions about who did that, I would argue, come from his relationship with members of YSL, with Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen, or other members of YSL. The portions where there is commentary by Detective Dennis, for instance, the part about page 153, lines 14 through 19, I don't have an objection to.
Right.
As well as lines 20 through 25, I don't have an objection to. Because those are not things that Quindary Zachary is telling Detective Dennis. That's Dennis
Well, then how about 154, 1 through at least 14, but that's all just the investigators talking
At least 14.
about basically their own investigation.
I don't have any.
Frank? Yeah.
So there's a portion where Mr. Zachary is, you see it on the video, he's looking at what they're showing him. So where I don't have any problem with, for instance, 1 through 4, on page 154, I would ask that 5 through 17 be kept in, because that's the portion where he's
looking at pictures.
Either has just looked at pictures, and Dennis is now saying that right there is DK walking with an assault rifle.
All right. So that's 5 through 8.
It is. Yes, 5 through 8.
Okay.
And as I think I just said it, but if I didn't, 9 through 14 is, I don't have any objection to that coming out.
Okay, but what about the rest of 154, basically? That's the investigators counting bodies. And all Zachary says is basically like, who are you talking about?
So I don't have any problem. I don't have any objection, rather, I'm sorry, to that coming out. And so that's from.
That's basically 153 line 14 through 154 line 4, and then 154 line 9 through 24.
Yes, no objection.
All right, so let's circle back to 152 line 20. Through 153 line 13.
I don't have any objection to 153 lines 1 through 13. So I guess that's all of 153.
All right, so what about 152, 17 to the bottom? Or 20, I'm sorry, 20 to the bottom. Although I think it's 17 to the bottom, because I think that's the lead into.
It is. He's asking about the Dexter Montgomery shooting. I don't remember the exact words at 18, but it is.
Yeah.
I would argue that as to that,
I mean, I don't know. It may be significant to your case that he's even heard about it. So I don't know. You tell me.
well, that's the point that I was making earlier, was that it was his proximity and relationship with the other members of YSL that afford him the knowledge about Nard and DK doing it. And we have shown evidence that Nard and DK did it. So we would object to that part coming.
All right. So 20 through 22, essentially then, or 17 through 22, you're saying that shows, although it doesn't show the basis, who he heard it from, but.
It doesn't, but if us with the
all coupled together would show he heard it from.
other members of YSL.
So, I mean, I think that then, could be relevant to the state's case, and you're offering it there to show he heard about it and that they kept each other connected. So that I will leave in. But what about what'd you hear about it? 23 and 24 out.
No, 24, he says you can't see it on here, but you, on the tape, I can give you the timestamp. He says, they say, DK and Nard did it.
Okay. Okay.
I just don't understand how that's not hearsay.
It is hearsay. It's hearsay that is being permitted under the co-conspirator exception.
Who I would ask the state who, if I'm permitted by the court, who told him this?
So as I understand Miss Love's representations to the court are that fellow members of the gang told him. Is that right, Ms. Love?
The basis for his having that knowledge would be his proximity and relationship and association with other YSL members. What I said when I first spoke on this is we would not ask for rank hearsay. We would establish a foundation. And if we don't establish a foundation, if we don't establish that it was a member of YSL, like if he's just like the streets talk, then we would not ask who did it or do you hear who did it and then try to impeach him with what he said.
Okay, so essentially, as long as she lays that foundation, that's the basis of the witness's knowledge.
And just moving forward, and because I don't know the answer to this question, but I do know that Mr. DK is Mr. Murphy, Nard is Mr. McMullen. They were arrested and charged for this event. They may have already been arrested by the time they're having this conversation. I don't know the answer to that. But I just think that there's a lot of different ways that Mr. Zachary could come to that conclusion other than a co-conspirator statement. And I just want to be clear, we are putting, if they don't establish a foundation, should this tape be played, the ball is in their court to make sure all this is taken out. Correct?
All right, you clear about that?
Yes.
Okay, so make sure that that foundation is laid before, to the extent you end up needing to play this, that you have laid that foundation before you play it.
That is what I understand the purpose of this exercise.
All right, so we're clear then, assuming that foundation, 152, 17 through 24 come in, 153, all of 153 and 154 are out by agreement. And we hadn't kind of picked apart 155 and the top of 156 yet.
Did you say all of 154 or
Yeah, that seems to be what you ultimately agreed to.
5 through 8?
Oh, right. I'm sorry. With the exception of 5 through 8. Thank you. Sorry. You're right.
Why is it still happening? Why is it still going on? This is crazy. This absolutely utter.
All right. So how about 155?
I don't know. Anything.
I don't have any objection to them.
All right. 155 is redacted by agreement. And then the top of 156, 1 through 6.
I have no idea what the buffering is about. Sorry about that. When did
Next
this settle
item
down?
is 157, 1 through 22.
Homework study
Our
hall
argument is
court.
that it's co-conspirators statements. And I don't know if the court wants to hear from Mr. Sharp first. So if the court does, I'll just wait. But our argument is that we would object to this coming out because, Mr. Zachary is asked on the previous page 156 at line 7, about his prior statement.
Right.
And as I said earlier, what he's doing within this statement is he's acknowledging that he said it. He's maintaining what he told them in the 2015 interview regarding what 2 of the defendants on trial now said to him. But he is qualifying it and asserting, maybe they did. Acknowledging they said that they did, but offering as well his opinion. I don't believe they really did it though. And so when Mr. Bailey at line 7 on page 156, what he's asking him, that is listed on the transcript as indiscernible is, the first time that you talked to Dennis, and Gaither, what did you tell them about Shannon? And Mr. Zachary just sort of says, yeah, and Mr. Bailey asks him again. I think a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
And then at line 17 on page 156, he's talking about that he says, in line 15 and 16, Mr. Bailey says, what did you say they told you? And in response, it's listed as indiscernible, but that's what he's asking. What did you tell investigators that they told you? And in 17 and 18, Mr. Zachary is saying that they shot at Nutt, but later on, he told me he didn't do it though. So we'd argue that one, there's a reason we would want to play that part and into page 157, because now everybody sort of knows that there's a statement and people are talking, people are telling on members of YSL. There is communication in jail calls and in other places reflecting members of YSL's sort of incredulity, their, like dismay at the fact that various people are telling.
Mm-hmm.
I think at some point there's a definite call that Lil D, and that's when Darius Zachary is called Lil D. Demekion Darlington is also called Lil D, but there is a jail call where they say Lil D told or Lil D was telling. And Mr. Zachary, now being aware that people know he gave that August 2015 statement, is trying to come up, pull back some of it. So we want to play it to show evidence of the enterprise itself, how it operates, what happens when people tell, and how people react. All of that, we argue that it's relevant evidence and not just hearsay.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Carol. I appreciate it.
That is a way to bootstrap hearsay, to say we want to play the hearsay to show the way people react to someone saying the hearsay. But my objection is 157 line 1 to 22. And I'll just say, Ms. Love just keeps saying, Quindarius Zachary is saying what they say, or they said. On 157 line 7, in my notes, Quindarius Zachary it says no, and then indiscernible. What indiscernible is Demekion says. Demekion says that they were all in the car. They were all in the car. In what car? In they rental car is what it says on the tape. So he's repeating what Demekion Garlington told him in the jail while he's trying to assert his innocence. And Demekion is putting himself out as being dropped off outside the car and putting Demekion, and then eventually putting Shannon, Mr. Kendricks, Mr. McMullen, and Mr. Cobb in the car. So it goes back to the same argument that I'm making, and I know Your Honor hasn't necessarily agreed with me in the past, but I still have to make the argument that these were statements that Demekion Garlington is strategically giving to Mr. Zachary, not to further any conspiracy, but to get out of jail. And he's trying to put his narrative out there, and that falls under, we provided the cases to the court previously, Stafford, Wilkins, and there's two others, but it's spilling the beans, and there's one of those cases that I've given specifically that had to do with shifting blame. And he's shifting blame, and that's just does not fall, and my argument is that does not fall under 801D to E.
Your Honor, my interpretation of page 157, at least lines 1. My interpretation of it is that they are talking about up to a point at the very least, something that Shannon said. I don't disagree that it bleeds into comments about Demekion Garlington, and I'd ask for the court with respect to the finer points to give me 1 second. So in the 2015 interview, Mr. Zachary tells police, and we'll get to that when we address those redactions. He tells the police that he doesn't know what in the world made them do that. And he was asked by Detective Gaither, made what do that? And Mr. Zachary says, people who killed him, Shannon, Yak, Nard. And then Detective Gaither says, Nard in jail for kidnapping. Mr. Zachary says, yeah, and Duop. He's then asked what Duop looks like. Then Detective Gaither says, how do you know this? Mr. Zachary says, because they told me. Detective Gaither says, who told you? In August 2015, Quindarius Zachary says, Shannon and Yak told me. Detective Gaither says, why did they tell you that? Mr. Zachary says, we were at the house talking about it. Detective Gaither says, which house? Mr. Zachary says, Thug's house. Question, new or old? Mr. Zachary says, the old one, his condo down there. Detective Gaither says, exactly what did they say? And then from there, Mr. Zachary goes into a recitation of events that he says he got from Shannon and Yak. So the argument that this information came from Demekion Garlington, who was just trying to clear his own name, is belied, I think, by the information that the court will hear Mr. Zachary give in 2015.
In Your Honor, I don't dispute that Mr. Zachary has said that Mr. Stillwell that he's claimed that Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendricks made statements to him. That's not the point. And when we deal with those statements, we can address, we'll address those statements in the arguments. But in this particular statement, and we can listen to the tape, my notes say on line 7, Demekion says that they were all in the car. They were all in the car. This information that we're dealing with right now, the source out of Mr. Zachary's own mouth, is the source is Demekion. And that's what's on the table before us right now.
All right, so if we go back to 156 line 7, which is where this objection, I think, begins. No, it doesn't. But no, it doesn't. But if we go back there, at that point, they're talking about what Zachary told them way back in 2015, the source of which was the conversations amongst people at Mr. Williams' old Midtown condo. So close in time to the murder. And so y'all seem to know what a lot of the indiscernibles say. So on 156 at around line 16, I mean, they're talking about, what did you tell them about Shannon? And then line 17, what's line 16 say? Do we know?
I'll tell you.
I can pull that up.
I'll tell you right now. On line 15 to 16, Charlie Bailey says in that interview, what did you say Shannon said?
Okay.
So that clarifies that portion.
Okay.
Need that.
So,
And Your Honor, it's only 1 minute from line 13 on page 1, or line 14 on page 156 to line 8 on page 157. So there are short intervals between them if there is a point at which we can play anything that helps clarify things.
And I understand that, but in that short interval, he switches to say Demekion says that there was all in the car. So I mean, he switches the declarant, and that doesn't take much time to do, and that's what he did in this conversation.
Because I don't.
so I don't know who is, I see that it says Demekion told Shannon, but then it says Shannon didn't do it. He's saying they was in the car though. That he could be, who knows? That could be either of
I
them.
can't speak to that.
He said they was in the car when it happened, but they didn't see nothing. So I don't know what the basis for that.
Well, and that's Investigator Underwood talking at that point. So I don't know. Investigator Underwood's statement doesn't make a lot of sense in that context to me now, but I believe that the transcript is accurate.
So in 2015, during this first statement, does Zachary say that Shannon Stillwell maintained that he was in the car?
He says, he says that, but in a more, even a more.
Okay. And then does he also at that point before say that Garlington was in the car, at least in the car?
You're talking about the 2005, the early 2000,
Yeah.
the earlier statement?
Mm-hmm.
He says,
Not,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
not in the car that.
In either of the two cars.
So in a car, but not the car that is doing the kill.
Right.
Shooting.
Okay. But this, whether it was Garlington or Shannon saying that they were in the car, but not that car. In 2015, when Zachary talked to law enforcement, did he at that point as well say that both Shannon and Garlington were in the car, one of the two cars?
Yes.
Okay, so then I don't think it really matters who the he is there. Because he's already said that. So that can't be based only on now Garlington saying some other story to get out of it. So I think 156 lines, well, y'all don't have an issue with that, but 157, 1 through 3 seems fine because he has a basis for knowing that is from before. And when we get down to 7, are you saying that now that answer that I think Demekion said that they was all in the car?
Correct. He said, no, the quote that I have in my notes from this statement is, no, Demekion says that they was all in the car. They was all in the car. And then Investigator Underwood says, in what car? When Darius Zachary says, in they rental car.
Right.
And then Underwood says, when it happened, well, and the rest is as described in the transcript.
Okay.
Thank
I
you,
mean-
Minimum Logic. Thank you so much for the gracious super chat. Appreciate you.
None of that is Demekion saying anything that really is like, I was in no way involved in this.
Well, my understanding of what Demekion's saying, and just to
Is
add
that
context.
I was involved with all of it up until the point when conveniently I got dropped off.
Right.
Right.
My understanding of what the story is Demekion's in the car. They're riding down the street. He gets dropped off. People switch cars.
Mhm.
And then he says who was in the car ultimately when it pulled off. And he wasn't in the car at that point.
And Your Honor, the information that Mr. Zachary shares in 2015, he says that he got that night or the next day. So he got before Mr. Garlington was ever arrested. So to the extent that the argument is, well, at least partially what I understand it to be regarding Mr. Garlington, the information that's being shared is information that Mr. Zachary previously asserted came from his conversations with defendants Kendrick and Stillwell.
Okay. I'm going to allow 156 line 7 through 157 line 22.
And can I just ask one thing?
Sure.
I don't want to disagree with Miss Love about her characterization of what Zachary says Garlington said to him before, because quite honestly, I don't remember until we go over the transcript. But if in fact that transcript from 2015, earlier 2015, does not reveal that Garlington gave him information at that time, could we revisit?
Sure.
And I was saying, and if I said I said Kendrick and Stillwell.
Yeah.
Well, right, we know, but Kendrick and Stillwell, we know that, but it seems to me that Miss Love is asserting that in 2015, Zachary is claiming that Garlington had already given him information prior to Garlington being arrested. And I don't know that to be true.
I don't know that that's what she was saying. Because what I had asked her was did he already have a basis for knowing all of that back?
He didn't. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Kendricks allegedly gave Mr. Zachary information.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to agree that all of this information is included in that information. My stance, my belief is that this is information that was given by Mr. Garlington while he was incarcerated, which affects the analysis of the co-conspirator statement. And I don't believe it. And I understood the state's, and if that's not the state's argument, I understood the state's argument as, well, Zachary in his earlier statement
Right.
had said that Garlington had already given him the information. And I don't know that to be true.
I don't think that's what she said, actually. But what I'm saying is, I mean, Mr. Garlington may think that if he puts a story out there that he was with all of the people alleged to have committed this crime as parties to a crime up until, 2 minutes beforehand, hops out and then gets picked up 2 minutes later, that gets him off the hook. I mean, that's wishful thinking, although apparently, I don't know. Anyway, I think he is still inculpating himself to me. So I guess I'm saying I understand, but reject your argument that this is, even if said during the jail stage, is at a point where it is no longer in furtherance of the conspiracy. I'm also saying it appears that Zachary had all of this information the first time around also.
Okay. That's the part I'm not
Okay.
necessarily.
And that may not be true, but if that changes, you can let me know. But my other ruling still is, adverse to your position.
Understood.
All right. But legitimately, we needed to get it cleared up. So, all right. So 158 lines 12 through 21. Actually, lunch is here. So why don't we break for lunch until, let's say 1:20.
120. You're saying 120. All right. I'm going to leave it up just in case. Just in case they try to slip something in this. So we're going to come back here at 1:20 Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to jump back on. I'm going to jump back on at 1:10 and kind of field all your questions and all that kind of good jazz that y'all have. Because there's been a lot of good commentary in the chat. So definitely want to talk about that stuff. But I took my hat off. Okay. Well, y'all know who I am. Hopefully you do. All right. So I think they are done. They really did go. But appreciate y'all so much. Before we go, I want to say thank you to the very gracious super chats that have been coming in. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. So I just want to, again, shout out John, who's the stream sponsor today. Thank you so much, John. Thank you, Amy, again, for this wonderful super sticker. Sonia, thank you again for your support. Amethyst Angel has been a blessing upon blessing. So thank you so much for your very kind chat as well. I appreciate you, Judah. Now, Judah gave me a comment that I might need to look into. So I'm going to see if I can get a Brady Much shirt put together before the end of the day. Thank you again, Eldon. Thank you very much. And joining the club. Grace joined became a member, of Dear World Christian. I'm going to be doing a members only live tomorrow evening, which is Thursday. I'll be reporting on that tomorrow. So we'll be having a chance to kind of sit around, talk, ask questions, all that kind of good jazz. Members only. Thank you so much. Amethyst again. Thank you so much. Very kind. Just blessing upon blessing. I thank you so much. And then rounding it out, she even dropped me a $10 super chat as well. And then Minimal Logics, thank you to whomever got her the membership earlier this week. Thank you so much. And I wanted to end just answering this question right here that Matt said. I think this is something we need to look at. I like Judge Whitaker. I think she's definitely doing a yeoman's job here, trying her best to keep this thing on the tracks. But I do think she needs to let Adrian Love talk. And what I mean by that is Adrian Love is just making stuff up on the fly. And I think by Judge Whitaker interjecting and kind of transliterating and trying to transcribe what Adrian's saying, I think she's getting Adrian off the hook. She needs to let Adrian just talk. Let her be on the hook and just flounder and flop and all that kind of stuff. Just stop doing it. So I agree with you. I'm sorry. I like the question. I think we agree. Like, let her talk by herself. Let her talk. Just let her talk. Let Adrian Love just talk and let her just figure it out. But y'all, thank you so much. Lunch is until 12. I'm sorry, until 1:20. I am going to go do that. Grab me something to eat. I'm going to jump back on here at 1:10 and we can get back at it. I thank y'all again for the chats. The chat has been crazy today. Thank you so much to all of y'all. I appreciate it. I don't know. Again, I think she could be given clarification, but it would, in my opinion, ask the person to clarify themselves. Don't clarify it for them. Because I think a lot of people realize, like, Judge, 88 Love be saying some stuff and words will come out of her mouth, but they don't make sense. So if you don't understand it or you think you understand it, ask her to clarify. Ask her to clarify herself, not explain it. Because I think Judge Whitaker is explaining it differently than Adrian Love is saying it. Yeah. So that's my little 2 cents. What time is it over here now? It is currently 12:10. So I'm going to be back at 1:10, so in an hour. I'm going to leave the stream up. Absolutely leave the stream up. Thank you so much, Missy, for reminding me of that. Miss Mandy, please forgive me for reminding me of that. I will make sure I leave the stream up. I'll leave some cool, calm, relaxing music playing. Yesterday, Missy didn't like my music. I heard you talking bad about my tracks. Let me see, get a little... let's see here. I don't like that. That's not my jam at all. See, there we go. How about this one, Mandy? Is this okay? Is this acceptable? I'm gonna leave the stream up. We'll see you all in a few, everybody. Thank you so much. Enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. Woo! That first half was pretty wild. Pretty wild. Hopefully, you all had a great lunch. We had the first half of the YSL Trial day 100 and too many, 107 today. And I'm kind of with home office right off the bat. Right off the bat, I'm kind of expecting there to be some fireworks after lunch. I don't know how or what Adrian Love is going to do to rescue this, because it looks like she's really, really in deep water. And if you're not familiar with what's been going on, so yesterday, to end the day, the court was made aware that the state had given them some evidence that was potentially pretty bad, and they were giving it to them literally this week. And most of you have probably have heard, if you were with us earlier, that's what's potentially called a Brady violation, where the prosecution has to give all of the evidence that they're going to use during the trial, before the trial, to the defense, or as soon as they get it. And so there's rumor, because I look back over it, Adrian Love said that they've had it for 7 months. Now, if you back that up, that means they got that back in February or January, even December of last year. That's problematic. Now, I don't know where Judge Whitaker is going to land on it, because I really think Judge Whitaker just wants to get this case over with and bring it to a resolution. I don't know what that's going to look like. So here we are today. And so we're back. They started out, now last night, Judge Whitaker said, we're going to look into this in the morning. Adrian Love came in this morning, again, just unprepared, didn't have all of her documentation, so on and so forth. So Judge Whitaker, again, trying to be gracious, I don't know why, told her that we will see you this after lunch. So when we get back in here, we will see what actually happens. I have the stream ready. Thank y'all, everybody, this morning for your patience as I was trying to figure out what I had done wrong to the stream, but we got it right now. We got it right. Hopefully you all can hear me well. Seems like everybody can. I don't see anyone saying that they can't. Maybe some people wish they hadn't heard me, but I mean, that is what it is. I totally get it. Yeah, we're good to go. We're cooking with grease over here, apparently. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm really hoping that Judge Whitaker, now she's done, I think she's done a fair to middling job of holding Adrian Love's feet to the fire, not letting her off. I do think she should stop answering questions for her, though. Adrian Love has been proven time and time again that she doesn't actually know answers to her questions or the answers to questions. So don't answer her questions, Judge Whitaker. Just let her flap in the wind. Just let her just figure it out herself. But don't answer her questions. Besides that, though, it's been wild. Let's see what y'all got to say. Home Office says as follows: I think the judge is just giving false hope by continuing to go over evidence discrepancies just before she drops the bomb on Fulton County DA's office. I can dig it. I can dig that. Welcome back to you. Thank you so much, Becky. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully this will be a good afternoon. I'm looking forward to a good show. Lots of good stuff. I mean, it's very reasonable to suspect that she might be just letting her run this out as long as she can, and then she's going to yank that chain back. It's very possible. Somebody said that she might not call. Judge Whitaker won't decide because Simone Hilton is not there. I don't think there's any reason to believe that, because she's giving her the business right now in 4K. It's so much that Adrian Love is tapping Mute Man to answer her, to help her out. That's crazy. No way at all. So hopefully she'll actually just decide. And don't forget, there's several motions. I'm positive that Brian Steele has dropped some new motions since this has started off. So we will see. Quick. Yep, Brian Steele's already dropped a bomb. Not a bomb. He's already Brian Steele is amazing. So Brian Steele going to Thugger Daily. Yo, by the way, if you don't follow Thugger Daily, you got to. Brian Steele has filed a motion to exclude all expert reports related to cell phone evidence that was withheld from them by the state until 2 days ago, violating discovery rules. And this was dropped at 1:01, so literally like 10 minutes ago. Amazing. All right, so this is on Thugger Daily's Twitter. I'm going to drop the link to it. I mean, amazing, amazing. All right, I just dropped the link in the chat. If you want to, you're welcome to check it out. We'll probably end up going over it a little later. Want to get started, and then Steele's pen. There you go. That's probably right. It's probably Steele's pen. He is forever catching them slipping all the time. All right, let's make sure we're not missing out. All right. We are ready to go whenever they're back in session. We're ready to pop up and go with them. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. Yeah, this is a great question. How can I know what to fight if I don't have full discovery? That's the reason for this Brady Giglio rule. And I think that's the problem. I think he should exclude it altogether, but we'll see what they do. It is interesting. They already have 2 mistrial motions floating out there, as well as a fair trial, and now this. And good luck getting the jury to follow along with this. The problem with Lovey, I think, if I'm understanding correctly, the problem with some of these defendants are not inculcated within everything. So that's why some of them are not saying certain things and such like that. I think this is the problem with the RICO, using RICO like they're using it, because you got people in here that are not guilty of anything, but they might be guilty of one thing, and there's like 64 accounts altogether. Why am I here? If you go back and look at, there's a gentleman that he's already pled out, and his name was YSL Mondo, if I got his name right. He pled out, used what's called the Alfred plea. So basically, you say that you cop a plea, but you're not saying what you're copping a plea to. So you're not guilty of anything, but you've pled out. It's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life. I was looking into it this morning, but I bring that up because apparently they didn't have much on him anyway, but he was that's why they didn't sweep him up in this RICO. It's the craziest thing. Oh, and by the way, Fonnie Willis was his attorney at that time. Crazy, right? Yeah, this is uber confusing because in my opinion, a defense attorney would be wise if I were there and I didn't have, my client only had like, let's say 2 charges, but everybody else had like 5 or 6. I would just be throwing shade all the time. It would confuse the whole thing. Try snitching. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, Transplanted Texan. Fonnie Willis was the lawyer for one of the YSL co-defendants. And he was never brought up in his sweeping RICO. And I didn't understand fully why he wasn't. It was the craziest story. But again, it's just another situation, man. Just another. It's not fair. No, it's not fair. So KSQ Free says, not fair at all. Now you think about this. If you didn't have money and this is not on TV, this would happen to any normal person. I've said this before. The only reason we know about this is because Young Thug had money. If Young Thug didn't have money, he would already be in jail. Serving, he'd probably be on probably closing out his first year of this. But this is a good thing that's coming out of this, is that we are now watching in 4K how they're doing somebody who has money. So what about the retired classroom teacher? I ain't got 2 pennies to rub together. I mean, this is craziness. Drizella 2511. I'm still doubting that Woody's going to show up. Has to show up on Monday. And I'll tell you why in a second. There's a 4-letter word for why I don't think Woody's going to testify on Monday. It's a 4-letter word. Can anybody put it in the chat? What is a 4-letter word that I'm pretty certain we're going to have to consider? Anybody want to drop it in the chat? It's a 4-letter word that's still, I feel like it's the other elephant in the room. Y'all said jail. Oh, that's not, no, definitely not. Definitely not that. No, there's another 4-letter word that I really think lots of people are kind of just, we all know about it. We all talked about it at least one time today. I know I've talked about it with y'all at least once. Thug. No, not that. ADA love. No, not that. There it is. It's the jury. They still don't have jury instructions. I'm sorry. The hope that they're going to be able to get done with all this shenanigans and get ready for a jury on Monday, because the jury doesn't know, and let's pretend that they haven't been keeping up with this case. They don't have any instruction. The defense and the prosecution and the court have not agreed on the instructions or how to even vet them. How do you know that you have a jury? There's 18 jurors. I said it was 16 earlier, but it's actually 18. They had 6 alternates. How do you know that those men and women are ready to come back on Monday? I'm sorry. I don't think that they're going to be ready for this. I just don't think so. So I think before they get to whether Woody is going to, what he's going to say on Monday, I think they need to have a true coming to Jesus meeting about what in the world they're going to do with that jury. I don't think they at least got to budget a day of clearing out those jurors. Because again, you got to have all of them there. They got to be housed in a room by themselves. You're going to bring one in at a time and ask a series of questions. And you got to determine, like, okay, how much information do they need to know before you say, I don't want this juror anymore? How much? They need to know a little bit. Were they racing little Woody down Peachtree Street? What's the cutoff? They don't even know. And remember, there's 7, 8 lawyers on one side, on the defense side. And then you got the prosecution. They haven't even agreed on what's going to be the standards. I'm sorry. And y'all know I'm juror number 3.14. So I'm throwing this whole case. I'm walking in there with my Atlanta Must Be Stop shirt and my Woody neck tattoo and Make Love Work tattoo. That's it. Yo, thank you, Surf Dog, for the super chat. What are you saying here? I got to put my glasses on so I can see. The corruption and the justice by Willis DA office is mind-boggling. Ex parte meetings, coercion to stubborn perjury, and on and on and on. This debacle must end in a mistrial ASAP to end the waste of public funds. Come on. Surf Dog, thank you very much for the very kind super chat. Thank you so much. Y'all put Surf Dog in the chat real quick while we're waiting. Go and put Surf Dog in there. Shot double extra credit if you can make emoji that says Surf Dog. Extra credit to you. I agree with you 100%. This is This is just a pure embarrassment. Everybody's looking at Atlanta and they see this is the clown show that we're putting on display. This is our best and brightest. This is the best that they have in the DA office of Fulton County. And please understand, like I said before, Fonnie Willis is not coming to rescue. There's nobody coming to rescue Adrian Love. Adrian Love is not going to get a lifeline. Those are hilarious, by the way. Adrian Love is not going to get a lifeline. She's going to come in there with whatever work she's done over lunch while she was eating her humble pie and praying. Whatever she got done is what she's going to have. And I think Judge Whitaker's had enough of this foolishness, in my opinion. We are going to see. I don't know how they're going to keep this going, though. Yeah, I mean, now watch this. Greg, he says this in the Trump RICO case. I want people to say, tell me that you have confidence in the Trump case now. That's all. I don't think she's done any homework. I don't think she did anything. I think she was calling people, trying to see if she can get another job. Matter of fact, Black law student is not in there today, but Black law student sent me, I don't know, sent me where Adrian Love was in 2020. It was a very interesting read. She was running to be DA of another county here in Georgia, and she didn't get it. She got unseated. She got handily beat. And then she shows up in Fulton County. It's kind of wild. And that is the elephant in the room. That is the elephant in the room. Is that what a cup of it? Not a glass, it's a whole cup. Okay, I got you. Yeah, when the whole world is looking at you, that's going to be a good indicator. Hey, you know what? That's another option. She just becomes a whistleblower. Let me tell you what's going on, and let me get out of the way. That might be an option. Ladies and gentlemen, they're back. One in the chat if you can hear.
Searching through the discovery that has been turned over with respect to the representation that I made to the court about the number being on the wire. Within the discovery that was served in 2022, the phone number that we've gotten the records for and the last name of Mr. Boyer is provided within the Sumlin Dorsey conspiracy. And I said wiretap. There are 2 wiretaps that were gotten. This name and this number appears in both, and the name for the number appears in the Sumlin wiretap.
All right. And you produced that to the defense as a part of the Sumlin Dorsey conspiracy package of discovery in 2022. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You distilled that much
Okay.
better than I said it.
And do you have anything more specific than that to point out to show like exactly when that discovery got served?
I do. Hold on.
Okay.
Just need to know the date.
Pause. Never.
The 2nd, 2022.
Always a pause.
All right.
And the folder specifically that the number and the name appear in the discovery served August 2022, it's folder 1, counts in indictment by act at 181 through 182, Sumlin, Dorsey. Count 55, 181 through 182, discovery 2, Dorsey conspiracy. And it is the 6 call down,
Okay.
which has on it, and I will submit this as states 1 for the purposes of today.
Okay.
It has the phone number 470-957-2893
Wait, why are you reading somebody's number?
dash Dorsey and Boyer.
All right.
Did she just read that man's phone number out loud
Okay,
again?
that appears to clear up that issue.
She just read somebody's phone number out loud.
Y'all can double check and make sure it's, says what she said it said. I don't know. Let's ask.
Can I pass it around or I'll give it to the court first?
Sure.
We just screenshot.
The trunk.
Okay, if y'all got a screenshot of it, maybe send that email around to everybody so they can see. But
And also, we sent it a second time when we organized the discovery for the defendant. So it's in
2 different sets of discovery. The first one is from August 2022.
okay, I mean, I'm happy to pass that around at the time because she's got it highlighted. Y'all can all take a look at it, but she's going to email, or she or Mr. Atkins are going to email that as well. And then it sounds like it got reserved later in 2022. Thank you, Ms. Love, for digging through to figure that out. All right. And then do you have hands on the affidavit and search warrant yet?
I label it states 2.
Okay.
All right, so
I mean, I guess the court reporter is asking about the labeling. So yesterday we had a states 1 and 2, and we sort of had a motion, I guess, with regard to, I guess that was,
We labeled it differently. We labeled it states 1 Melnick proffer.
okay.
We labeled today's states exhibit 1 as states exhibit 1 August 7th, 2024, if that's today's date.
Okay, so it's weird, I guess, because I'm sure there are 100 million, I exaggerate, but a number of states exhibits that have already been in for the jury trial. We're sort of paused on the jury trial and kind of we're doing motions in limine for the most part, really, sort of, but this isn't that either. This is, I don't know what to call this. Just don't know what to call this.
a dumpster fire.
Let's just say it states 1 and 2 to the Boyer discovery matter.
Okay?
How about that?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we get a stapler?
I've got some paper clips.
I think we know where it's secretly kept. And if not, it's what you look,
I'm not stapler.
a stapler? It's fine.
That would be perfect, Sean. Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
gotta give it back to me.
Can I respond to what we're talking about?
Yeah, come on up to the,
I'm not sure if anything's being cured or.
well, I don't know.
So let me first start off by saying that the discovery in this case, including, I call them dumps, whatever 1 and 2 came together. And all the different additions, 3, 4, all the way up to, I think there was 13 or 12, they're divided by counts.
Okay.
Okay, so count 55, I believe.
Is the conspiracy
It's
that
a
is connected to the drinks murder, right?
no, it's not.
No? Oh.
No, that's one thing. It's a conspiracy. It's count 55 in this indictment, which involves
The murder of Harold Clements,
Well, he's not dating.
right?
it involves. Well, that's not in this indictment. It involves.
What is
Oh,
in this
I'm sorry.
indictment? It's not a
The
count
overact.
against anybody. The count 55 is not a count against any of the 6 co-defendants on
Correct.
trial currently. Yes.
Correct. So it involves something completely and wholly unrelated from
Okay.
the drinks
Right.
murder.
True.
Okay, I want to play for you. So I can show Your Honor the screen, but basically, if you click on that jail call, which I guess is Mr. Dorsey talking, it comes up on your screen. It says 0428-2022. I guess that's the date, 4/28/2022. And it says 2218. And then it says a phone number, 470-957-2893. And it says Dorsey and Boyer. Okay, it doesn't give a first name. It just says Dorsey and Boyer.
Okay.
There's no context for us to know who Boyer is. And this is the call that the state is saying puts us on notice that Mr. Boyer is somehow suspected and involved in the drinks murder.
Okay.
This is the call, and I just
All right.
want to play it.
Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Sharp, Your Honor, if I may just make one point of clarification. We did not represent and are not representing that. The content of that call puts them on notice. What we are saying is that the wiretap, the content of the calls in the wiretap are the basis for our search at getting the records. That's what
Okay.
put us on
And the connection to the drinks murder, but it is this service of discovery that says, hey, that phone number from the wiretap is connected to the name Boyer. Is that what you're saying?
That's what we
Okay.
said.
It says
That's all I'm
Boyer,
saying.
and it just says Boyer. And
Okay.
if you play this, I would like to be able to play
Sure.
this.
This is a free call from
Sorry, know who this is. Shout it out.
an incarcerated individual.
That's Mr.
at
Dorsey.
Charles County Jail. This call
All right.
is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Oh, that's it. Oh, the fuck going on? The fuck blaze? I'm in traffic, so you gotta hit that. All right, I get back at you. Too good.
That's it.
All right.
So someone says, I'm in traffic, I'll hit you back.
All right.
And
Okay, no, and Ms. Love's clarification is it's not that call that gives y'all that notification. It's the wiretap that gives you the notification because the wiretap has all these communications back and forth between this phone number, 404-957-2893, and
Stop reading
Mr.
people's
Garlington's
numbers.
phone number. And then it's this bit of
Wow.
discovery that Ms. Love just told us about that says, and that phone number belongs to somebody last name Boyer. Okay, but they say they're not using it in the drinks murder evidence anyway. So that actually, I think, takes care of Mr. Williams' motion in limine filed very recently within the last hour or so, I think, saying keep that out. Is that right? And I have to confess, I have not asked you that particular motion, looked at it myself yet. I'm just basing it on Ms. Pursfield's review of it. Is y'all are saying we want that kept out, and the state's already maintaining they will not introduce it. And so granted, but also unnecessarily so.
Thank you. Well, I added not only case in chief, but in rebuttal for that, Mr. Boyer. And then there's a second part to it. we received on Monday for the first time Agent Bernie's expert report as to a April 26, 2015 shooting of Mr. Carter's tour bus. It's been referred before this honorable court as the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
Okay.
And the state has already put up, they said they didn't need to qualify Agent Racy. He's with ATF now. He's former detective in Cobb County. Racy, which is, I'm going to tell you, R-A-C-C-I, but I may have misspelled that. They've already put up painfully. It took days tracking phones. They have 3 to 4 different exhibits to your honorable court's right of your bench. They're against the wall, or they should be. I believe that's what they are. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is now, for the first time, we're getting another expert.
Okay.
Never gave us this information before. And yes, I've had the records. I'm not complaining about that. But, you know, we look at everything and we test everything with our own independent experts. So I want that excluded too. That was in the motion as well.
All right. So with regard to, that's two entirely separate, the issue I realize is way late discovery is what is being alleged. But we're talking about two different sort of pieces of evidence. So with regard to this Boyer plotting of the wherever the cell phone location is, the state has represented that they do not intend to use this. I'm granting the motion limine with regard to particularly is at least this case in chief. But with regard to if it potentially needs to be used in rebuttal, at this point, y'all are on notice. Yes, it should have been produced before now, but we're also, I would say, pretty far away from hearing any evidence about the Drinks murder anyway. I am not going to make a blanket ruling at this point that it can't come in rebuttal either, because y'all got time. I don't know if it might need to be used or not. I don't know, but I'm going to leave that for another day if and when it does come up. Now, with regard to this second sort of chunk of information that's just been produced, Agent Bernie's analysis of what does that have to do with cell phones too, or just the incident?
He's a cell phone expert, so that's what it deals with.
Okay.
And it's
As
April
to
20th.
the, okay. So what do you say as to that, Ms. Love? Because if y'all have already presented your evidence, or what's your plan with regard to Agent Bernie's report and analysis?
Your Honor, would the court permit me to address the first part regarding the Boyer records and get it tendered the evidence, and then address
Yes.
the second
Yes.
part
Why
of the
let her
motion?
do that?
Okay, so the state is tendering for the court's consideration states 2A Boyer records, which is the affidavit for the search warrant, and states 2B Boyer records, which is a search warrant itself for
Okay.
the cell phone records. And the court is correct. We stated earlier and state again that we are not attempting to use them in our case in chief. As well, Your Honor, I am marking as State's Exhibit 2C Boyer records.
Mm-hmm.
It is a screenshot of a search of the wiretap data for the number of calls that involve 470-957-2893. And the number of calls within the wiretap that involve this number are 501. So
Okay.
I'm
That's a lot of numbers.
tendering this for
Okay.
the court's consideration.
All right. Thank you. And 1 as well as 2A through C are admitted. Okay. Turning now to the
Turning now to the
Bernie
set
matter.
of plots regarding the Little Wayne bus shooting.
Oh man.
The data, the cell phone records, and their cell site location information was turned over, I believe, in July of 2022, if I am not mistaken. I'm almost certain that we turned it over in the first set of discovery that we served.
Okay.
So the data that the plots are derived from have been in defendant's possession since July of 2022. The plots that are that were made at the request of our office were requested after testimony and cross-examination, testimony elicited from through direct and cross-examination of our witnesses in the Little Wayne bus shooting.
Okay.
As a result of some of the questions and answers and the direction that we saw that questioning going, we asked for the plotting
Okay.
of the.
And when did you ask for that?
Here it comes.
I'll get an exact date.
Why did
Give
you
me a
walk up there without
ballpark.
the exact date? Why didn't you have the exact date when you walked up there?
Hold on.
See? This is how you know. This is where it
Give
gets.
me a ballpark.
Yeah, 2 years.
Well,
to
when
prepare.
did these?
In the last 6 months, that's the,
All
I'll
right.
give you a narrower ballpark because things were delegated and we did.
Okay. When did these people testify to the Lil Wayne shooting? When was that testimony, roughly? January, June, April? Okay. So at some point after April.
That's a good one. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this. At the point in time when you think it might be relevant to have a plot of whatever cell phones might have been involved, we've already heard everybody's testimony. Man, we'd like to shore that up with some expert rolling back in here and taking the stand again. We're going to get him to plot this. Would it have been possible at that point in time to share with the defense, hey, y'all, we're going to have our expert that y'all already know about anyway. Go ahead and plot this too.
Yes, that would be. Yes.
Okay. Why was that not done?
So Bernie did not testify about these. He has.
I
not. Okay. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to give the court first
Answer the
more
question.
precise time that we got those records.
Not when you asked for them, not when you got them, when you
Asked for them. That yes. Before I go to that second question with the court's permission.
Okay. Go ahead. How long is it going to take to get that information?
Don't give her any time.
Can Mr. Christian work on getting that information?
She should already
It's
have
already
it.
been worked on. I already.
Okay.
That request.
I mean, will the answer differ based on when you asked for the information as to why at the time you asked for the information, no matter when that was, you did not, even though you could have, say to the defense attorneys, I'm going to be getting this. I don't know if I'm going to use it or not, but I'm going to be getting it.
That is the best practice. And we did not, but I don't have as
A
to-
good answer. I mean, and the answer could be because, man, there are only 24 hours in the day and this is chaos.
let her talk.
And, we're doing the best we can. That could be your answer. I don't know. It's still not a good answer,
Yeah, we know.
but let's just maybe nip this in the bud. Because I did ask you also to, at the lunch
Yes,
break,
come on.
huddle with your team and see if there might potentially be anything else outstanding, whether Brady or not, because none of this sounds like Brady. It's just information that might come in trial that it would be, just kind of like the way we're supposed to try cases is to sort of share each other's evidence to, with the other side so they know what to expect. So were you able to sort out yet? Is there anything else out there in the universe that you think you're going to use?
Judge, I used the lunch break to get that information I gave to you
Okay.
earlier. We were feverishly getting that.
All right. So all right.
So no.
Right now, what I have for the court is that Racy testified on between May 13th and May 16th. So
Okay.
I need to clarify
Okay.
that.
Okay.
And the defense challenging him and as I said earlier, the questions and answers and the follow-up cross-examination elicited during that time period, May 13th and May
Okay.
16th, is what caused us to request them.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. And essentially you acknowledge, yes, we could have gone ahead and let the defense know we were going to try to get this plotted. You just didn't. And I guess what I need to have happen going forward is that as this trial is going on,
What?
first, if there's anything outstanding like that, whether you've got results back or not, or if you're just like, after somebody testifies, you know what, this would be a good thing.
Okay.
Share it in a timely manner, which is like, not necessarily at the time it occurs to you, but at the time you decide to do it. Don't wait for the results to get back. Don't wait till you're going to call the person to the stand. At the time you say, we're going to do this, you give that information to the defense, okay? And then when you do get the results back, you can say, we're not going to use it after all. Or we are going to use it, here's the result. And that is going to be the rule, be the requirement moving forward for everything. So if there's anything out there right now that's kind of in progress, tell them about it. Okay. And moving forward, as things come up, when you decide I'm going to be doing something about this, tell them about it. Okay?
Yes, sure.
Amount of time do you need to
No way.
get with
No
your
way.
team and figure out, is there anything in process?
What have they been doing?
Friday at 5, too late? Or you want me to?
How about Friday at lunch?
Okay.
Well, okay. I don't
How
know
about
what
now,
our Friday
30?
is going to look like. But yes, you can share it with them without it being in court. So yes, Friday by lunchtime. And you can just copy Ms. Persefield on whatever it is you tell them.
Okay.
All right. And
That's crazy.
I expect that to be the rule that gets followed moving forward. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Any questions about it?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything from the defense on that
on me?
topic and
That's
that
insane.
rule?
This is
And I
some-
know it is not ideal.
No, it's
but
not.
This, it seems that up until recently, this trial was sort of everything was on a rolling basis. And I can't do a whole lot about that, but moving forward, that's what it's going to be. Yes, ma'am.
So, Your Honor, that's everything was everything was not on a rolling basis.
Well,
And the rule that you just implemented was already the rule.
okay.
Chief Judge Glanville, at a certain point, because we were receiving late discovery disclosures
All right.
all the time.
Okay.
And at a certain point, he said he was fed up. He spoke to the state. He said he was drawing the line there.
Okay.
And that any late disclosures after that, and he did exactly what you did today. Maybe not in those exact words, but
All
he
right.
said, is there anything else?
Okay.
So he gave the state this opportunity already.
Zoom
And he
in on
told
her.
Ms. Love specifically that if any other late disclosure of discovery came after that date, that it would be met with remedies and sanctions. So we're
Okay.
here again, and I'm just asking that before you exercise patience,
Don't exercise patience.
Come on.
Okay. That it was already supposed to have been in place and be aware of that. Okay. So
Wow.
I mean, I think that's probably true. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Judge Glanville had already at some point said, all right, y'all, we got to
Judge Glanville,
sort all this out.
in fact, he has and did in fact say, hey, turn over everything you have.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I'd only say that as trial goes and as we see the direction that
Okay. I understand.
itself.
Yeah. I mean, trials are kind of living things. I get that. But if even if it took you 2 weeks to decide, so like by, Memorial Day weekend on May, whatever it was at the end of May, you were like, yeah, let's get this. It's now August. So you had all of June and all of July.
Facts.
So, I mean, the motion on the floor is to request that the plot by Bernie be excluded from this trial.
Your Honor, we would ask that the court, since that is the motion on the floor, deny the motion because the data that has been plotted has been in the possession of everyone. That's including cell site location data since July of 2022. Counsel for the defendant is correct that Judge Glanville said turn over everything that you have. And you have a continuing discovery obligation.
Right.
So moving to exclude a summary of what has already been given, we would argue is an extreme remedy given that the information that is contained in that plot that was given to them has been in their possession since July of 2022. And this is something that we requested. I haven't yet even told, I don't even have the exact date that we received it back, but we did request it around May 23rd or shortly after that.
All right. And the plotting that Mr. Bernie did, is that with regard in the report that's come back? Is that in regard to the Donovan Thomas murder?
No, the plotting that they're referring to has to do with the Little Wayne bus shooting.
Oh, right. Y'all told me that. I'm sorry.
That we put up the evidence of.
All right. So have you had Bernie testify yet?
No.
So when I see on your witness list that you've most recently provided to everybody, that Bernie is listed as your expert or not. I don't know if he's, expert with an expert report and phone records for count 2,
That's
which
in
is
the next 30.
the dominant. Okay. So is he then listed again for where?
Yes, he's not in the, he's also in the last 30 set of witnesses for a different act.
And is that the bus shooting?
The Chamel drinks. No, the bus shooting, we've already put up
Okay,
evidence of.
so are you planning to call him to say, and here's the plot of everybody for the bus shooting?
No, what we did was we introduced Detective Racy to do that, but the defense challenged Detective Racy's ability to do that.
Okay.
And so for that reason, we had Agent Bernie to plot them.
Okay. Okay. So Gracie you had attempted the plotting through that witness?
Yes, we had introduced.
Okay.
We introduced and attempted to introduce plots of various numbers. There were challenges to Racy's ability to plot various numbers.
Okay.
There were.
All right, but you at no point after you knew you couldn't get it in through Gracie said, all right, we may be trying to get this in through Bernie.
Did not, no, we
Okay.
never did that. And I want to be clear that it had to do with the line of questions that were put upon Agent Racy.
Okay, so I mean, sure, it only came up that this was a possibility after Gracie testified.
We only decided to do that after that. We were
Right.
intended to be done with that.
But it's still been 2 months since that time.
Yes.
And,
I can
and
see
so
that.
why is an appropriate sanction not at this point saying you cannot use that information through, period. You can't use that information. I can't let Bernie testify to that.
Because 2 reasons. The remedy of exclusion, as the court is aware, is one that is extreme, and generally it would be appropriate when there has been some kind of harm and there has been some kind of bad faith. I'm not saying that that's the only time the court makes the decisions. Our argument would be that it should only be employed if there's something prejudice.
Yeah, I understand. So how is it not bad faith? And I don't mean this personally, but how is it not bad faith when you've been ordered by a court, probably orally and in writing, that you need to produce things as they come into being and as you know about them, and then you don't do that?
Bad faith would be holding it back for some kind of advantage, tactical advantage. And if we're saying we don't have to put that up until the last 5 witnesses, and we are at witness 80 in a list of 175, giving them the records or the plots now, literally when we have people, when we
Okay, so that sounds more like an argument that they aren't really prejudiced because they still had plenty of time to handle it, right?
It's actually for both, because what I was saying is to say it's bad faith would mean that we held it back for, I mean, that's still not the only definition of bad faith, but we did not hold it back for any, we did not intentionally keep it from them.
Okay.
It's
So how is it that it came out on Monday or occurred to y'all over the weekend and you produced it on Monday? Is it because because y'all finally got together and said, all right, y'all, what else is there that we ought to be giving them? Why 2 months later?
so the moment that precipitated this disclosure, I have to rewind and go back over everything that has happened. And I can only say that it may have been that the court, it may have been that as we were looking at 30 witnesses out and looking at Bernie, we realized, oh, Bernie.
Okay. So it basically was just the court saying, it's time to get organized and it's time to share
Why are you giving her the answer?
details about what your intended trial evidence is going to be that finally made y'all get organized enough to realize, oh, shoot, there are some things we have not shared yet. Fair?
It is the court's order that got us to do that.
Okay. All right. So
But you already had a court order, though.
that is probably not bad faith. That is it being swamped because there's a lot of evidence. But
Well,
I am,
Glanville had already told you to
and
do that.
I am exercising patience despite the suggestion that I not do that. And I hear that you probably think enough patience has already been exercised.
Amen.
There is a long time before this witness is going to be called for this purpose. It is more difficult to prep for evidence as the trial is ongoing than it would have been before. It's more difficult to do it with 2 fewer months' time than it would have been with 2 extra months' time. This needs to be the last of it. I mean, it's sort of like when somebody comes before me on a probation violation and it's the first time I'm seeing them. I don't know what they thought about getting away with anything before that. But once I talk to them, I expect them to abide by it. I expect you to abide by it. So between now and noon on Friday, you better make sure you have got all your ducks in a row and you have shared those ducks and ducklings with the defense.
Yes.
Okay. I'm about ready to move on from this, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll be brief.
Speak into your mic. Just-
I'll try to be brief.
all right.
Your Honor, in all candor to the court, I believe that the state is arguing as if it's a first argument to you because they know you haven't been here for 19 months. These arguments, I've heard them so many times, it's countless.
I understand.
Right. And for the state to argue it's not bad faith, I'll give you an example of things that we've been through before we had the opportunity for you to be presiding.
Can I ask you a question before you do that?
Sure.
Is this something that is not already included in one of the numerous motions for mistrial or to disqualify these prosecutors?
I don't think so, actually.
You don't know?
I said I don't think so,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
Go ahead,
But this
share
is
it.
specific about discovery, disclosure,
All
and
right.
timely disclosure. The state's been caught before. Specifically, I remember a late discovery disclosure that once it was disclosed, it actually had a comment on there that was supposed to be internal that said, do not serve yet. They did it on purpose. And how many times can you say, oops? How many times can you repeatedly, systematically make the same mistake as an experienced litigator and say, it's not bad faith?
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm just asking that the rules be enforced, because if they're not really rules. They're just aspirational.
All right, I understand. And we are instructed ad nauseum by our appellate courts. They probably won't like my use of that term, that exclusion of evidence is an extreme sanction, and that prior to a trial court instituting that as a sanction, the solutions that need to be thought about include a continuance, which is not going to happen here because we've been on a continuance for a while here anyway. A continuance here, it's, no, they cannot bring it up next week. It needs to be way far down the road, which they are representing that it's going to be anyway. So it'll give y'all time to look into whatever it is. And I understand what you're saying, and I hear you. And the answer to how many times can it happen? Maybe 0 more times. Okay.
I'm disappointed, Judge
Not
Whitaker.
trying to keep us from moving on, but related to this,
Yes.
my understanding, I'm sitting way back here. My understanding is the state admitted some court exhibits to include the affidavit and the search warrant
Right.
for Mr. Boyer's
Yeah.
phone records. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could the state, we still don't have those.
Okay.
So could the state send those to us?
Can y'all share those by email, or should I have copies made of these?
And additionally, my colleagues are correct. We would also like all reports. The statement that the state has made is there's been a continued investigation into this case, into Mr. Boyer, and we would like all associated reports, investigative reports, summaries, supplements involving the continued investigation since our client's arrest.
Reasonable. Ms. Love, you understand?
Thank you so much, Kathy T, for the very gracious
Everything
super
with
chat.
regard to the police investigation of Mr. Boyer in any kind of involvement of his in any of the crimes indicted in this case. And let's ask for it before the end of the day and make sure you have it before, it should be by like sometime mid next week. And if it is going to be any longer than that, you let us all know why.
Shout out to the little sis. Little sis got up there.
Okay, and
And
so
was cooking.
sharing the affidavit and search warrant and whatever else it was, is that something y'all can do electronically, or do I need to get copies made?
I'm actually checking to see if we brought over physical copies
Okay,
of both the warrant and the affidavit.
So during lunch, you didn't have time to do that. That's what I'm saying. Like this, you're wasting
all
time.
right, let Mr. Adkins look for that, okay?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes, it is. We can provide physical copies of the
Perfect.
affidavit. We do not have a copy of the screenshot of the number of times the number shows up in the,
Okay. All right, but you put that on the record, and y'all, 2C, and y'all are welcome to walk up at the next break and look at it, but it essentially is just this one line that shows however many, 500 and something times, okay? And she's going to share hard copies of 2A and B. Okay,
Just
yes.
during the trial, you're going to be met by Mr. Williams with an objection to Agent
I'm sorry,
Bernie's.
say that again.
I'm going to raise an objection to Agent Bernie
Okay,
about the going backwards, what's testified to, and I heard
okay,
what the prosecutor said about, oh, this came up because of cross-examination. My memory is strong. My memory is that all of our objections to Agent Racy testifying about cell site location data was overruled. The state put in all this evidence for a long time about where
Okay.
every phone was. So you'll be getting a cumulative.
okay. If that is in fact the case, yes, please point me to where that is. And I mean, if it all came through Agent Gracie anyway, then I may revisit my ruling. But let's not take that up now. Y'all can file something and point to that part of the testimony. Okay. All right. All right, so back to the plotting detail that we are
I have no idea what we
engaged
just
in with
experienced.
regard to Mr. Zachary's April 2017 statement. And let me, before we get back down into that, I was going to go back and listen to a portion of the video that had to do with item number 13. Let me find my list. Gotta find my list.
This is crazy. Yo, but shout out again to little sis. She brought that noise. She stood up and gave some facts. I don't understand why Judge Whitaker is allowing this. This woman is supposed to know her job. And she's literally being spoon fed, somebody said.
No, that's fine. I'll just need to have somebody from my staff walk into my chambers and find the 3-page list with my scribbly handwriting all over it and bring it up here. But I've got an electronic copy of it anyway. I don't know where it is.
No sanctions.
Anyway, it had to do
nothing.
with, oh, here it is. Here it is. I found it.
Yeah.
Page 54, lines 18 through 22. I was going to go back and look because I was trying to figure out who they was. So having listened back a ways and listened forward a ways, it's pretty clear to me that Mr. Zachary at this point, when they say, when the investigator asks who they say killed him, and he responds, shoot, they say Woody and them. I don't know that for a fact. That the they there is who do the people that you were with at the condo later that evening say? So I am going to actually go ahead, and I think I had tentatively ruled that out before, but I'm going to permit that after all. Because that's, to me, pretty clear that he's saying that very evening, this is what the group was saying. All right. Okay. All right, so I think we are were we on item number 53 at this point? Anybody?
We had gone up at least to 150, page 157, the last address on.
Okay, right. Great. So then item 53 is on 158. Okay. So 158 lines 12 through 21. Okay. Okay. So then we're at 159, 6 through all of 160. And I guess the objection is this is incidents entirely unrelated to anything that is a part of this indictment and that it's hearsay. Okay. And what's the state's response?
I changed my prior representation. I don't have an objection to that.
Okay. So that is out by agreement.
So, so just, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Starting at line 6 on page 159.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the next is 170 lines 10 through 17. Oh, well.
I've made my objection about what the deacon said being not in furtherance of
The conspiracy, but I would concede, I'm not withdrawing my objection, but I would concede that this would fall under that same
All right.
reasoning that you've already admitted the other ones.
Okay. Thank you. Essentially, we don't need to re-argue it. Got you. Thank you. All right. So my ruling as to this will be the same for the same reasons. And are the items listed in 56 essentially the same again? Same
I
argument?
believe so. I'm just reviewing it to make
Okay.
sure there's nothing
All right.
additional. It's all over the place. One example.
All right, looks like the first chunk, 174 through 177, is all this kind of same thing we've considered argument about. Do you agree with that?
I do.
All
I
right.
also agree that the second chunk
Okay.
as well.
All right.
I'm looking at the third right.
All right. Same for that last one too. Do you agree that the last one's the same as well?
I'm almost done, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rushing you. I just don't want to be thinking that you're done and you're waiting on me or anything.
I would agree that it appears that that is all based on what Mr. Garlington said to Mr. Zachary.
All right. Okay, and so for the reasons stated before, I am going to admit those three portions of the transcript over objection, is obviously assuming they end up needing to come in and foundation is otherwise
I
laid.
do have a motion, and I believe that, or not a motion, but an issue that is in this section, and it's interspersed throughout both.
Okay.
And when Mr. Zachary
Okay.
advised, presumably.
Can you talk into your mic?
Yes. So my concern, I understand that I disagree with it, but I understand that Mr. Zachary has claimed that my client made certain confessions to him. I would argue that we need to figure out on my client's behalf what we're doing with the confessions that were made allegedly by Mr. Kendricks to Mr. Zachary, because that is, as I understand the law, I don't see, that seems like it's spilling the beans. It does not seem like it, and I understand that statements made by Mr. Kendricks, if the jury believes that he made them, can be used against Mr. Kendricks.
Mm-hmm.
They should not be considered against my client, Mr. Stillwell. And I would assume that all the other attorneys who are representing neither Mr. Stillwell nor Mr. Kendricks would have an argument that those statements should not be considered against their clients if they're being admitted as statements by a party opponent.
And for what it's worth, Judge, if I can just join on behalf of Mr. Williams, I was getting ready to kind of jump in and say the same thing, that I understand the court's pronouncement previously. I understand the state's position as to what they contend those statements are. But in so much as we're charged in this indictment, and we believe that those statements may be admissible against those particular individuals who made them, we do not believe that they're admissible against us. We believe that they do fall under the category of spilling the beans, and that they should not be, they may be admissible against that person, but not against us. And we'd object to those statements being admitted.
All right.
Your Honor, if it were that it was, we were only saying statements of a party opponent, in that world, I would have one argument. In this case, we have that they are co-conspirator statements, and all of the defendants currently on trial and the people who are making the statements and the persons to whom they are making the statements are alleged co-conspirators.
Right.
Which makes them admissible for each of the defendants. who
It
are on
makes
trial.
them admissible as long as it is still a statement made in furtherance of the conspiracy. And so y'all are going to need to talk detail to me about when in time and to whom and under what circumstances co-conspirator statements were made, because I can't make a blanket ruling that everybody on trial or everybody indicted, everything they ever said to each other falls under that exception. So let's maybe sit that to the side, but come back to it to the extent I haven't already made a ruling, because it just is going to depend. Okay. So, I mean, I don't know, let's just let me add that to my list of things we still need to do, but y'all are going to have to bring to me the detail about what and when and to whom and all of that.
So, Your Honor, that is for sure. That is what we expected. What we were undertaking here is not even an assertion that. Okay.
Yeah. So we'll do that another time. One other thing I noticed in what we just were looking at is there was mention made of a McDonald's video. And I think just maybe in passing, Mr. Sharp, you mentioned that nobody's ever produced that video. And I just want to make sure, does the state have possession of any video from McDonald's? And if not, did y'all or somebody from law enforcement
They call McDonald's
go
corporate.
see if any such thing exists?
Your Honor, yes, evidence through testimony has already come in that at least one investigator, along with her partner, attempted to obtain McDonald's video. She was not able to. The lead detective was not able to, did not. We don't have any McDonald's video, and we don't have evidence that anyone has McDonald's video.
Okay.
And as the court already knows, in the portions that are reflected in the transcript, it says someone was trying to get McDonald's
Okay,
video.
just want to make sure. Okay.
Woo.
Then.
Hey, real quick, everybody. Real quick,
item
everybody. Thank you so
57
much.
on
We're going to jump back
page
in. Hey,
185.
I know that we are all passionate about this and we are all enjoying the dialogue. Do you mind not making references to ADA's loves clothing and such like that? It really drives the conversation in a different direction. And I know you all want to enjoy this. And I think we all are, again, we're all passionate. We're all engaged in it. But if you could kind of keep that to a actually not existent, it really would be great. So thank you so much. Let's get back to study hall court. Let's go.
I'm gonna withdraw.
You're going to withdraw it? Okay. All right. Item 58.
Can you drop a one in the chat real quick that you all can hear? I think you all should be able to hear.
Well, I'm sure these it started out as kind of notes to yourself.
Yeah,
So
I
don't
did
worry
not
about
do
it,
the
but-
best job of laying out exactly what my objection is, but it starts out with speculation, it seems to me, about
Okay, dopeness. Thank you all.
behalf of Mr. Zachary about why people are not hanging out with Woody, who's Mr. Copeland, anymore. And then they get into a discussion about a word that I don't even use, quote unquote, snitching. And I just don't know what relevance any of this
All right.
discussion has to this case.
So to respond to Mr. Sharp's relevance objection, what the court has, just to give some background, in 186, on page 186, starting at line 1, Dennis flat out asks, after Woody came down here and talked to the police, it was almost like everybody was distant from him. And Mr. Zachary says, yeah, we have, and I anticipate we will here, we'll see through Mr. Copeland. But there are multiple statements that Mr. Copeland gives regarding his distancing from other members of YSL after he went down and talked to the police. That's one thing. Later on, as in line 8, so in line 6, Detective Dennis says that did they distance himself from them because they thought he was snitching?
Mhm.
And Mr. Zachary clarifies it's not about that, but he snitched on the person who shot at him.
I mean, it essentially ends up being a conversation like, no, it's that he got the police involved at all. These kind of things ought to be handled amongst the people that have issues with each other.
Yes, and
Okay.
so for 2 reasons, it sort of tells how they operate, and also to the extent if Mr. Copeland says, no, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
It would serve to impeach that and to further show that this is how we operate.
Okay. I mean, I think it's certainly relevant to showing how they operate. Now, if there is something more in particular about, a certain phrase or a certain question that you think could be excised, let me know that. But I think the overall concept is a relevant one in this trial.
Judge, let me interpose this if I can.
Okay.
I hear what the court's saying. I hear what prosecutor's saying as well. But for it to be a relevant issue in this trial, it's got to be relevant to, for example, someone's testimony. And the discourse that we're looking at here isn't them saying that, for example, Mr. Copeland isn't saying something or is saying something, or people are getting upset at him for snitching. They're having this and I'm going to use Mr. Shaw's word, kind of this philosophical discussion about whether people should be talking to the police or not.
Right.
And you can have that discussion. They can have that discussion without it and have that opinion, because quite frankly, the detectives are also interjecting their thoughts on why people do what they do. That doesn't make it relevant. They're having this discussion about whether it's appropriate to talk to the police or not. But there's nothing about that discussion in and of itself that really tells us anything germane about the facts of this case. You can say that, for example, the state can say, for example, well, this goes to show how they operate. Well, a person can have an opinion without it going to show that they operated in this particular manner in regards to this case.
All right. I agree, and you can make that argument to the jury. Thank you.
I think it also goes to, it borders on propensity as well. To say that someone has a propensity to act in a certain way that might be consistent with whatever their theory is for this case. So I just think.
Okay, well, it's not specific other acts. And if it were, it's intrinsic to this set of charges anyway. So overruled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marksy, for the great question and the great, very kind.
All right,
super
moving to
chat.
191, item number 59.
Thank you again.
I'll withdraw that.
All right. Then 192 is our next one. All right, and that's line 16 through 21, Ms. Love.
We up to 20. Yes, we don't have any objection
All
to
right,
that.
16 through 21 of 192 out by agreement.
Y'all, we got 1,300 people in the chat. Thank you so very much, or at least watching.
I
Please
would
jump
vote
into the
for
chat
that.
and say hey to
Okay.
everybody. Make sure you hit that like button. When you do, welcome to the party.
All right, so that's, you'll withdraw as to your item number 61?
Yes.
Okay.
If you're a legal expert, is this common? Is this common to be doing in court? Because I call this law school court or study hall court. Is this common if you're a law professional that they do this? This seems very weird. Roll Tide. Come on. It is really? No way, Rome King. No way. This is normal? Come on. For real? That's making me sad in my soul. Yeah, I'm just a pre-K law student. I don't know what I'm talking about. So,
I'll withdraw 62 as well.
Okay.
whoa, common in federal court? Really? To do this. So what we're seeing right now will be done in a federal court too? Yo, we in trouble. Oh, I got you. Oh, it's common for Fulton. Oh, you got me. I didn't see that one coming. Your lawyer brother said no. Wow, this is so wild. Mid-trial though, mid-trial, not pre-trial, because this looks like pre-trial to me. Not normally, says Courtaholic.
And Your Honor,
This judge is in CYA
for
mode. Really? Wow.
63,
Mm-hmm.
if I don't want to withdraw it, because if you saw the way, if you agreed with my arguments about Demikion's statements, I think it would be inappropriate for Investigator Dennis to repeat Demikion's statements, but I would, for the purposes of this exercise, I would concede he is repeating alleged facts that Mr. Zachary is saying Demikion told him that fall under your previous ruling.
Okay.
It's not normal.
All right.
Court DAs. Bruh, this is the truth. I said this morning, they basically said, you're guilty. I'll be right back and go find some evidence. That's how this is. This doesn't seem like they have a case. And remember, this has been multiple years.
All right, so
They've been trying it for 2 years,
that's based on the same
Almost.
rulings as before.
but this case existed before Fonnie Willis came into office.
Okay.
And
we're
Paul
at
Howard said it wasn't
item
a good
64, which is on page 206.
Crazy, crazy. Yeah, real quick, I'm gonna call it. They're just horse trading. Nothing's happening at the second. So the reason I want to point this out is because this case is old. This case is old. Y'all heard things like 2012 and 14 and such like that. This case is
And
old.
Your Honor, I know you have
and
no context
they've
for this
had
at all.
access to this. And
So
this
in
is what they
discovery,
have after all that
there
time,
is
almost a decade. This is all the information they got.
Is completely
That's
innocuous
embarrassing. That's
social media
embarrassing.
post.
And being the
of
fact
my
that the
client
previous DA said that this was not a good
may
case
have
and
been
did not
posted
want
on
to
January
pursue it.
10th. I believe it was
Fonnie Willis
taken
moving
at
forward
New
on it
Year's.
tells you exactly why
January
we're here. This is why we're here. Let's go
2014
back.
turned to 2015 with my client just kind of standing there, and it said something to the effect of looking at the city with a lot on my mind,
Right.
or something like that.
Okay.
Somehow that's being posited as some sort of confession, or
Right.
which I don't really understand. It has not been admitted into evidence yet. I'm going to argue that it should not be admitted into evidence because it has no relevance. So there's reference to this
Right.
picture, and
Okay.
I
Do
guess
we,
pending.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're tracking.
I understand. So do we even have any idea what time it got posted in relation to Mr. Thomas's murder?
Your Honor, the time, I believe, is on the post, so it's after, make sure. The time is on the post. And I
Okay.
at the time. And my memory that I'm gonna confirm is that it's around 10 something in the evening, but I'm gonna confirm that. I mean,
What time was the
7,
7 something PM?
yes, it was a little.
Okay.
7:22 is the 911 call
All right.
at night.
Thank you so much, Carolyn Speaks. Thank you so much. Welcome to the party.
And so it was posted by Mr. Stillwell on January 10th at 9:58 PM is the time and date of the post, on the post. So,
January 10th at 9:58 PM.
yes, after yes.
Yeah, that's going to be permitted.
So in that case, Your Honor, there's nothing there's nothing about this discussion of it
Right.
that is by itself objectionable. It's just, I object to the evidence itself. So that's why I
Okay,
was-
yeah. And I mean, I don't know why on earth this part of this would end up being something that gets submitted as a prior inconsistent statement. Who knows? But to the extent it does, it can come in because I think that the evidence itself would be admissible considering it's the post and the commentary is 2 hours after the murder. Okay. All right, takes us to 2:15.
This is more y'all's. You like it? Go ahead, Keith, you answer it however you want. Withdraw? Oh, we'll withdraw that objection.
All right. All right, now we're on to page 222.
I am, on this one, it's a very simple objection. They're talking about the phone records and alleged communications between Mr. Winfrey and Mr. Williams
Uh-huh.
on the night of the shooting of the Lil Wayne tour bus.
Okay.
Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams are, Investigator Underwood interjects and says, Mr. Zachary is saying that Mr. Williams didn't answer the phone. There was no communication.
Right.
Investigator Underwood interjects and says, that ain't what them phone records say.
And that's not true. Right?
That's correct.
Okay. Any issue with taking that out, Ms. Love? Just lines 24 and 25 of page 222.
I don't mind.
All right. Thank you.
Good job, Max.
Okay.
You guys look at 222 lines 1 through 3. Or really 1 through 12.
You're going to make an argument that this should not be redacted?
So yeah, I don't have, I'm sorry.
All right.
I don't object.
Okay, so item 67 as listed is out by agreement.
And the next one,
Yeah.
I don't have any objection.
All right. Thank you.
And so part of the reason that my initial response or reaction to it was to keep it in is only that he was, Mr. Zachary, throughout this conversation, this portion of it, he's talking about his own observations as he was with them.
Right. Not this particular part. So that's essentially, I mean, I don't know if the overlapping conversation actually, y'all can understand it adds anything, but at least what's on the transcript 20 through 25 is not additive to anything. So can we just strike the entirety of this page by agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Sean.
All right. All right, the next one, 225, 1 through 6, appears to be admitted speculation. Unless I'm missing something.
One through I agree and I don't object, and I was actually looking further down.
Okay.
I had no objection to 1 through 6.
Okay. Okay. Now turn into 228.
All right.
All right, Ms. Love.
So Judge, this portion of it, the reason I wanted this in is that it
I know why you wanted it. Why is it admissible?
That's the question.
so, all right, so I don't have any objection to 11 through 17. But Mr. Zachary's assertion that they, and the way I read it and understood and listening to it, YSL knew that Donovan Thomas's gang had shot up Thug's car. I believe that that statement reflects a general understanding that he shares and that his cohorts share within YSL. And I would argue that that part goes to prove count one, and it provides not that we need a motive for murder, but
the Woody get on Instagram flashing money and junk, and the Nut Gang had done shot up Woody, Thug's car.
no, when he says when you're listening to some nuts gang, if gang, shot up and.
But is that the part that you want? Is that like basically lines 17 through 19?
Yes.
But Judge, you don't look at it in a vacuum, right? If we're talking about looking at it from line 11.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get a handle on what everybody's even arguing. So if she's saying, trying to figure out now, like she's saying, I don't have an issue with some of it. I'm not making a ruling right now. I'm just trying to get a handle on things.
Yeah, I'm just trying to point out that the analysis is the same, whether we're going from 11 to 17 or 11 to 19, it's still the same analysis. That what the speaker, what Mrs. Zachary is doing is he is giving his assumption as to why something is happening, what people are thinking, and it's clear, right? Where he's talking about, well, that's what everybody thinks. And it's because, Woody got on Instagram flashing money and people think that the Nut Gang had done shot up Woody or Thug's car. All of that is assumption and speculation on his part. And it's just not, it should not be admissible.
Okay, I don't think it's an assumption on his part that Woody got on Instagram flashing money, is it?
No, not that part.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
Okay.
Woody got on Instagram.
Woody stay
And
flashing
it's
money on
also,
Instagram.
I think a fact, but I don't know, y'all can tell me differently, that people from IF shot up cars in the parking lot that night.
They believe that if gang shot up.
Right. Someone's belief, though, is not evidence, and certainly been no evidence. That's an issue for a jury to make a determination about.
No, the fact that this group of people thought that this other group of people that they are beefing with have done some shootings against people in their group is relevant, whether it is true or not. Their thought about it is relevant to the issues on trial right now. So to me, the only way this 17 through 19 comes in is if Mr. Zachary gets on the stand and says, no, I had no idea that Woody got on Instagram flashing money, and or no, nobody that I ever hung with ever thought that IF did anything about the shooting in the parking lot that broke a windshield on Thug's car.
Right, it would have to be an inconsistent statement. He would have to.
All right, so 17 through 19, that little portion, if he gets on the stand and says one of those things, then whichever part of that is inconsistent, you can say, didn't you on whatever day basically say this? But that doesn't mean 11 through whatever the next page is. That means that Woody got on Instagram flashing money, or Nut Gang done shot up Thug's car. Okay?
Yes.
The rest of it does seem like, well, you know, if other people think such and such, here might be the reason they think it.
They don't, am I reading? I don't see that they have an objection beyond 19.
It's page, I believe it's supposed to say 2, well,
I thought it went all the way to 229, line 19.
yes, that is correct.
The one that I have, it,
No, I know, it just says 2219, but he means 22919.
so I have a different response with that understanding as to 228, 20 through 24, and
Okay.
further down.
All right, so 228, 11 through 15, or the beginning of 16, is out by agreement. 17 through 19, only in under the very limited circumstances I just relayed. So now 20 through 23.
So throughout this trial, again, there have been battling contentions regarding the relationship between DeQuantez Lamar, who is Rich Homie Klein, and defendant Williams. So when 88 Sprinkle asked whether Rich Homie Klein, and actually this part there's an evidence that Rich Homie Klein was affiliated with
Okay.
Donovan Gang.
Okay.
So when he asked Quindarius Zachary that, and Mr. Zachary says yes,
Yeah.
and began talking about it,
Uh-huh.
this part, as it states, it challenges the notion as he goes further on and explains. And I want to get to the part where he does.
Oh, well, let's just deal with this part right now, 20 through 24.
So when he says, when Mr. Zachary says yes,
Yeah.
and then talks about the fact that Thug and Nut were hanging together
Right.
while Woody and Shell Kell were shooting.
Right.
It's just his observation. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
I don't
That
have
part,
a problem with
you don't have a problem with that part. All right, so that part is in. There's no objection to that part. Okay, so now we turn to 229, 1 through 19. And what's your objection, Mr. Chart, to 1 through 19?
Mr. Zachary seems to be talking about not just generalize how this isn't a situation where previously it was argued kind of how the group felt, but he's talking about very specific instances, it seems, where they were asking about Jeffrey calling, Mr. Williams calling, speaking with Mr. Thomas, and then he's saying, no, Woody called Shell Kell, though. And those are very specific instances.
Right.
And I don't know that I don't know what his source of knowledge of that is.
Okay. All right, so hang on. 1 through the beginning of 5. Miss Love?
So there have been assertions regarding this call, and there have been assertions.
Okay, so is any of the assertions that there's evidence to back up the assertion suggested in investigator Underwood's question on, about what Thug did. I know that there were suggestions that Nutt might have tried to quash something. Is it just pure speculation that if he did in fact do that, that Thug said F you?
I don't object to that coming.
Okay. All right, so 1 through at least 4, the answer no is out by agreement.
Thank you, G baby, who baby. Appreciate you.
All right, what about the rest of it? Beginning, Woody called Shell Kell. Nutt's hanging with Thug. And Nutt really doesn't get involved with this.
Your Honor, my major opposition to this is well, I'm going to defer to Mr. Adams on this if he has a problem with it. I don't really have that much of a problem with it.
All right.
Neither do I.
Okay.
Okay. Then the objection to 129 line 4, beginning with Woody called down through 19 is withdrawn. Thank you. All right.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
You know it.
I would endeavor to establish a foundation before I made any kind of proper or asked flat out that kind of question.
Okay. I mean,
As with the rest of it.
sounds good. Okay, moving to item 71, page 235.
I know you are.
Okay,
This is where I think I have a problem, and I know that in some ways this answer is helpful to Mr. Williams. I don't, Mr. Zachary, he's saying he doesn't know.
yeah,
And who killed Donovan Thomas when it comes back to it. He's saying what he heard from Demekion Garlington, but then in a conversational, the way we all have conversations, he puts out a hypothetical. If you're talking about Jeffrey Williams, if your circle kills somebody, they're going to think you or that all of them together. So,
yeah.
and the hypothetical, if your circle kills somebody, I don't think it's appropriate to have that hypothetical thrown in there because it assumes my client's guilt.
Ms. Love?
Your Honor, this is two things. We're talking about a circle, we'd argue he's describing a
a group. He's acknowledging the existence of an association. And he's saying these words to the police after he is, according to him, told that 2 of his group have caught someone down bad. And he's essentially saying, if your clique, if my gang, calling it a circle, but they also at various points throughout and the earlier interview, they referred to it as a gang in 2015. If my gang kills somebody, they're going to think that all of them be together. So he's acknowledging the association, and in it, he's speaking on something that defendants Kendrick and Stillwell, according to him, have relayed to him. And that's the way that he tells the police that Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell told him, we caught that in down bad. And he talks about what we caught him down bad means in the 2015. And even in this one, he talks about, I think Mr. Bailey asks, what does caught him down bad mean? He's asked during this interview, and he clarifies, we shot him.
Mm-hmm.
He says that. So I would argue that this is relevant, and it goes to prove count 1 at the very least. And that's it.
All right, so
I think Love is down bad.
because that's just his circle. If Mr. Zachary gets on the stand and says none of these people hung with each other, you can cross him on, well, you called these people his circle before.
Okay.
Okay? The rest of it, out.
Okay. And Judge, my number 72 is cut off. So is it 239, 20 lines 23 through 24?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't have any objection to that. That was the one that
Okay.
that's like 70.
All right. That is. $72 out by agreement. All right, moving to 245 through the top of 240, the very top of 247.
Marsha, there is no jury. They're still doing, I guess, pre-trial work or post-trial, mid-trial work, something, I don't know. But no jury's present. They're supposed to be back on Monday.
Bless you. Miss Love.
So
seems inappropriate to come in.
Right now, yes, right. There's obviously going to be discussion about what he's given and all of that, but right now, I agree. I don't have any objection to that.
Thank you.
But up to, and I'm just not objecting to all of what's on actually lines 1 through 18, because when he's asked.
Wait a minute, 1 through 18 of which page?
245. Because that whole conversation up until that point is about who's going to jail, what time you should get.
Okay.
And all of that. But at line 19, when he's asked, do you realize how much you contributed to what's going on?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
He's acknowledging some things.
Okay.
I mean, he's pled guilty to these charges. I mean, I don't really foresee him.
Okay, well, this is only if he says, I had no involvement. Then if she presents the guilty plea and he says, I only pled guilty because I just wanted to get out of jail and I had already served enough time, then she can say, well, I mean, it's also because you actually did them, huh? So under that circumstance, 19 through, 245 line 19 through 246 line 1 would be okay.
And as to lines 2 through 14, depending on how he testifies. So, Mr. Zachary at first pushes back on the getting guns for them, but he was also convicted of straw purchasing.
Yeah. And he's busy saying, yeah, I did it. I was young and stupid, but I did it. So, okay.
So actually it goes down to 18.
All right. So that's 3 through 18, potentially.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't have any objection to 19 through 25.
Okay, so 19 through 25 out by agreement. So would that go all the way to line? Okay, so through 247 line 2. Okay, thank you.
You beat me to it, Zach. You beat me to it.
And Your Honor, 74, the next one is, would fall under your previous rulings about Demikion's statements
Okay.
to Mr. Zachary.
Okay. So on that same basis, that part would be in. So now we're looking at 249 line 22 through 252.15.
I don't have any objection to 22 through 25 on 249.
I kind of agree, Matt. I kind of agree.
And up through 15 on page 250. And actually, the rest of, because it's just a little clip that I want in, and it's just not gonna play well trying to get in that one. Demikion's your boy, it's.
Yeah, okay. All right, so it goes all the way through, at least the objection goes all the way through 252 line 15. So let me know about 251 and 252.
Now, 251,
I give up. I give up, Maury.
again, only assuming that, he makes some assertion that makes the fact that he's sitting right there with his attorney relevant. I mean, he's doing a proffer.
Okay. Okay, so
And
if he gets on the stand and says, man, everything in that statement y'all coerced me into, then you can say your attorney was right there.
there's no reason, I mean, I don't,
Okay,
absent a reason, I don't object, absent.
all right. So but otherwise, you are good with,
Hey, Monica, good to see you. Good to see you, friend.
okay, so what about all of 251? And then on to 252, line 50. Which may,
All of it, rethinking how I was looking at it, I don't have.
okay, all right. So that is out by objection with the one caveat that if he says, you can't believe any of this because I was being coerced, then we can say, didn't you have an attorney with you? Okay.
And also, Judge, I'm not, there's a portion of 252 that wasn't objected to. I haven't voiced to the court the two areas that I would argue need not come in. Because I think that we should, for clarity, just go through what has been requested by the defense, but I'd like an opportunity to just.
Okay, so we are now at the end of the defense's requested redactions, exclusions as to this statement. So if you think that there are things that the state believes should not come in, now would be your time to present those.
Just let it all go. It don't even matter anymore. Just let whatever they want to get in, they can have it.
So, actually, that part that I was going to say, that part is already, I don't have any objection to the
That part.
252
That part.
Up through line 15. That was actually.
Right, got it.
And then, so the part that the state had concerns about it were page 205. Page 205, where Dennis says, who you believe has something to do with it? Just Rudy by himself? And Zachary says, yeah, think about it. And then Dennis says, but they had to know what is their motive, what would be driving them to participate in it, and Zachary says, Rudy. Essentially, now it's him saying, I think, despite what Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell have told me, I think this. I don't have I would argue that it is a false assertion, and understanding it is an inconsistent statement with what he has said earlier, one could argue that it's admissible, but just because he's saying, he's asserting that it's speculation.
I don't follow you. Are you saying that 205 lines, I guess, what, 4 through, I don't know, 1 through 23?
No, it was
7, I don't know, 11, okay. Well, 11 starts with by itself, so there has to be some reference to Woody before then.
9.
Okay. And maybe the indiscernible part on 8 is where he mentions Woody. You might want to go look back and look at that or listen to that, but okay, so he's saying Zachary is saying, I think this was Woody.
Let me go.
And if the others were participating, then it's because, you know, he got good talk with them. So when would you be planning to use that?
I wasn't, I think I was, the court.
You want it,
Yeah.
you want it out.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
Okay, and why?
It wasn't addressed and I was saying that it should come out.
Okay, why?
Because he is asserting that I'm just speculating. I don't believe he's.
Where is he asserting that I'm just speculating it?
When he says.
Who do you believe? Okay, so this is like, here's what I think. So, I mean, yeah, it's relevant if he's saying these two people told me that they had involvement.
That's where I was.
Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking this is not redactable unless, yes, okay. Any other parts?
No, that was.
Okay. So we've gotten through the April 13th, 2017 transcript. Well, not, yeah.
She said
but
2017.
Interview with Mr. Zachary. Let's
She
take
said
a
2017.
bathroom break. Be back in about 12 minutes at 3:30.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I have zero. All right, so my legal eagles have told me it's kind of like a 50-50. This is kind of sort of normal behavior, but not always. And to me, I guess because I didn't follow, I guess they did this with Glanville, but because they now have a new judge, they have to do this over again or whatnot. That's crazy, man. This is so nerve-wracking. Like, good gracious. Oh my gosh, man. But thank you so much, man. There's about 1,100 of y'all in the chat, and I appreciate y'all so much. Hey, there goes my buddy Monica's in the building. What's up? I'm starting to get Glanville. She's giving Glanville, as the children would say. She's giving Glanville for sure. There's a lot of spoon feeding. The fact that ADA love is ADA love, and she's getting spoon fed instructions on her job from the judge, it's problematic. You don't see her doing that with Shard or Steele or little sis. Shout out to the young lady back there. I don't even know who she was, but she was crushing it. She was getting it in. Like, she's like, let me tell you what they've been doing. So it's been a wild morning, to say the least. I really thought they were going to shut her down at 9 o'clock. She let her get it to lunch. She came back from lunch. In my opinion, I don't think she did much better after lunch, truth be told. I think, sadly, Judge Whitaker gave ADA Love a lot of grace. I mean, more grace than she needed. To me, it's crazy. It's nuts. It doesn't make sense, but it is what it is, man. I don't know. I'm with you right here. Just free thug. Like, I hate it because I'm like, I don't want to sound like I'm rooting for a criminal. Because again, I don't know if he's a criminal. That's the problem. And what they're doing right now, in my opinion, is criminal. It is criminal what they're doing. So if I've gotten emails from people that I'm supporting criminals and all this kind of craziness. Okay, if that's what you believe, good luck with that. Good luck with that. I'm gonna probably put together a video of all of these freezes, because Adrian Love was freezing so much that I literally thought that my Wi-Fi had stopped. I'm like, yo, I'm checking my computer, make sure my computer didn't stop or something. Like, what's going on? Like, she literally is just paused. And I feel like Judge Whitaker is like that parent at the Baptist church when y'all have the kids at the Easter speeches back in the day, and she would be in the back trying to recite the poem so little Johnny or little Sally could remember it. That's what she reminds me of. She's just giving them all of the words, like, in the beginning. Like she's literally reciting the stuff to them, like spoon feeding it. It is gross. Like stop. Save that for your kids' VBS time. Right now, this lady needs to know what she's talking about, and she doesn't know what she's talking about. Whitaker, good gracious. Shout out to little sis. Little sis was crushing it. I don't even know who she is. But I look, she was doing it today. She came, we're like, wait, who is this? I definitely got to get some clips of little sis today because she was doing it. Don't you agree, Felicia? Absolutely. Good to see y'all though. But for real, I told y'all my brother be texting me in the middle of the show. I don't know why. I have no idea why he's doing that. Shout out to James. Shout out to James. But I guess Judge Whitaker is content driving this thing all the way, whether it's got 3 flat tires, whether the oil is pouring out the bottom, whether the windshields are busted out, whether the thing is on fire. She is going to push this thing over the finish line to get to a jury. I guess. I don't understand I don't understand. I don't understand what the nobility of this is. And again, this is on full display. Full display. Everybody can see this. Everybody's watching, which seems really weird because you're horse trading testimonies and redacting statements and looking at evidence, and everybody can see it. I'm like, you do know we can see this, right? That just seems so problematic. Like, how is that a good thing? Like, if I'm supposed to be giving a testimony, I'm witness number, I don't know, 100. She said 170 witnesses, and she alluded that they had gotten 85 done. So that means they're almost halfway through. That's crazy. But so that means there's another year and a half at least. There you go. Now, if I'm juror number 85 or 100 or whatever, and I know that they're going to call me, they're literally telling me what to say. Right on. I'm not saying that we don't need to film this, but I'm like, you do realize that the witnesses can see this, right? Call me crazy. And jurors can see this. But again, jurors are not watching this, right? Jurors are not watching it. Let me turn all my lights on. My little people are coming home from school, so they'll be here in a second. That's not bad. Okay, there we go. It just seems crazy to me, man. The judge is feeding her information. Like, again, like, I don't get it. I'm totally like, you got to be kidding me. I'm rooting for the law. I agree. That's what I'm saying. Like, but I've had people, Rome King, I've had people tell me, I'm rooting for criminals. Like, what are you talking about, my guy? Okay, whatever. It is old charges. And I think even worse part is other people have looked at it and did not, again, Paul Howard did not chomp at the bit to take this case. So why did Fonnie Willis? If the previous DA said no, why did you do it? That's the question I think all of Fulton County should be asking when they get their property taxes. When they get their tax bill for the next year, they should be wondering, why in the world am I paying this much? I don't want to throw her under the bus and say she's drinking the Kool-Aid, but I totally don't get it. I don't get it. Like, this is not, again, middle school debate. Maybe I could understand it. High school debate, I'm willing to give it to you. But this is the ADA on the largest, most expensive, and the longest case in Georgia history. And by the way, it's not done. So it's going to be way further. It's already the largest case and the longest case right now. So if it goes another year and a half, it's going to be that much more. And you mean to tell me that the judge needs to spoon feed you information to help you do your job, ADA love? I'm sorry. There's no grace in that. There's none at all. There's none. Why? She does have a lot of catching up to do, but in my opinion, there was enough evidence. I'm sorry. Today should have been enough. Today should have been enough. So you know what? Y'all are not prepared enough to do this case. And just throw it away. Or at least grant bond. If nothing else, at least grant the men bond. That at least would have been like, to me, that's horse trading, that at least everybody gets something and nobody enjoys everything. To me, that would have been better to say, you know what? I'm not granting a mistrial. We're going to ride this thing to the end. But in the meantime, these men are going to get out on bond. That would have been it right there. I think I think most of us would have been like, okay, she's trying to be fair, but you're going to keep them in jail for no reason. They already went down the reasons why they need to be in jail, and they don't satisfy them. And you're not calling a mistrial when you see all of this grossness. Because if Judge Whitaker had spoke less, I think Adrian Love would still be right there frozen in the spot. I mean, go back and watch. Like, she's literally saying nothing. So C. Melson, please forgive me. I've seen prosecutorial misconduct and read every case law, every Georgia law, and why can't laymen see it and this judge just gives it another pass? I don't know. Somebody said that Adrian Love was buffering. That's hilarious. Monica, if you review anything and you see something, let me know. Monica, by the way, you do have a YouTube channel. If you want to drop your link, we'll be glad to go check out what you're doing. If you want to reach out, we'll gladly make time for you. I need a clear conscience break. I feel like I'm a part of this corruption. At this point, they got me thinking I did the crime. Okay, I'm like, I don't know what crime it is. The way they define RICO, I'm like, yo, that could be just about anything. The way they're doing it, like, you do realize that, hey, I got a circle of people I hang out with too. We're all in a RICO. Bring us all up. This is craziness. I was expecting Judge Whitaker to say, bless your heart today. I was ready for that. I was ready to fall on the ground and laugh with that. So I think Woody is between a rock and a hard spot. Well, I mean, since clearly they don't care, I think Woody should just get up and say, I don't remember. I don't recall. I'm sorry. I don't remember. I don't recall. He can testify, that is testimony, and say, I don't recall. I don't think he should get up there and say, don't give him his age. If it's a yes or no answer that's real, like, how old are you? I'm 51 years old. I was born on November 12th. There you go. That's it. But the rest of it, I don't know. I don't remember. My memory is failing me. He should just literally come up with 85 different ways to say, I don't remember, I don't recall. That's it. That's probably the best thing he could do. And I think that would protect him on the street, because everybody sees it. Everybody sees what Woody is involved in. And the street has an opinion about Woody. Just saying that. So that would satisfy the street, and it would satisfy any contempt, and he would go home that night. I think last night or yesterday when Woody was in the booth and Woody said, it depends on how I feel when I wake up in the morning, I think he said that because he did not want to go to jail right then on the spot. Because I think he was like, well, are they going to throw me in jail if I say I'm going to plead the fifth right now? Because I think that's what he wanted to do. So that would be my assessment. But I mean, I could be wrong. And I'm looking forward to anybody telling me that, telling me what they think. Why y'all want Judge Glanville? Why? Yeah, spoon feeding the prosecution is crazy. A dumpster of evidence to pop up on, you know what? At this point in the game, after she, again, if you go back and just watch that, Judge Whitaker had to explain and be very forceful with ADA Love. And we know that Glanville has already said this. Glanville did, I did kind of forget. He did correct her about that, about the discovery and giving information, even though he berated the defense. But I digress. to me, I'm like, this is such a dumpster fire that somebody's had to say this again. And ADA Love positions it like she had no idea, like she did not know that. And that's kind of, that's duplicitous at best. So I don't know, Chris. I don't know, Chris. So what about the dead people that may have killed? I have no idea. That should be a question that we should ask the DA. If they had a good case, then we would all be in agreement that these gentlemen are the ones that are guilty for that crime. We don't know that. And we don't just throw somebody in jail because we think they might have done a crime. That's not cool. ADA Hilton looking at IG and Twitter as we speak for more evidence, I bet. I'm trying to tell you. I mean, really, it's like, look, you're guilty. I'll be right back. Let me get some evidence. Like, that's how they approach it. She's literally looking for stuff as we're talking. And I don't know what kind of 12 minutes he was talking about, Whitaker. There we go. Miss Love is doing a good job. I agree. She's doing a good job of proving that she doesn't need to do that job. I agree 100%. Facts and evidence law, Malcolm. I agree. AD Love is doing a great job of proving exactly why she should not have that job anymore. What's going on? Prince in the building. Dear old Christian. Is Fonnie around? No, Fonnie's in Boston at the current moment. But I'm telling y'all already, Fonnie's not coming. Fonnie is not coming in that courtroom. She will not come in that courtroom. As bad and as horrible of a job as, and this has got to, y'all really got to think about this. They've been doing this for a year. How in the world has ADA Love been sitting there, first chair, third chair, that long, and is that obtuse in the case? That's scary, Fulton County. That is not a good look for y'all. Robert said, oh, fire in the hole. Let's go. Miss Love thought that Glanville was going to stay on the case. Now she's feeling dumb. She's drinking tap water. I agree.
All right, before we dive into what I think is going to be our task for the rest of this day, which is going through the other statement, the 20, I don't know what date, what is the date of this?
August 5th, 2015.
Okay, the August 5th, 2015 statement of Mr. Zachary and potential objections to that. Is there going to be a 4:30 to 4:45? Hey, Judge, guess what else happened? Revelation.
Shots fired.
Because if so, go ahead and tell me now.
Shots fired.
That is not a disappointment. Okay.
That is hilarious.
Where are we on,
That's
and I
funny.
know we've got all day tomorrow. I don't know if I have told y'all or not. Friday morning, we will not be in session. I think I mentioned that I had a conflict and that I just didn't know with regard to Friday afternoon, and we probably will make that call a little later. I mean, hopefully we can have a really productive day tomorrow and we can have Friday off from active court, and then have the jury on Monday. But I still need from y'all, if you want some kind of a 105 limiting instruction, that contingent type instructions for our various scenarios we might face depending upon Mr. Copeland's Monday morning decision about whether to take the stand or not. And then if he is going to take the stand, I think y'all had said everybody's happy with, well, not happy with, but everybody is in agreement that what he then said on June 7th, 10th, and 12th prior to the motion to recuse is fine and is in. So with regard to after the motion to recuse. And it sounds like, honestly, there was kind of almost a clean break with regard to prior to the motion to recuse, he had not really gotten into any of the testimony concerning the Donovan Thomas murder or questioning about that. And of course, honestly, I bring notes up and then I don't know what happens to them. No idea. I know.
Whatever happened to all the motions? There's a lot of motions still out.
And that, does everybody agree that basically, I mean, I think it was like on the, I don't know, because I wrote it down, now I can't find it, but that none of that was before the motion to recuse. Everybody agree with that?
I agree, Your Honor, there was definitely a clean break.
Yeah.
And the majority of the days after the motion to recuse consisted of
Playing his January 22nd and his February 10th statements, right?
yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You disagree? Okay. What's your recollection of it?
Here we go.
There were questioning and
Here it is.
the video audio of the early morning hours of January 11th, 2015, recording with Detective Thorpe, Thorpe, and Mr. Copeland was played in its entirety for the jury before the motion to recuse was filed. And then there was a second audio video, January 20th, 2015, that was also played. That day.
After. Did you say January?
Yes, it's hours after the Guthbit killing. The killing is January 10th,
Right.
7:22 p.m. In 2015. Early morning hours of January 11th, Mr. Copeland is with Detective Thorpe.
Right, and that got played after. And then what was the second one you said?
January 20th. I'm going by my
January 20th, not February 20th.
Well,
Okay.
no. There's maybe January 21st. There's a 2 in January, 2 in February.
Right.
1 in.
Well, anyway, whatever those two statements were, somebody can go back in the record and look. But that was most of what occurred afterwards.
Before the filing of the motion to recuse.
Oh.
That's what I'm trying to
Okay.
articulate.
All right.
There was discussion of Donovan Thomas before the motion to recuse. That's why I wanted in. There's a lot of exculpatory information.
Okay. So y'all can agree to whatever you want to agree to in terms of things that are before the jury post recusal motion.
This is pre-recusal motion. That's why I wanted it.
Pre-recusal motion.
Yes.
Okay.
I think, Your Honor, there's no, we don't have differing opinions about pre-recusal motion as long as he continues to testify.
Right. Agree.
So
Agreed. Yes. So whatever is, if he continues to testify, whatever has already been tackled pre-recusal is fine. And you were saying that part of that, there was at least one, maybe 2 videos played pre-recusal.
That's true.
Okay. And so those videos, y'all, was it like the entirety of it or?
I don't know, Judge Whitaker.
I mean, it seemed to be most of the day's transcript was video played. But but then video was played on the 17th also, which was post-recusal, right?
Yes.
And that was maybe, I thought maybe that was January 11th and February 20th. Okay.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yo, thank you all, everybody who's hanging out with us today. Looks like we got about 1,111 people. That is amazing. Thank y'all so much for hanging out on today. Shout out to everybody. If you did not already hit the like button, go ahead and hit the like button and jump into the chat. Let everybody know who you are and where you're from. If you want to fess up that you're one of the jurors, go ahead and put your jury number in there. I'm juror number 3.14. This is Donna. She's juror number 0. And don't forget, you're guilty until I find something on you, then it's going to be RICO. Okay. But see, it's not a murder trial. It's a RICO case, and there's a lot more involved in it. And that's fine. They don't have to. At this point in the game, it's already going to appeal. So, I mean, this is just perfunctory at this point. They almost should just take it on, like, just let it go to appeal, because it's going to be an appeal. And still wins either way.
Those were played prior to recusal motion.
Yeah, now I'm asking about afterwards. I mean, I'm asking about before and after, I guess. I thought on the 17th, which is obviously after, that the January 11th and February 20th video statements were played.
I believe that is correct, and I'm making sure. That was my memory. My memory was that the full video, she played portions of videos prior to that, 17th of the last.
Right, but some little snippets, right.
But the full videos were not played, and that was what we had discussed internally and I thought that was what we came to, that the full videos were not played until after the motion for recusal.
Okay.
And the questions that led to them, so there were questions, and then there was the playing of the videos, the ruling.
Okay.
True. January 11th was played.
Oh, no.
And, January 11th.
And February 20th
Yeah,
were played on 6/17. That is true.
okay.
There were snippets before that and discussion before that.
All right. So in general, in terms of an instruction to the jury, a couple of different things. All right. Yes, the January 11th and February 20th videos were played post recusal motion. The contents of the January 11th and February 20th videos are not going to change. Are y'all proposing that we have the jury watch the entirety of those again?
No, please no. Please no.
Simply because they watched them after the recusal motion? And I'm just asking that because I'm trying to figure out the logistics.
That's cruel and unusual.
And y'all can huddle on that if you want and give me an answer tomorrow. But in terms of thinking through how we instruct the jury and how we handle this, that is an issue to be considered and for y'all to come up with an answer about, okay? And then is there, other than those two videos, however y'all want to handle those, is there other testimony, questioning and answer, testimony that y'all want to come to some sort of a stipulation about? And yes or no, either of those
No,
is fine.
we're tired
Just
of
I need
this.
to know how to deal with it. And then if no, then is the instruction going to be, was there anything substantive about the Donovan Thomas murder prior to the motion to recuse? If there really wasn't, then I can say that we're doing everything about that over again. But if there was, then it needs to be a more nuanced instruction. So y'all, I would really like those by
I love y'all so much, man. Y'all the
tomorrow
best.
so that we can discuss them. And okay, because, all right, okay. And then it would be nice to have the 105 proposed limiting instruction by then as well. But I mean, I'm certainly not going to give it before I get a proposed one. So that's kind of on you, Mr. Harvey.
Your Honor,
Yes.
we had addressed in writing and will, if necessary, if the court tells us to address in writing again, that a 105 instruction in a RICO case is not appropriate, but we'll.
So if you want to you don't have to refile the same thing. Just point me to when and where it was filed. But what yes, I know that everything gets to be considered that is alleged as an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy, a RICO conspiracy and a RICO count. What I am contemplating instructing on is something to the effect of everybody here is charged in count one. Anything you hear that's an overt act can be taken into consideration when considering whether the state has established guilt as to count one, as to each of these individual defendants. With regard to, whatever count it is. I mean, if we're talking about the Donovan Thomas murder, that evidence can only be considered as to the people charged with it when determining whatever those counts are, 2, 3, and 4, or whatever they are. So that the jury knows what they are appropriately considering everything against. I want to give a legally appropriate instruction.
Understood.
Okay.
But we did allege the Donovan Thomas murder.
Oh, I know. And so it is 100% appropriate for the jury to consider that evidence when considering count one against each of these defendants. It is not appropriate for them to consider it in terms of the guilt of any of the defendants to any other counts other than the people who are charged with the murder and the corresponding whatever it is, ag assault or gang or whatever. Okay. So that's my thought as to that. And y'all work on what Mr. Harvey is going to take the lead on, and then I'll listen to objections on and I'll formulate something. But I think that is appropriate upon request, as long as it is an accurate statement of the law. Okay? All right. So that all being said, let's now turn back to the scintillating task of how to redact this statement.
I'm sorry, her jokes are getting a little bit dry because the reason we're doing this is because you won't do what needs to happen. So I'm not feeling your pain in the fact that this is such a boring task. Miss me with that. You did this.
Ms. Love, I asked for my stapler back, Mr. Atkins, and it is not back yet. So I may not lend it to y'all again.
Now you getting turned up about a stapler, but the woman been lying to you in court? Okay, all right. Hey, I understand how you doing.
Thank you for letting me borrow it, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Everybody ready on our August 5th, 2015 statement that we need to get through?
These are some great questions, y'all. Excellent questions.
I'll take the silence as a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. So, Mr. Shard, if you could do us the favor of making your proposed redactions another part of the record somehow.
Yes,
Would you like me to put like the heading, the title of the case and style of case on it?
I mean,
Make it look official. I didn't file them in, obviously.
You know, it can just be a notice of filing, and you can do a cover that says notice of filing of, you know, whatever, and then just attach this. Is
Yes,
fine
ma'am.
with me. I'm not really that particular about how it gets done. I just want it to be a part of the record.
Yes, Sean.
Okay, thanks. All right. Item number 1, page 24 is where we start.
So, Your Honor,
Yes,
in regards to the state's position here,
yes.
it is not, we are introducing this kind of like what the court alluded to earlier.
Mhm.
It is important that the YSL members believed it was Ifgang. Whether
Right.
Ifgang actually did the shooting or not, what happens immediately after this is
Okay,
they get in the car and go and do retaliatory shootings.
right.
So it's the fact that they believed it was Ifgang, whether in reality it was or not, which came from Summer Good, who is Quadarius Zachary's at the time girlfriend.
Okay. Oh, and let me ask, actually, are there any of this list of 43 items that the state agrees should be redacted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yay. Tell me what those are.
Mute man is
Your Honor, I'm
spoken.
going to it. I know off the top of my head, there's one that references the Sandy Springs search warrant of defendant Williams' house, that's out. I'm trying to figure out what number that is.
Okay.
This is terrible.
Mr. Sharp, do you happen to know which item number that was? Sandy Springs search warrant?
I guess
Are there
technically
more
he's
than
not
that
mute.
one?
His name is Christian
Okay.
Atkins, I think.
There's also one where, and I'm finding this number, Your Honor, but there's a line where Mr. Zachary says that defendant Stillwell is hot-headed. There's a part after that, but the state agrees that calling him hot-headed,
Okay.
the state would concede that. So I'm going to I have this in order, but
Okay,
I didn't
so
separately draw out which ones.
it's fine. I guess just then, whenever we
Somebody
get
did
to
help.
it,
Good.
Yes, Your Honor.
you can say, before I read it and Mr. Short argues, just say, okay, for that one, we agree.
Thank you.
All
Your Honor.
right.
The first one that Mr. Atkins was referring to is number 34 on my list, I
Okay.
believe, which is page 149, line 19.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
All right. Perfect. Okay. So back to number 1 then.
Yes, Your Honor. So as articulated, the state's position here is it's important that they believe that Ifgang was who shot at Demikian at Club Crucial, because after that, Quadarius Zachary, Antonio Sledge, Demikian Garlington, and defendant Stillwell, they get into a vehicle and go and shoot 1428 Adele Drive, 1903 Drew Drive. And so it's in result of
Why are you giving out
Ifgang
addresses?
shooting at them. So I see the objection is hearsay about who did the shooting at Demikian at the club. And so the state's position is it's the effect on.
Right. You're not offering it for the truth of whether those people did the shooting. You're offering it for this was what this crowd believed.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any response?
I believe that it's hearsay. Mr. Zachary was not present. I heard what the state said. My stance is Mr. Zachary was not present at the club when Demikian allegedly got jumped, and he wasn't outside the club when shots were fired. So any information about what happened outside the club that day was something that Mr. Zachary does not have firsthand knowledge of.
All right. And so essentially 24 and 25 relay a lot of, I guess, details about who did the shooting.
Yes.
Yeah.
outside the club earlier that night.
All right. So and again, all of this is if he, if you have to impeach him because he is not testifying as you thought he was going to consistently with these interviews. So if you are then impeaching him, and your purpose is, hey, at that time, you told us, it needs to be phrased in a way that what you're impeaching him on is not A, B, C, and D people committed this. It's you thought at the time it was this, right? And so I don't even know that you need to go through 2 whole pages of that to accomplish that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Understood. And agree that's the state's intent with this portion.
Okay. And y'all, I'm making all of these rulings prior to us coming back with these witnesses on the stand in hopes of there being an understanding by everybody what comes in and what goes out and us not having to take it up while the jury's here. But if for anything, at the time we arrive at it, it looks like, okay, this is not what we agreed to, or this was not my understanding, don't just sit mute. I mean, raise it to me and say, remember, Judge, you said he didn't need to get into all of these details. It was for the purpose of y'all believed at this time it was IF. Okay. Y'all are on notice of that. Okay. All right.
So, Your Honor,
yes,
the second one, this transcript is very incomplete. So
yeah,
could I'm sure Your Honor can flip to the page, but it's probably not going to help. May I convey what I believe?
absolutely. And that has been helpful to the extent that both sides have done that so far. And from the portions that I have listened to with the transcript in front of me, watching the videos, yeah, I mean, the transcription is less than stellar. So yes, please do. Please continue to do that.
So on page 48, line 7, Quindarius Zachary says, and he and Thug, like, nah, I ain't cool with N's, the N-word, until they pay for my window.
Okay. Until they pay for my window.
And then it says woman, and I believe that's Investigator Gaither says, but why they shoot up the dugout? And then Mr. Zachary, Woody and Cal had something personal going on, I guess, who was big and bad. And my objection is with the statement that Mr. Williams, according to Mr. Zachary, said, nah, I ain't cool with N-words until they pay for my window.
Okay.
I don't have any understanding or belief that Mr. Zachary had any firsthand knowledge of any conversations that Mr. Williams may or may not have had with other individuals about this subject. And I think he's just passing on information that he's heard.
Your Honor, the state's response here. So just to give a little context to Zachary at this gambling house, Zachary says, I was inside. I didn't have a gun on me that night. And the way he says it in the state's opinion is that when Defendant Williams walks outside right before who they later go on to believe Kelvin Watts, Shell Kell, shot and broke his window, that he kind of comes outside afterwards. I mean,
He's Zachary?
Yeah, Zachary's inside when the shooting happens. So he's not physically outside. He doesn't like spot Shell Kell in the bushes and say, oh, I saw him with my own eyes, but it's kind of the state's with the way he describes it, you know, he walks outside soon thereafter because he just heard a bunch of gunshots. And I think it's reasonable to believe that, you know, they would all be discussing, and he kind of alludes to that, like going to the parking lot and there's a lot of broken glass and bullets. They don't immediately know it's Kelvin Watts, but at the same time, the state believes that between either excited utterances of people out in the parking lot after this shooting that hit multiple cars and or speaking with fellow co-conspirators, what he says here, and this is relation to something else that comes up down the road where a female who Shellkel ends up confiding in, Zachary classifies it as flexing, like bragging about doing the shooting. That's how they end up believing or thinking that he did that to confirm that. So when he says here, you know, he's explaining about Defendant Williams' reaction to the window being broke, I think there's reasonable assumptions, I believe, that given his personal being there, interacting with these individuals on a regular basis, and also the key part that Kelvin Watts is the half-brother of the deceased Donovan Thomas. And so I'm not saying that the murder of Donovan Thomas was 100% related to this broken window, but it is, you know, relevant in that sequence of events and escalation of shootings in the state's position. So with all of that said, the state feels that this is not as speculative as it may first seem.
All right. And you've got evidence somewhere else that Zachary walks outside while the, you know, aftermath of it is still going on?
In this interview, Your Honor, he ends up saying, so everybody's walking him to the car, him being Defendant Williams. Then here's gunshots still going off. And so he says, I'm still gambling. I didn't have a gun anyway on me. So no sense walking him out there. So Zachary tells the police in this same interview, I was at the gambling house. And then he says, then gunshots go off and then everyone runs out the door. Everyone in there with guns ran out, started shooting. So like he kind of alludes to after this gunshot, everyone in the house ran outside to include himself.
If he says everyone with guns ran out, that does not include himself.
Yeah.
If he just said he didn't have a gun. So is there something more?
So, Your Honor, he also goes on to state that a bunch of people he's inside the gambling house. He said he posted a bunch of pictures, Instagram photos, and he says, when the windshield got shot out, did they confront Kell about it immediately? And Zachary says he didn't know because they didn't initially know. They have to find out down the road. And so I'm trying to find where this is in terms of, he says, you all come outside. Zachary says, I didn't have a gun. And so there's other, I guess, evidence, so to speak, of in some of Copeland's interviews, taking aside what's in evidence right now or not with what we're redacting, he describes this gambling house incident as well. And so for purposes of in this hypothetical universe, you know, defendant or not defendant, but Mr. Zachary is going to testify after Copeland.
Okay.
And so the state believes that with the combination of, you know, I can't find in this moment, Your Honor, where Zachary himself walks outside, but he does state in this interview that there was a lot of gunshots. It was chaotic. People ran outside. I think it's fair to assume he walked outside at some point shortly thereafter, didn't just stay gambling after they shot up. And he interacts with these people on a nearly daily basis or frequent basis, that this shooting of the window is something that gets referenced by multiple interviews.
Yeah.
So it's the state's position. I don't have like a definitive piece of evidence where he's like, this is exactly how I know, but I think it's reasonable to think that he would have a pretty good basis for what he says in this specific clip that we're arguing about. And also, you know, when he says a part of this as well is Rudy and Kel had something personal going on, he interacts with Mr. Copeland, who his nickname is Rudy. And so I think he would have a foundation to know that Kenneth Copeland and Shell Kell did not interact well.
And I'm not even honestly sure that when he's saying that Thug says, no, I'm not cool with them till they pay for my window, that he's necessarily, that the assertion is necessarily that is what Mr. Williams voiced to anybody that night out in the parking lot. It's just.
So my understanding based on what Mr. Copeland has stated
Right.
in this courtroom, whether it's in evidence right now or not. There's a shooting at the gambling house. Shokel was not initially thought to be the
Right.
person, and then later has pillow talk, and he's thought to be the person. I agree that Mr. Zachary was present at the gambling house per his own words. But this conversation about I'm not cool with people until they pay for my window
Right.
never is alleged to have happened that night. There's a
Right.
subsequent conversation
Right.
with Mr. Copeland, and Mr. Copeland is apparently there, and Mr. Watts is apparently there, and allegedly Mr. Williams is on the phone with Mr. Copeland. That's Mr. Copeland's testimony. Mr. Zachary, to my understanding, has nothing to do with that conversation. So
Okay.
he's just passing on hearsay that he would have heard from Mr. Copeland, presumably, but I'm speculating.
Okay, well, even if it's hearsay, I think this would come in under the, what's your theory as to why this comes in? If he hasn't heard, I mean, if you can show that he at some point heard or overheard Mr. Williams saying, they can pay for my window and then we're cool, not until then, great.
Yes, Your Honor.
Point that out. Otherwise, it is hearsay. What would the exception be?
So, Your Honor, the exception here would be, or at least the state's argument is that, and I can't directly
Of course you
point
can.
to the moment in time where he believes or hears someone state, I'm not going to be cool with him until he pays for my window. What I will point out, and I will, in answering the court's question, is shortly thereafter, in this interview, Mr. Zachary says, Thug comes in crucial, throws money. Kel doesn't want him to do that. The Thug, he's not clicked with him, or it may be cool with him. He didn't like them. They shot at his window. So he later on in this interview states it definitively that like he doesn't like them. They shot at his window. And
Okay.
so the state's position is that for an exception, and again, I don't have direct evidence of which individual told him this, but the state's just given this event of the window being broken, repeatedly being brought up by either defendants or co-conspirators in relation to this, and it being a somewhat significant event that it's reasonable to believe that this is either a co-conspirator statement that was made
Okay.
or something that he has a good faith basis to believe that defendant Williams does not like Shokel because and what Mr. Copeland says on that is basically Kel's like, I'm not paying for the window. And so it kind of ends on that note.
Yeah.
So I don't have a
Okay.
definitive moment in time, but that's the state's position on that in terms of Zachary making that
All
statement.
right. Okay. I mean, yeah, I would think that this could come in under 801D2, maybe E or yeah. Yeah. Or A, really. Okay, so that is going to be admitted over objection.
Boone.
Yes.
Number 3, Your Honor, is Mr. Atkins kind of leads us to number 3, which is the conversation that he just referenced. Mr. Zachary, and you don't get this from the transcript, but he says, I'll start in the top of page 49. Zachary says, you know how they do, Kel wasn't like Thug coming crucial, giving out, throwing stuff. Kel didn't want them to do that. And then Gaither says, right. And then Mr. Zachary says, yeah, Thug wasn't, he ain't click with them like he didn't like them. And then Gaither says, he ain't like Kel shot out his windshield. And then Zachary says they shot out his window. My objection to this is that he's testifying to the thoughts and feelings of Mr. Williams, who Mr. Williams likes, who he doesn't like, and to the mind state of Mr. Williams. I don't believe that that's appropriate.
All right, so the throwing money parts as to the incident that happened at the club,
Correct.
right? Where some people,
And for context.
right. So I mean, is Mr. Zachary there, or does he know about that incident having occurred?
So, Your Honor, there's specific incident reference where Mr. Copeland gets jumped at
Right.
that nightclub after flashing money. But in Mr. Copeland's own, and maybe in other statements, but certainly Mr. Copeland, he kind of regularly went to Club Crucial and flashed money.
Okay.
And so they kind of referenced that Woody flashing money in Club Crucial was not like a one-off event.
Right.
And so the way I take some of this, what he's saying is, they come into Club Crucial almost every Monday or every other Monday or frequently, like to come to that same establishment where a lot of Shell Kel and his crew, which is the If Gang, and the YSL are there at the same time. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that for the court.
So who's the he that we're talking about then in 49, 1 through, I don't know, 8 or 9, where there's a he didn't want me doing that, he ain't clicking on me.
They're talking about Defendant Williams,
That's okay. That's what I thought.
yes, Your Honor.
He ain't clicking with them,
With,
the opposite side as
okay,
well.
well,
Correct.
I mean, so that's just mistranscribed.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I mean, okay. So, y'all are going to or have established that Mr. Zachary also has a close relationship with Mr. Williams, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I mean, he's got a basis to know those things. So overruled.
I'm going to withdraw number 4.
Okay.
After after consulting with my colleagues, we're going to withdraw number 5.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Number 6, Your Honor,
Uh-huh.
is talking about, and this came up in I think the last statement as well. They were under the belief that NBC did the shooting at the dugout, the false belief, and they're talking about why did you believe that? And he's saying because Yak, Mr. Kendricks, beat up someone at the club, and specifically on 55 line 17, if I can make sense of this transcript, they
Sure.
said they didn't mess with each other. They didn't mess with each other. So it was already tension in the air, but they waited until the boy Yak, he had gotten into it with MDC, and I had helped him fighting in the club. So y'all got into it, some guys with MDC. MDC is down with who? They from Bankhead. And then they say, so Ms. Gaither investigate. That's what I'm saying. It's like they not really with. And then Mr. Zachary says, if gang, and Gaither says it's just them themselves.
Okay.
So this has nothing to do with,
All right.
it's just bringing up a fight that Mr. Kendricks apparently got into, allegedly, that led to the mistaken belief that MDC was behind the shooting of the dugout.
All right.
So, Your Honor, the state's position with this part is it has a couple relevant portions. One being state has to prove association. And the fact that Zachary is defending, he's like, I get in the fight too with the MDC, which is the most dangerous clique, a gang on the west side in Bankhead at that time. The state's not going to be belaboring the point about this one fight and trying to cast anything improper, characterize or what about a fist fight in a club. But the point of this is that they defend each other. And that's a big part of the retaliatory shootings. This is a fist fight, but the fact that he jumps in and protects him, and also the way he describes this in the state's position is, he says, like Detective Gaither, Zachary's like, they're from Bankhead. And Detective Gaither's like, that's what I'm saying. They're not really with If Gang. And Zachary says they're just their self, like they're not a part. So he has some familiarity with street gangs and who is clicked up, so to speak, with who. And so the fact that he's talking about and he's saying like to me, there's a we and an us. There's not a lot of, there's not much else that I've seen in this case law about MDC, but that part is important.
Okay.
Another part about it that's contained in this, I believe, is this gets down the road to where how they learned that Shellkel was the one who claimed or did shoot Defendant Williams' window. And so he says he ran his mouth to a female who goes by Gucci Red. And so again, the key part of this is that's how they end up believing that Kelvin Watts did the shooting, because they initially thought it was MDC because of this fight. So the state believes this portion is relevant for a number of reasons of why they initially thought it was MDC, the association between Zachary and Kendricks. And also there's a part, at least if I'm reading the page 55, line 17 to page 57, line 7. My apologies, Ms. Madam. To page 57, line 7 includes what on its face seems hearsay. Like they learned about this from this female, but it's again, it's important that they believe it was Shellkel who shot the window.
And I think we've made the decision as a defense that we're not going to fight the hearsay about it being Shellkel and how that eventually came about. And that would be on page 56, line 10 to 19. He's saying that they found out it was Shellkel because he was running his mouth to Gucci Red. He says pillow talk and junk. So I don't have a problem with that section. I just don't know why we need to get into Mr. Kendrick's apparent simmering feud with completely unrelated people that led to the false belief that it was the most dangerous clique as opposed to Shellkel. I mean, we can just get into the fact that they know it was Shellkel now without going through that whole misapprehension.
Okay. So, I mean, it is potentially relevant. And again, this is only if he testifies inconsistently on the issues of, as you represented, what you think it's important for is that, hey, we all defend each other. We hear X, Y, Z, and then that's good enough for us. We go back our boys. And what was the other thing you said? I mean, I think it can come in for that. And then, as to, they've withdrawn the objection to how they end up finding out it's somebody else. So, okay. And so again, as I said with regard to the very first one, this does not mean that you then have license to play these whole 3 pages. You just need to make the point in the part that would make that point, okay?
Understood, Your
All
Honor.
right. Okay. So turn into item 7 on page 59.
This is them talking about the dugout shooting and them finding out it was shell cow. So I'm going to withdraw that.
All right. All right, item 8 is bottom of 60 through middle of 64.
Why is Love like literally sitting this second half out? I guess the
And I may,
fourth quarter
give me
out.
just a second to take a look through that.
Interesting. All right. What do y'all think? What do y'all think so far? I mean, I think we can go ahead. I feel comfortable in saying we can wash up mistrial. We just let it go. This is going to go to whatever the end looks like. I mean, yeah, I don't know what else to say. As much as I would love for it to, because I think it should go to the trash. I think it should have been in the trash a long time ago. Ron King says, I'm not surprised after I saw her on the witness stand. Who are we talking about? I missed something. I'll come back to it. Yeah. Love said her head hurt. I believe it. I believe it. I think we should give up on mistrial. Don't even hold your breath for that. It might happen, but I doubt it. I agree. This is super silly. I don't understand. But
Your Honor, this may be a portion that, if the court has any questions, listening to it may be of assistance, because there is some scrivener's errors a lot in this portion.
Okay. Do you have it queued up?
I am, Your Honor. We're getting queued up right now to play.
As a general proposition, this is my understanding of what Mr. Zachary is saying.
Speak into your mic.
Mr. Zachary is saying throughout this process that my client told him some information.
Okay.
That information included 4 people that were in the car. That's what Mr. Zachary is saying. Mr. Zachary is also saying that Mr. Kendricks said something to him, which was that involved the 4 people in the car, according to Mr. Zachary. Later on, he goes into more detail, and this is starting on 63 line 8. He goes into more detail about an entire story involving cars and cars driving by the Texaco and spotting Donovan Thomas and switching seats with Bushi and all those things. My understanding is Mr. Zachary is saying his source of knowledge on that is Mr. Garlington.
Okay.
So my objection is that anything that didn't come from my client would not, I understand statements by a party opponent as it applies to my client. If you say my client said something to him, I understand that, and I'll deal with that through cross-examination. But regarding things that Mr. Kendrick supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, or that Mr. Garlington supposedly said to Mr. Zachary, I'm objecting as on hearsay and confrontation clause grounds.
All right.
Your Honor, just to kind of give the court the state's position, there's no confrontation clause issue because it's not testimonial, but to go to, so the way, and we'll play this, before he gets into this portion, they ask him, who told you? He says, Shannon and Yak is defendant Kendricks.
Okay.
And then he just kind of goes into, after that, they're like, why'd they tell you? We were at the house talking about it. And for the next, couple minutes, he just starts providing details. So it's not exactly clear.
Right.
But also what's important, Your Honor, is he also later on in this interview, and there's some social media that backs this up, that Mr. Zachary, defendant Stillwell, Kenneth Copeland, Demise McMullen, who they call Nard, defendant Williams. They go in a Sprinter van down to Miami, Florida.
Right.
So they have some statements about defendant Williams had a concert there. The state also believes views it as some consciousness of guilt getting out of the city after the murder, because Jonathan Thomas is January 10th, and they start traveling down there January 11th. And so all that aside, the state feels that him, the night of the murder at defendant Williams' condo, them directly telling him, obviously that's a party opponent admission, but the state feels more so it's a co-conspirator statement
Right.
to keep him abreast. They all travel together as a group down there. And then, so that's the state's position, is that this entire portion is a co-conspirator statement. It's keeping them abreast. It's cohesive, and he needs to be aware, because what happens that same night is if gang members and their associates start shooting YSL houses up. And that obviously escalates.
All right. And I think that my ruling with regard to this piece of the statement is the same as it was with regard to the similar statements in the April 2017 interview or statement. And that is that these are statements by a co-conspirator, and I believe sufficient evidence that they're during the, in furtherance of the conspiracy and still in the concealment phase. So I'm going to admit those over that objection. And with regard to the confrontation clause objection, these are not testimonial as made to Mr. Zachary. Okay. So item 9.
Item 9 honestly would fall under the same
Same. Okay.
ruling that you just
All right. Thank you. So item 10 is on page 66.
Your Honor, I believe this is just a single line of Detective Gaither asked Zachary, did Woody, Mr. Copeland, have anything to do with not being killed? And he says, nah. And the state, it's listed as speculation.
And based on the fact that everybody's there right after the murder talking about it.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. On that basis, I would permit that. All right. Item 11 is bottom of 66 through mid 69. An objection is hearsay. Is this going to be the same concept or something different?
It is.
Same.
But within it, so I will, over my objection, I understand.
Yes, and I understand you still have an objection to it, but.
Now, I will point out on page 67, line 18, they say, why not? And Mr. Zachary says, I don't know, they just I guess they just wanted for them to do it instead of Moontook and Woody. So he's speculating.
All right, let's strike 18 and 19.
And that page.
Page 67, 18, and 19 is speculation.
And then Gaither follows up like they wanted to do it themselves.
Oh, okay, so 18 through 25, really, right?
Well, and then he says, not to get them a name. He's speculating as the reason why they just wanted to get a name for themselves.
Okay. All right, so.
I'm looking at my notes. Line 2 on page 68 says, to get them a name.
Okay. Okay, well, yeah, that's also speculation, unless you have some basis for it being something other than that.
So, Your Honor, the state's argument on this portion is when he's talking about getting a name, it's very integral from the state's position of how gangs work in terms of trying to move up in rank.
Yeah.
Later on talks about So the state believes that his quite frequent interaction, he does state it speculatively. I'll be upfront with the court about that. But I do believe that in terms of they ask him why, and the court may say, hey, Mr. Atkins, it's speculation, it's out. But my argument on this is that his frequent interactions and, there's evidence that will come out either through impeachment or some other way that he has participated in crimes with them and is familiar with who he's speaking about. His thought process on motivations or what was going on in terms of like a gang context is appropriate. That's the state's argument.
All right.
Now, I believe the state has, I know that they've called experts, and I believe the experts have touched upon people, quote unquote, the term that the experts like to use is putting in work. And they've talked about that.
All right.
The state, I'm sure, is going to argue that. So I'm not saying that, obviously they can do that, but they can make that argument. But for Mr. Zachary to affirmatively say that's why other people did something.
Sure. Okay. Let me make a ruling with regard to 6718 through 68-2 that if you cannot get this in as speculation as to why XYZ people might have done this murder. But what you can do is if you ask Mr. Zachary, is a way for people to move up in a gang to commit crimes, and he says no, then you can ask him about that particular concept. And him having said before, well, you know, not with regard to a specific crime, but you're being asked about a crime and you're saying, well, maybe it was to, okay, understand, everybody understand?
Understood,
Okay.
Your Honor.
All right. Let me write myself a note on that. And the rest of it, if the rest of it is just kind of the same basis of knowledge, co-conspirator thing, or is there more to it than that?
More to it than
Okay.
that. So for the rest of 68 to 69, line 11, it's discussion. I don't know if you've heard us talk about this yet in this case, Your Honor, but part of the story in this case is that there was a meeting where Mr. Thomas, or there was a gentleman that, according to the story, that I believe Mr. Copeland has given, there was a gentleman in prison who was affiliated with If Gang.
Okay.
And through consultation with that gentleman and other people at this meeting, which Mr. Zachary was not at, Mr. Thomas and others ratified a quote unquote green light to kill YSL members. Or no, I'm sorry, let me not misspeak, to kill Kenneth Copeland.
Okay.
And so Mr. Zachary is talking about hearsay that he's heard about this green light that was put on. I don't think he specifies in this, but in other statements, it's said to be Kenneth Copeland, I believe, but he doesn't specify. He just says he put a green light on line 10 on page 68. It says, cause they said a powwow, and like green light, all YSL and 30 deep. They say nut said whoop or something like that, meaning it's a go. So he's saying they said that Nut did this and Nut did that to say it's a go to kill YSL members or 30 deep. That's Mr. Zachary's statement, but Mr. Zachary wasn't there, and he's saying they say that this is what Nut did.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, the state feels this has a huge effect on listener and also is classic co-conspirator statement in this context. And I'm trying to remember exactly where this is. I believe it's Mr. Garlington who tells, basically it's either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Copeland who gets information from this meeting. And that's why when Zachary says, like from my notes of what he says, so Detective Gaither says, so you're saying if gang had a powwow, and Zachary's like at the house, at their spot on MLK. So he's talking about like a specific location that came from, I believe it was Mr. Garlington, but that's just off memory, Your Honor. And then Detective Gaither says, okay, and they say that YSL and 30 Deep. Yes, my apologies. As the court has said, when we read, we get fast. So in 30 Deep got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them like they're food. And then Zachary says, yes. And so that is important for a number of reasons in terms of whether if gang members actually said, yes, YSL is on the plate, so to speak, you can shoot them, kill them, attack them whenever you see them. The fact that Zachary is stating that YSL members, to include himself, believe that was true, that is critically important for the effect it has on them.
All right. And you're saying that one of the other alleged gang members who's indicted in, or maybe has fled or not, but is indicted, actually has a basis of knowledge for what went on in this powwow. And is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor. And my memory is either Mr. Garlington was actually, he either was there or someone at the meeting who was friendly, because Mr. Garlington was 30 Deep at some point in time. And there's some friend, like people, it bleeds over. It's not like
right.
You have friends in other gangs, so to speak, or associates. And so someone calls and notifies either Mr. Copeland or maybe it's Mr. Garland who calls them. That's what my memory is of how this got to their.
Y'all have evidence of that you're intending to introduce, or you have a good faith basis for saying he had a reason for knowing this?
Yes, Your Honor, and I will find where that is, what interview statement, but yes.
Okay, well, I mean, assuming, go ahead.
It's my understanding, it's Mr. Copeland that introduces this concept.
Okay.
I don't believe Mr. Copeland was at this meeting either. It's entirely unclear to me, and I may just be misremembering, but I don't believe it's ever established exactly how Mr. Copeland knows, but Mr. Copeland is the other person that spoke about this, not Mr. Garlington.
But Mr. Copeland relays to.
Well, I don't know. We don't know that.
Well, he knows it somehow.
Well, I agree that he is passing along information.
He could be correct or not about it, about what happened in the powwow, but at this point,
there's no evidence that I'm not trying to be hyper technical, but when we're talking about statements made by a co-conspirator and furtherance of a conspiracy, there's no evidence that Mr. Copeland told Mr. Zachary this.
Okay, but as I understand the state's position, they're not offering this for the truth of what happened in the powwow. They're offering it to show that the alleged YSL gang believed that it was, open season on them, and that had been authorized by the IF gang. So that is permissible for that purpose. It's not hearsay at all. Okay.
Your Honor,
yes.
And this is something that's probably going to come up later. There may be times if they're not offering these things for the truth of the matter asserted, that we have to give the jury 105 instructions regarding exactly what the purpose of the evidence is.
All right. And I would expect you all on the defense side of the room to make sure that you timely alert me to that fact before any testimony like this or cross impeachment like this comes out, because that instruction is supposed to be given prior to the jury hearing that evidence that's only offered for a limited purpose. So y'all are on notice that you need to let me know of that. If you forget, then I can always notify them later, but you still have to raise that to me as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we can probably knock out a couple more of these. before we wrap for the day. So item 12, which is bottom of 70 through most of 71.
Yes, Your Honor. So
This would fall under your rulings about Mr. Garlington.
Okay. All right. Then that would be in if that's the only objection. All right. All right, now we're moving to page 81.
So, Your Honor, my notes, or what's said here says, Zachary says Nard says that Woody's going to fold, talking about Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
I'm like, what do you mean? I may have started this a little bit before, but I wanted to read, it's just two sentences. And he says, I'm like, what do you mean? He's going to tell on us. I'm like, about what? About the nut situation. He won't fold. And then he says, that's why Thug stopped messing with him because thought he was going to fold.
I agree with the content.
Okay.
And my objection is to the speculation and explanation of what's going on in Mr. Williams' head. That's why Thug stopped messing with him. They thought he was going to fold. That is the part that I object to, which doesn't come across clearly on the transcript.
Okay. So this is who talking to whom?
So this is,
I was like, what you mean? Blah, blah, blah. Who's having this conversation?
so Mr. Zachary first is mentioning a conversation he had with Demise McMullen, who told him that he believed Mr. Copeland was going to fold.
Okay.
And then Zachary
Sure,
also
Carolyn.
states, I think Zachary actually then, after he says Nard thought Mr. Copeland was going to fold, he thought he was going to tell on us. I think Zachary just starts saying that's why Thug stopped messing with him, because he thought he was going to fold.
I think he says first, Mr. Zachary says, I don't think he's going to fold.
Right.
He was responding to Mr. McMullen.
I didn't think he was going to fold. And then I thought,
Then he says, that's why Thug stopped messing with him.
okay.
Thought he was going to fold. And that's the part I'm objecting.
Okay.
And the state's position is that Zachary's has enough foundation to know what his fellow co-conspirators' viewpoints are, especially on someone snitching against them, which is of peril to individual defendants and also the gang writ large, for obvious reasons. And so the fact that this conversation is all about someone telling on other members of the gang and individuals, Zachary would have knowledge of how they would view that and why they distance themselves from Mr. Copeland. And so the state feels that he has relevant personal knowledge from interacting with defendant Williams and seeing the interactions with Mr. Copeland starting to go down,
Okay.
as in not as frequent as they used to be.
All right. So and your basis for this not being speculation is that you think that, let me just say this, before you could get this in, you need to establish the foundation for him knowing. I mean, he can know by observing that Ms. Williams and Mr. Copeland kind of stopped seeing each other so much. But if you want to impeach him on why, then you need to establish that he actually had a basis for knowing the why. Okay.
Understood.
Okay.
Yo, I appreciate y'all hanging in there with us. I guess we're almost done, I think, maybe.
The next one is the one that the state, at least a portion, agrees with Mr. Sharp.
Okay.
So that line that says, yes, Shannon's hot-headed, the state agrees that
Yeah,
that should come
okay.
out.
How about him? All they want names for themselves. That's all they want, names for themselves.
And this is similar to the court's earlier ruling where I had asked about moving up in rank. So
Okay, so you could use this as well to say, didn't you tell us already? They want names for themselves.
yes, Your Honor.
But only for that, and the hot-headed part doesn't come in regardless.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
And then
hang on, give me just a second to jot myself a note. 122. So I don't know what the line 25 and then the response on the next page is about. That seemed to be included in your objection.
right, so the investigator says, so Shannon, don't give a F word. And then Mr. Zachary says, oh, hell no. So that, I object to that as well.
Okay. So that's just,
I will concede that, Your Honor. I skipped past that.
Okay.
Yes. We will not be asking something about those two.
okay.
Hanging in here, Texan, hanging in there.
Your Honor, the next one, it says, Mr. Sharp says irrelevant discussion of Bentley selling
Right.
drugs. Bentley being OG Bentley, who's Kelvin Treadwell.
Right.
And so I wanted to read, because I think it's a little bit cleaner, what's said in this portion. So I have Detective Gaither says the guns possibly on Bentley's spot.
Hang on, let me figure out where
Yes,
you
Your
are.
Honor.
So this is
82.
83, right? Are we back on 82?
I might have had a typo. I had page 82, line 25.
It's
83, line 25.
83, line 25 is, so that was what you were reading now, Mr. Atkins. The guns possibly at Bentley's spot on Oak Drive. That's the beginning. That's before I object.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sharp.
All right.
And then Mr. Zachary says, yeah, so they're talking about Bentley's spot on Oak
Okay.
Drive with the
Mhm.
guns, but
Yep.
then they move into selling drugs.
All right. Yep.
And Your Honor, the state's position of why this is relevant is that on page 12 of the preamble to the indictment, the state sets forth that part of the purpose of the RICO enterprise is the sale and distribution of drugs.
Okay.
Furthermore, there is in both Mr. Copeland and in Mr. Zachary's statements, they speak and reference that after the murder of Donovan Thomas, OG Bentley basically had like a spot, either a trap house, a drug spot, something
Right.
where he on Oak Drive. And so when he says, so Gaither asked the guns possibly on Bentley's spot on Oak Drive, that's what she's referring to. And then she's like, what kind of drugs does he sell? And Zachary kind of goes into detail, dope, crack hard. And she's like nickel and dime are rolling in it. And Zachary's like both. And so for one, it's relevant for Zachary to have knowledge of one of, even though Treadwell was not indicted, the state's position in Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis' testimony through an earlier act where his vehicle was used to do an attempted murder of Dexter Montgomery, which was Act 36. It's very relevant, Zachary's knowledge of Kevin Treadwell dealing drugs. And the state has to prove the existence of both the criminal street gang and the RICO enterprise, which are sort of part and parcel of the same. And so the state just feels that this is very relevant, given there's also a number of drug charges on this indictment.
Right.
So it goes to count one, the RICO is the state's position.
And Your Honor, nothing I'm trying to keep out finishes Mr. Zachary's alleged knowledge of Mr. Treadwell's house or whatever it is on Oak Drive. I mean, he's clearly saying it's Bentley's spot on Oak Drive before we get to the part that I
Right.
want to take out.
So do you just not want it said that he sells crack?
all the drugs. And this is why, Your Honor, Mr. Treadwell is not indicted on this case.
Right.
Nothing involving Mr. Treadwell selling drugs is listed as an overt act at all in count one. So we're just throwing in an associate, and there's no indication from this that Mr. Treadwell somehow kicks back money to Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Williams or anyone else. It's just Mr. Treadwell, who is associated with us through evidence that we know him. I think that evidence has come out that he's Mr. Williams' road manager at one point
Okay.
in his early in his career. But I don't know why we would get into his unrelated criminality.
All right. So if he's not an unindicted co-conspirator, if he's just an associate and there's no evidence that YSL is in any way benefiting from this guy Bentley selling drugs, seems like Mr. Sharp's got a good argument here.
So, Your Honor, on the first point, and this was the act I was referencing, but just to give a little more clarity, there's individuals at a gas station, they think someone's trying to rob them because they're coming up close. And he calls Walter Murphy, who is a defendant who's pled, and Demise McMullen to come over and shoot with a stick, and they shoot and take off half of Dexter Montgomery's head. Kevin Treadwell, he's the he.
Okay. Bentley, Kevin Treadwell is the one who makes the call. And then these alleged YSL gang members come to protect him and his drugs.
Yes, Your Honor. And that's in regards to him being like, is he an associate, a member? The Detective Dennis and Gaither would classify Kevin Treadwell as a YSL gang member.
Okay.
Now, in regards to the drug proceeds, I do not have any evidence that, some receipt or some conversation of I'm paying my weekly dues to the YSL gang from this drugs that I sell at my trap spot. I don't have that kind of evidence. But the state, so I wanted to answer the court's question.
And in that incident, there was no evidence that these gentlemen were called to protect Mr. Treadwell's drugs. The state, I think, characterized it as just a senseless act. We were categorizing it as Mr. Treadwell believed that Mr. Montgomery and his associates were attempting to rob them outside of the gas station. But at that incident, there's nothing about drugs.
All right. Unless you got more than that, Mr. Atkins, I don't think that this particular part, which is 8325 through 8410, comes in.
One small request.
You may.
There's a part, and I need to get the line of it, where he says, Detective Gaither asked him, does he still drive that white Nitro? And Zachary says, nah, he let Nard F that up.
Okay.
I would like that part in because that white Nitro.
All right. That is not a part that is objected to that's being excluded.
That's line 12 on page 84.
Thank you.
All right. Sure. All right. 85, line 13 through 8611.
So context here, Your Honor. Mr. Treadwell is actually, at the time, I don't think they're still together, was actually in a long-term relationship and has a child with Donovan Thomas's sister.
Okay.
And
Yikes.
so this is all a discussion about, there's a lot of speculation about what Donovan Thomas' sister knows and how she feels about this and how she feels about Mr. Treadwell, which I don't think is relevant.
Your Honor, the main portion of this, so to speak, that the state wanted in is not as much about what his wife knows. It's more so this line where he says she doesn't know that he, talking about Kevin Treadwell, hid those guns and had something to do with it, talking about the murder of her brother. And so
where is that?
I will find the line.
That's 86 line 1. In the part unintelligible, I have, she don't know he had something to do with it.
Okay.
And he's already laid out in the statements that I've objected to, but Your Honor has overruled my objection about what this is all based. He had something to do with it is all based, from my understanding, is pretty clear. Mr. Zachary is saying that's based on what Mr. Garlington said to him, and that's been repeated several times throughout these statements already about Mr. Bentley getting Mr. Treadwell allegedly getting rid of the guns. So I don't know why we would need to get into this conversation about what she knows and just for that information, because it's already been provided.
Your Honor, one other small piece is I don't remember when this question was asked or who was asked of, but Donovan Thomas Sr. testified. And there was some questions about, the state asked questions about relationship, family members to give context for the jury. And so there was some questions, I believe, on cross-examination of Mr. Thomas kind of highlighting that Kevin Treadwell's wife is related to Donovan Thomas, because obviously that would cut, this is my idea of why defense would highlight that would cut against their family. Why would he be involved with the murder of his wife's brother? And so, but the state feels that discussing that, because of some of that testimony, this isn't going to be a huge part of our direct questioning of Mr. Zachary, but that is another reason why it is more relevant than it may otherwise be that she didn't know. Zachary's saying she didn't know. Because obviously it would be very odd if she did.
Okay. So then most of 84 and 85 is admittedly not anything y'all would need?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So then if it becomes, part of 85 and top of 86 becomes relevant, it's still like Zachary saying, I don't think she knew, right?
Yes, Your Honor. And I don't think we're going to be asking specific questions to try to, about this. It was the topic about, her it may never come up in our direct assessment.
How about if you think it's going to, you raise it with me and
Yes, Your
we'll
Honor.
hash it out then.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, 92, first couple of lines.
He knows a lot of people, so sometimes they're saying Mr. Copeland doesn't state everything with them.
I'm going to withdraw my objection.
Okay. And man, y'all weren't kidding about the transcription being less than 100% accurate. Okay. It is not this court reporter or my prior court reporter. I do not have any idea who this state used, but
I will not
maybe
disparage them on the record, Your Honor.
entirely off the record. Maybe next time y'all have a bunch of stuff transcribed, you give them like a list of key terms and names of people, and that would help them out a lot. Okay, anyway, totally irrelevant, but okay, so
In light of my review of the transcripts, I'm going to withdraw my objection on number 18.
Also, okay.
Because I believe that, not saying it's the truth, but I believe Mr. Zachary was there.
Okay. All right. Then we are at number 19, 102, 15 through 22.
And Your Honor, this is one of those ones that the state agrees. This is just a line with Detective Dennis speaking about basically the streets convicting Kenneth Copeland.
So y'all concede that one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Agree, redacted by agreement. Okay. 104, middle of 104 to middle of 105.
Your Honor, this is another one that we will concede. Its relevance is very limited. and
Okay.
So
Thank you.
I will agree on this.
Okay. All right, that takes us to page 108.
Your Honor, this is came up in the 2017 interview. This is in relation to who shot Mr. Bennett, wife, and Lucci's mother's house. I wanted to point out, because this did not come in, this part, in the 2017 interview to my knowledge, but in the part of this interview, which I have begins around on the evidence reviewer time hacks 30850, Detective Dennis says, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci's mother's house?
Okay.
And there's a little bit of back and forth. And then Zachary says, I'm telling you all if you work with me. And he says, Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. And then they ask him like who these people are. And he's like, Little Pokey is Thug's nephew. And this is where the part I think is important for his knowledge of this. Gaither says the gun that you had that you got caught with, she's telling him about the ballistics from the gun that Zachary's arrested with, comes back to one of, because there was two shootings of this house.
Uh-huh.
And Zachary's like, well, that was Moontunk's gun, who is Antonio Sledge. And so he's talking about how did Woody get that gun that day? Because Zachary's like, the people who did it was Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. And so this is why I think it's important. Zachary says, we were at Big Boo's grandmother's house, and Mr. Copeland's like, hey, let's ride. They leave and they come back in a white Charger, which I believe is Mr. Copeland's brother's car. And then Big Boo, who was kind of a lot of people looked up to him. He had a lot of money in that neighborhood.
Okay.
And so people would call him to settle disagreements, basically. And so he gets a call from someone in Lucci's, like an associate or friend who's like, hey, whoever just did that, I got $10,000 on their head because you just shot at his mother's house.
Okay.
And so what Zachary states is while he's at Big Boo's house, Woody and them come back while this phone call happens. And he says, Woody comes in and Woody's like, what happened? He act like somebody just shot up Lucci's mother's house. And then Big Boo's like, don't tell me you all did that. Cause they came back and didn't say anything. And he says, Woody got scared because, and he says, Moncho, who's the person who calls, says, I have $10,000 of whoever did it. So to me, this is my rendition of this. Zachary kind of is like, I know that on some level they did it because they suspiciously leave, come back, and then he gets this call of who did it. And then Kenneth Copeland starts acting paranoid when they're saying, I have $10,000 on the head of someone who did that, coupled with, and I don't have direct evidence of, on this date, Mr. Copeland told Zachary, I did it, or Mr. Stillwell or anyone told Mr. Zachary that, but I couple him being present around them shortly after this happened, coupled with his just daily interactions with him, that he actually has more, his knowledge of Lucci's mother's house, he was not present, but is less speculative than it may first seem from interacting with co-conspirators.
Okay.
That's my argument on this. But given the court's earlier rulings, I wanted just to highlight it came out more speculative when we addressed this incident.
Okay.
The earlier
And so here, Zachary is saying that he is at whoever, Big Boo's grandmother's house with Woody and whomever, and they leave, and then word comes in that Lucci's mama's house gets shot up, and then Woody and them come back while a phone call is being taken about whoever did this, there's a price on their head. And then Woody acts really suspicious, is what you're saying.
That is a much more concise rendition of what I just said, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay.
I have that large block starting at that certain time. And so, yes, that is my understanding of what Zachary says, that he's at a house with them, they leave, they come back, they realize
Why
it
is that
happened.
not hearsay, though?
And Mr. Copeland acts suspicious, which is decent clues of possible involvement. And I believe, I have no evidence of this, I just believe that coupled with they tend to talk amongst each other about what happened.
So on 110, unless it's transcribed wrong, I guess it's Detective Gaither says, so they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed it? And Zachary says, no, they said they did it.
That,
He says he finally said it, and Mr. Jackson says Woody, which is unintelligible.
Uh-huh.
He says Woody. Like I told you, Woody got scared. They said they got $10,000.
Okay, and then on the next page, it says, and then what's the unintelligible part there?
He's like, man, just shot up.
Okay, well, that to me is him actually saying, we did that.
Not Shannon saying anything.
Okay, well,
Your Honor.
well, Mr. Copeland's not saying I did it, he's saying we did it.
I understand, but
What I'm saying is, I don't know what I've never heard Mr. Copeland's in-court testimony about this and what that would be, but it's certainly not an admission by a party opponent that can be used against Mr. Stillwell, because there's nothing in here about Mr. Stillwell saying he did anything, and I don't know how. I mean, it's hearsay, and I don't know what exception this would fall under. I have a theory of what the state may argue, but it's not furthering anything. Except Mr. Copeland is apparently paranoid or whatever, and maybe he has some self-interest he's dealing with, but I'm not sure how it furthers anything. And so I don't want my client to be wrongfully linked to uncharged, well, I should say not substantively. And let me just say this too. No one's been charged with this act.
Okay.
It's listed as an overt act, but no one's been substantively charged with the actual crime.
my speaker, I closed it.
All right, so who all is, I mean, I get that Zachary is at the house, at the grandmother's house, and Woody is at the grandmother's house and then leaves and then comes back. Who else is at the grandmother's house, leaves with Woody and comes back, if anyone?
So, Your Honor, I believe, so the closest I get is when they ask him who did it, he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. And he says collectively, like earlier he says, Woody's like, hey, let's ride, like collectively. And then he's like, they got back, or so my understanding is he doesn't definitively say this, but I believe either Shannon and Little Pokey were at the house and left. I'm just assuming from the way that he's speaking about it. And also, this is partly, it's the end of the day, but the court is correct that shortly thereafter, Mr. Copeland himself does state and says, you know,
well, and I mean, if
I did it.
If Shannon, and I guess Lil Pokey is not anybody that we need to concern ourselves with right now.
He is Defendant Williams' nephew and someone that.
Okay, but he's not somebody on trial right now.
He's not on trial.
Or indicted.
He's not indicted.
Okay. All right. So I think it is fair to assume if Woody says, let's ride, and right after Zachary said, here's the three people that I believe did it, and here's my reason for believing it. But I think it potentially could be a statement if Mr. Stillwell shows back up with Mr. Copeland, and then Mr. Copeland's like, yeah, man, we did it. And Mr. Stillwell does not say, what are you talking about? I didn't do it. You might have done it, but don't count me in on that. Then that might be an admission because he's adopted it by silence, but not if he's not there when it gets said. So, you know, if you can establish that when Woody says, yeah, man, we did it, that Shannon's standing right there with him, knowing there's $10,000, on his head, then yes, but otherwise, no.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, here comes steal time. He's definitely Southern, Bora Bora. I'm thinking, what do y'all think? I
Your
have
Honor,
an
can I ask
opinion.
one small part on that? In regards to taking aside Defendant Stillwell, in regards to what Copeland referred to, Zachary, that's appropriate, depending on how testimony of Mr. Copeland comes out, coupled with foundation for Mr. Zachary.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
And that might
That's
be
exactly
one
what I
of
was
those
thinking.
times when we might need a limiter if that comes out.
If
thinking
I
about that
understand the state's question, they're saying, can we get into the fact that Kenneth Copeland admitted involvement
Right. Yes.
without bringing Shannon?
Right.
into
That
it?
was the second question. Yes.
If we can't get
Yeah.
to the adoptive admission.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that.
All right. All right. We just have a lot to get done, but these are Mr. Zachary's only two statements that we need to get through, right?
Yes.
And we're about halfway through, I think.
Yes.
Assuming Mr. Copeland, to try to figure out scheduling, assuming that Mr. Copeland does not testify now, then y'all need to move to your next witness, right?
Y'all giving, y'all telling,
Yes.
Woody
right.
what to do.
Yes, so, and I know Zachary's one of the next ones up. He may not be the very next one up, but is there another, witness that we would be hitting next week? Because after next week, the jury already had a week off, so we can do this delightful stuff that week, the week of the 19th, with regard to future witnesses. But are there other witnesses that, assuming Mr. Copeland does not testify, that we would reach next week whose evidence we have to hash out?
Yes. Mr. Sledge is the other person that
Okay.
but his interview is smaller.
Okay, can I go ahead and get that interview? And you have listed also a jail call, right?
Yes.
And then social media. And when can you get the more detailed information? This was supposed to be here today about at least these witnesses to the defense,
Give them a
not
grace
social
again.
media, but what? And they may have it, but if they don't have it, we need the detail. Yeah.
So can we provide that to them for, like, in the morning, or like?
Do you have any of it ready right now? Because I know that your person working on it had been worried that he or she could not finish it all as to the first 30 witnesses, but surely he or she has accomplished the big chunk of it by now, right?
So those were the exhibits that she was working on. So we had the court had instructed us about the exhibits. And so that is what that person was working on. And I was hashing out the pool of the 30 witness exhibits that we were introducing.
All right. So how far along are you into that? Have you done like page one of it? I mean, I assume you're going in the order that you.
So can I, will the court so may I send to the court or to defendants into the court by 9 o'clock tonight? So everything that I have compiled.
Can you just send right now or in the next 45 minutes what you have so far? Because I'm sure that, what I suspect is that everybody would probably like to get some sleep, but that's not the reality of being in a trial. And so the sooner you can get them the stuff, the better. So let's not wait till 9. Let's, in the next hour, get what you've got right now over to them and me. And hopefully it'll be a big chunk of it. Okay, so, and then you need to send to me, I assume the defense has a copy of Mr. Sledge's interview.
Yes.
Have y'all done this same exercise for Mr. Sledge to figure out what portions of it you need to object to? All right.
No, I will say Mr. Sledge's interview is shorter.
Okay.
And it's really confined to the incident that he's charged with.
Okay.
Which is the shooting up of houses he was charged with back in 2015 that him and Mr. Zachary pled to.
Okay.
It was taken after being arrested for that.
Okay. So I'm thinking that potentially the defense might have objections to social media, the defendant interview, or jail call or calls. But I don't know that. Do y'all know what you're going to get them, the specific social media? All right.
Yes, and Judge, just for a point of clarification, we were trying to include on it the exhibit numbers. That's what I was.
All right. Well, that's wonderful.
But, okay.
But if the exhibit numbers aren't perfect, fine, we can fix those. Is that what your concern was? Okay. No, my concern is more that the defense get the evidence you're planning to use because they need to be able to contemplate it and figure out how they're going to deal with it. All right. So, which means that if we're doing the trial next week and it isn't a couple of days of Copeland and then a couple of days of Zachary and people who, there aren't going to be a lot of objections to, I mean, we need to have hashed out this with regard to all of next week's witnesses.
Yes.
And how are we going to do that? Who all do you think there's going to be objection about other than Sledge and Zachary?
I object to this whole trial.
I'm looking
How about
at
that?
this giant list of witnesses from the state and looking at the first ones. And surely y'all have looked at most of this. Do y'all think that there's another witness coming up soon that we're going to have a lot of this kind of detail to hash out for?
No, well,
I mean, you don't think so? Okay, great. Does the defense think so?
Wow, I can't believe we're still doing this. This is amazing.
Your Honor, so far, the state has seemed to be trying to introduce prior statements through the witnesses that are on the stand. Detective Thorpe and Michael Sprinkle, ADA Sprinkle, both conducted multiple interviews. I don't know to the extent that they're going to seek to introduce any prior statements through them, but that's the only thing that I can see. Mr. Sledge has a prior interview,
Right.
but my recollection is it's very confined to one incident, and he he doesn't say, I'm going to review it, of course, but he doesn't say anything about anyone other than himself and Mr. Zachary, mostly,
Okay.
my recollection.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? See something that's going to be a whole lot of what should have been motions in limine?
Your Honor,
Yes.
trying our best to give you an estimate of what we think might be at issue. I'm looking, for example, at number 8, Michael Sprinkle.
Yeah.
So yes, we're aware that he conducted multiple interviews, but what we don't know at this point is what interviews it is that they intend to use. So we don't really know how to
All right.
how to address that. We also don't know what social media
All right.
items.
I think we're going to have a whole lot more of that in an hour. Tell me this, Miss Love, assuming Mr. Copeland does not testify, what witness do you think we are going to be at by next Friday? Keeping in mind that y'all will be here at 8:45, the jury will be ready to go at 9, and we will work till at least 5:30 most days.
I'm going to.
With a break for lunch and a couple of bathroom breaks, and that's about it.
This is unreasonable what she's asking. But it's unreasonable because Love has not been prepared.
No further than, and when I say Agent Bernie, it's for these records that we have, not for the
Okay,
ones that.
right, we talked about earlier, yeah.
But we will get no further than Agent Bernie.
Okay, all right, and so will what you send in an hour cover at least through Agent Bernie with detail about what the evidence is going to be? Okay, all right, okay. Well, then we'll take it from there tomorrow. Let's be here at 8:45 tomorrow. And y'all think about the things that I asked you to think about and have some kind of proposal for me.
Are we completely abandoning for now the Zachary statements, or
What
are
are
we
the
picking that up
motions?
tomorrow?
No, I want to get through Zachary tomorrow and then move on to Sledge and then whatever else. But no, we're just abandoning that for now. It's time to go home.
Understood.
All right. Do we need an electronic? Mr. Atkins, could you send over an electronic copy of this transcript of the interview we're going through right now?
Yes, Your Honor, I will.
Thank you. All right, we're adjourned.
All right, I'm gonna leave the camera up just to see.
Give the original.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna see because they've been turning the camera back on afterwards. Yo, thank y'all so much. What happened to the motions? What happened to? There's at least 4, if not more, motions out that that have been out at least 3 days. What happened to those? Today was wild. It was wild, man. This is craziness. This is utter insanity, but it is what it is. I think we should go ahead and wash our hands of the idea that they're going to, that she's going to declare a mistrial. I don't think she is. As bad and as inept as Love has been, Atkins has been that much better. So I don't know. Then maybe when Hilton comes back, maybe they'll tap Hilton and Atkins, and maybe they can represent a little bit better. There's still a ton of problems, I feel, with the entire offering of this case because it just seems like a lot of hearsay, lots of hearsay. And a lot of you all have said this as well. So this is crazy. we are going to, we will be back. We're going to do it again tomorrow, Lord willing. Everybody, thank you so much in the chat. If you don't mind, end this chat off with telling us what's your favorite ice cream. What you gonna have? You know what? What is your dessert of choice? It don't even have to be ice cream. What is your dessert of choice? In the chat, give us your dessert of choice and let's get out of here. Let's go. Thank y'all so much, everybody. Let's get out of here. Let us know what's your favorite dessert. Getting ready for dinner? What is it? Oh, man, they going big. Okay, I see you. Honey buns. Man, I had a honey bun in decades. My goodness, I forgot they even make those things. Coconut cream pie. Okay, I got you. Have a great night. Retire. Thanks so much. Old-fashioned oatmeal cake. Oatmeal cake? Never heard of that before. There y'all go with that bluebell. What's Rome King talking about? Pecan pie. I see ya. Banana pudding. Well, we got Banana Republic over here, so it makes sense. Apple turnover. I got you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Monica. I appreciate you for stopping by today. Peach cobbler, strawberry cheesecake. I love it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. Thank y'all. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. Homemade banana pudding. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate you, man. New Orleans in the building. Meta Jake, thanks so much. Humble pie. That's what I know. I know a particular DA that's going to be having that tonight. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all, man. Have a fantastic night. Thank y'all, each and every one of you. All right. Yeah, yeah. All right, good. Man, y'all are, hey, London here. What's going on, Sasa? Thank you so much. All right, let's get ready to do it again tomorrow, everybody. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for all of the wonderful and supportive super chats, all that stuff. It means a lot. I appreciate your support. Let's do it again tomorrow. Lord willing, we'll do it again tomorrow, everybody. Get those in there, and I'll see you real soon, everybody. Grace and peace. We're out.